He spent 13 grueling years at the very bottom of the food chain, only to shuffle off this mortal coil in a spectacularly pathetic fashion. Then he woke up in the past, but instead of superpowers, he still had absolutely no skills whatsoever. While all the other protagonists receive handy cheat systems or godlike abilities from the universe, this poor sap was granted precisely nothing, just a second opportunity to experience even more suffering. He must literally drag himself through a personalized hell, stealing his own senses and breaking every bone in his body, just so he can finally cross the vast chasm separating a common nobody from a genuine genius. But keep your eyes peeled as this utterly useless larva goes against destiny, transforming himself into a terrifying predator, the monster that even long-established legends will eventually learn to dread. This is the incredibly harsh and violent saga of the worthless regression. It all kicks off with a disembodied voice in the abyss, a single word echoing through the dark emptiness as our hero wakes up to a direct, casual greeting. "Dear." The massive individual stares down at our MC as if he's merely a tiny insect, immediately labeling him an otherworlder, which almost always means complications are incoming. Our protagonist stares back with a completely vacant, deer in the headlights expression, utterly lost and letting the giant question mark over his head convey everything for him. He dropped onto his hands and knees, attempting to get his bearings in the center of a very medieval-looking town square, with blue particles indicating a recent and rather aggressive teleportation. The massive individual towers over him, with the town sprawling out behind, asking where he should even start, obviously accustomed to handling bewildered newcomers. The big guy scratches his head, appearing slightly stressed by the situation, while our MC remains on the ground, seemingly on the brink of a complete mental breakdown. The man advises him to calm down and simply listen for a moment, but our MC has entered full-blown panic mode, clutching his head as if it's about to burst. Suddenly, the MC frantically checks his own body and yanks at his shirt, causing the big guy to yell at him to stop stripping in the middle of the street. Now for a quick summary of the world. Welcome to Area, where swords and magic are completely commonplace, and the women look like they work directly out of a high fantasy RPG. Naturally, it isn't just pretty women and magic spells. This place is absolutely infested with every imaginable species of demon and monster. The entire world serves as a massive battleground where survival is the sole currency, and this greedy place constantly summons new victims from other dimensions simply for entertainment. Here we have the initial location, Zenobis, also known as the City of Beginning, serving as the required first stop for every otherworlder who actually survives the perilous journey. The big guy inquires if he knows any martial arts or magic, but our MC simply shakes his head, perfectly maintaining the illusion of a completely helpless rookie. Seeing that he has no discernible class or talent, the guy tells him to follow closely so they can explain everything slowly, finally getting around to asking for the kid's name. He replies that his name is Lee Sunmin, feigning shyness, and the guy decides the kid looks famished, offering to buy him a quick meal while they continue discussing. Lee Sunmin puts on the most innocent and grateful expression possible, while the big guy simply dismisses it, convinced he's acting as a genuinely good Samaritan. They start heading down a narrow alleyway, where the guy asks if he's thirsty, pulling out a bottle while pretending to simply share a drink with a new friend. He hands over the bottle and tells Sunmin that thanks aren't necessary. The Sunmin takes it with a blush, looking like the perfect, ultimate naive victim. Sunmin starts chugging the liquid down without even a second thought, appearing as though he hasn't had a drink in several days. He really commits to it, gulping everything down as the big guy watches closely, which is an absolutely huge mistake, buddy. The show concluded when Sunmin performed a flawless, high-velocity spit take, launching the entire mouthful of liquid directly into the victim's eyes. It was truly a literal interpretation of her spit take. The poor guy immediately started screaming in agony, clutching his face as the substance burned his eyes. Sunmin remained perfectly composed, casually revealing the liquid was actually goblin paralytic poison. Sunmin stuck out his tongue, explaining the poison didn't change color or taste, but did carry a subtle fishy aroma. He knew exactly what was in the bottle the instant he smelled it. Taman, now completely blinded, began panicking as he realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Sunmin then called him out on his scheme to deceive a naive beginner and sell him into slavery. The guy was absolutely furious, understanding this kid was far from a fresh summon. Sunmin simply stared back at him, those cold, lifeless eyes showing zero emotion. He clarified that he had indeed just been summoned and technically had no class. However, the expression on his face hinted strongly that there was significantly more to the story. Sunmin didn't waste another moment, delivering a brutal kick directly to the man's lower jaw. Blood sprayed everywhere as the guy's head snapped back with a horrific, thickening crunch. He leaned in close to the blinded man and dropped the stunning bombshell. He might appear to be a simple child, but he actually possessed 13 years of raw survival experience. He pulled a small dagger from his belt with absolute certainty and zero hesitation. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he performed this particular routine. With one swift, decisive motion, he sliced open the man's throat. The guy never stood a chance against an opponent who already knew every single move in this dirty game. Don't trust anyone easily. That's the #1 rule of survival in Area, and Sunmin had learned that lesson better than anybody. Blood splattered across the blank surroundings as he reflected on just how terribly broken this entire world truly was. It was a kill or be killed environment from the very first day. Time to loot the body. He managed to retrieve 100,000 ER and one dagger from the man's corpse. It was a fairly respectable haul for a first day hustle. He stood up and examined his new body, noting that it felt completely different from his previous one. He had no scars and absolutely zero muscle definition. He pulled up his shirt to double-check his scrawny torso. He was undeniably back in the body of his 13-year-old self. He compared his current feeble state to the powerful mercenary form he used to possess. He had officially returned to the precise moment he was originally summoned. He realized that this entire miracle had occurred because of that single item. He looked back on his past with a distinctly grim expression. Before his death, he had been a 27-year-old C-rank mercenary named Lee Sunman. He lived a completely standard, low-class existence. He constantly worked until he dropped, simply trying to scrape together enough money to get by each day. Having absolutely zero talent or background, he remained stuck at the very bottom. Regardless of how intensely he tried, he eventually stumbled upon a hidden, undiscovered dungeon that felt like a one-in-a-billion opportunity. He stood before a glowing red crystal, desperately hoping for a miracle. After all that work, all he actually found was one small, measly treasure chest. He opened it with extremely high hopes, anticipating legendary armor or weapons. Inside, however, was just a small, nondescript glowing rock. He carried it around for years because he didn't know how to utilize it, yet he couldn't bring himself to discard the item either. Just before he died, a system notification flashed, stating that the Stone of Regression had suddenly activated. It promptly launched him backward in time, returning him exactly 13 years in the past. He sat there processing the events, realizing that the stone was quite literally his saving grace. All of his memories of the upcoming future were now completely intact in his mind. He mentally reviewed the legendary item's image, the stone capable of returning its holder to the past. It was, without a doubt, the ultimate do-over. He decided to test his status window to find out if he retained any of his former strength, shouting aloud for the display to appear. The display window popped up, and the information presented was thoroughly pathetic. It listed Lee Soo-min as having no class, 0 traits, and exactly 0 skills. He was starting over from absolute scratch. He realized with a jolt that nothing had changed at all. Watching the townspeople wander past, he knew his character stats were precisely identical to when he first arrived 13 years ago. He initially labeled the regression as completely worthless since he was forced to start over from scratch, but then he suddenly realized he still possessed all his memories of every major event. He knew exactly where all the hidden opportunities were located. He only needed to act quickly before someone else managed to snatch them first. He paused before a structure sporting a giant wooden sign covered in bizarre, legible symbols. He knew that some opportunities were exclusively available to individuals without a designated class. The sign announced a healthy bone realignment office, which sounded incredibly boring. It didn't look like much, but for him, this establishment was a treasure chest overflowing with potential. The city of Warrior was absolutely stuffed with every type of professional you could imagine, ranging from mages to hardcore martial artists. Most of them were summoned here with their specific class already locked in place. The individuals without a class, however, were by far the most plentiful. They were essentially human-sized blank slates, constantly treated with disdain by everyone who had actually earned a title. While being in no class theoretically grants you an exceptional growth bonus since you can learn absolutely anything, the grim reality is that most of them simply end up dead because they represent the bottom of the evolutionary ladder. He brought up memories of his previous life, where he faced constant humiliation as a C-rank mercenary with no real class. He suffered through 13 grueling years and managed to achieve absolutely nothing productive during that time. He went so far as to compare his entire previous existence to a disgusting, squirming maggot. It was a truly miserable existence that concluded in a completely pathetic and forgettable death. Once inside the office, he came face to face with an elderly doctor who wore glasses and possessed long, flowing hair. The old man immediately asked him if he was completely certain about undergoing the skeleton remodeling procedure. He responded with a resounding yes, showing absolutely no hesitation whatsoever. He was completely determined to utilize any means necessary to finally become strong during the second attempt at life. The system chimed with a notification, confirming that he had successfully acquired both the low-ranked martial skeleton and the true heaven cultivation technique. Sunman felt incredibly energized. He was already starting off far better than his previous life, despite only having been summoned for a few hours. He had already successfully claimed 2 of the 3 legendary opportunities available within this specific city. These were the exact same chances he had completely missed during his pathetic 13 years in the past. The martial skeleton itself was a complete game changer, essentially a specific bone structure designed to make learning martial arts incredibly simple. He knew an acupuncturist currently existed who could artificially create one for him. The procedure looked absolutely excruciating, with the doctor aggressively shoving needles into his back. Another patient was screaming in obvious pain, but he was fully prepared to endure the suffering to get that much-needed power. He paid the doctor for his services, explaining that he previously missed out because he had already learned a skill by then. The strict requirement for the procedure was to be a no-class individual with a completely clean slate of 0 learned abilities. The status screen for the new skeleton appeared, indicating that it provided the absolute ideal base for martial arts, enabling him to learn new techniques exponentially faster than any normal person. He knew the doctor was destined to kick the bucket in an accident very soon, which explained why almost nobody ever managed to get this incredible buff. He truly had a huge head start on everyone else. The next item on his checklist was the true heaven cultivation technique. It was a manual specifically designed to allow a person to build up internal energy starting from absolute 0. There were countless cultivation techniques floating around, but most of them were complete garbage. He had previously wasted his time with a second-rate version in his past life, which ultimately led to absolutely no progress. but he knew exactly where a truly exceptional technique was hidden, tucked away inside a dusty, small, and old library located in a quiet corner of the town. The library owner had absolutely no clue what treasure he was sitting on. He offered to sell the legendary manual for a mere 40,000 air, bragging that it was an incredibly cheap price. It had only been 1 day since he was summoned, and he had already managed to secure 2 massive power upgrades. He gazed down at his glowing hand, feeling the powerful energy flowing through his entire body. He wasn't finished with his shopping spree yet. There was still one remaining third legendary opportunity that he absolutely needed to snatch before he could finally move on. The third chance was a winning prize from a major Coliseum event, which unfortunately wouldn't even open for another entire year. He was definitely thinking about the long game. He strolled through the bustling town market, mentally reviewing his long-range plan. He had to stay right here in Xenovis and train consistently for a whole year to be fully prepared for that specific tournament. The main obstacle was, predictably, money. They needed 30,000 ear per day just to cover food and lodging, and he currently had absolutely zero funds to his name. He stopped in front of a truly massive, muscular man who was sitting on a mat. To both earn money and train his new skill simultaneously, he realized he would need to start hunting monsters right away. The bold, heavily bearded man looked up at him with a wide grin. He immediately asked the young kid if he was interested in purchasing anything. The man gestured towards some old armor that belonged to a previous adventurer who, in a classic adventurer twist, was no longer using it. He told the kid to take a look and pick out whatever he needed. Sunman activated his ultimate puppy dog eyes mode, using his most adorable, innocent face to beg for a huge discount. He pointed at the armor set, pretending to be a wide-eyed newbie. The merchant nearly collapsed laughing when he heard the kid's paltry offer of 60,000 units of currency. He roughly told him to get lost, because the equipment cost at least 5 times that much. The merchant began waving him away, complaining that the pathetic spectacle was driving away genuine customers. Sunman just knelt there by the stall, projecting maximum hopelessness. The vendor warned him to disappear before things turned physical. Sunman let out a long sigh, realizing he had to deploy his secret weapon. He suddenly announced that he would trade his current attire. The merchant stopped short, staring at him as if he had completely lost his mind. The large man looked confused, examining the boy's simple outfit. Sunman reiterated the deal with a completely serious and unwavering expression. He explained that his clothing originated from a highly developed world called Earth, claiming it was worth the king's ransom to specialty collectors. The merchant completely lost composure, laughing so hard he started weeping. He wheezed through his giggles, asking exactly what was wrong with this strange child. Sunman instantly dropped the act, his expression turning cold and sharp, and the merchant noticed the sudden, profound shift in his overall presence. The merchant pointed accusingly, realizing the kid had been attempting to manipulate him through pity just moments earlier. He confessed to being impressed by the boy's incredible audacity. He finally gave in, agreeing to sell the gear on credit. We laughed at the shameless little pest, adding that he wanted absolutely nothing to do with his filthy clothing. The merchant continued chuckling to himself while Sunman began selecting the equipment. He had essentially decided right then and there to adopt the young man as a regular client. He grinned at Sunman, saying he respected his worn-out and stubborn attitude. He warned him not to die out there just because he was a classless loser. Sunman nodded respectfully and said thank you, promising to repay the remaining 240,000 currency as quickly as possible, all with a stare of a stone-cold assassin. He worked away from the shop carrying a full spear and clad in his newly acquired leather armor. He looked much more like a proper adventurer now. He understood that having even basic padding would dramatically increase his odds of survival. This high-risk gamble with a merchant had paid off handsomely. He reflected on how he never received such a generous favor during his entire first lifetime, wondering if he might finally be getting lucky for once. He quickly checked his optimism, reminding himself never to trust anyone in this new reality. He suspected the friendly merchant was simply planning a future betrayal. We see a panoramic shot of him standing on the edge of a dark, rugged gorge. It was time to give all that new equipment a serious trial run. As he stepped into the hunting territory, the scenery hit him with a powerful wave of nostalgia. This was the exact place where everything went wrong 13 years ago. He flashed back to his younger self, trembling in pure fear while clutching a basic wooden stick. He could barely survive against the very weakest monsters, but now he stood confidently with a long steel spear, looking completely at home in the dangerous wildlands. He let out a little laugh at how completely useless he used to be. He was the literal definition of a loser back in those days. The system notifications began popping up in a continuous stream. He was effectively reloading all the high-level techniques from his previous incarnation. He gazed out over the golden hued horizon of the hunting grounds. The time for the serious grind had finally arrived. He launched forward, moving with blinding speed, leaving clouds of dust in his wake. His footsteps echoed as he vanished into the wilderness. He blurred through the trees like a speeding bullet, closing the distance on his initial target. The lone goblin was casually loafing by a large rock when Sunman suddenly appeared from nowhere. He was already halfway through a deadly spear lunge. The kill was instant and complete. The spearhead became a barely perceptible streak as it raced toward the unsuspecting creature's head. The spear pierced directly through the goblin's skull, killing it instantaneously. There was no struggle, no wasted motion, only pure, lethal efficiency. He spins the spear around in a flashy maneuver, effortlessly flinging off the goblin gore. It was less about cleaning and more about flexing. While he successfully hammered a few blows on the next target, one pesky monster landed a tiny scratch. He's clearly still figuring out the fine print of his regenerated physical form. He stares at his hand, which is now actively bleeding and scorched from the sheer friction. Apparently, high-level techniques are currently more like self-inflicted wounds. He explains that deploying a devastating move, like the self-proclaimed one shot, one kill, on an untrained body results in serious friction burns. The soft, inexperienced hand simply lacks the durability for advanced maneuvers at the moment. He casually licks the wound off, staring intently at his injured palm. He figures all he needs now are some serious calluses to become totally unstoppable. He clenches his fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of confidence. This whole regression thing wasn't a drawback, it was basically the best possible life hack. He internally declares this is a fresh start from this point forward, radiating more determination than ever before. Suddenly, the viewpoint changes to a shadowy, ominous chamber where a red-haired woman lounges in a pool of blood-red energy. Plurally, we have found our new main villain. Blue electrical sparks begin crackling ominously in the air behind her. Someone or something is warping directly into her private sanctuary. She turns around with a look of utter confusion as the blue energy flares. Someone just successfully bypassed all her security protocols. The screen explodes in a blinding flash of blue light, completely filling the chamber. Whoever just showed up definitely isn't some low-level nobody. Nighttime has fully settled in over the small town. The local inn shines warmly, offering a beacon of light. Sunmin is heading back after a brutally long day of grinding, probably completely depleted. The door groans open loudly, announcing his arrival. Jack, the innkeeper, is already waiting behind the counter to welcome him back. Sunmin thumps a heavy sack onto the counter, which Jack immediately begins to inspect. He pays his accommodation fee using monster parts, apparently the preferred local currency for adventurers. Jack offers a warm greeting, clearly recognizing his most valuable customer. Sunmin looks exhausted but composed, handing over the day's loot with a professional demeanor. Jack is shocked that this kid possesses a dimensional pouch, worth an absolute fortune. Sunmin just casually claims he picked it up cheaply from a specific merchant. Jack inspects the inventory, which includes goblin teeth and various bodily fluids. He expresses admiration for the kid's entrepreneurial spirit and confirms the haul covers 2 days of stay. The innkeeper warns him that the Wizard Guild might not offer top dollar for this type of loot. He's genuinely shocked that a kid with no class manages to hunt monsters every single day. Jack declares him truly amazing, but Sunmin looks visibly irritated by the compliment. He replies by asking what's so incredible about merely struggling to survive. Jack remembers Sunmin's initial appearance, a frail kid with no class asking to pay for lodging with monster parts. He honestly believed the boy wouldn't survive a single week. 2 weeks have gone by, and Sunmin hasn't skipped a day of hunting. Jack keeps insisting on calling him talented, a word that absolutely strikes a nerve with our hero. Sunmin's face darkens immediately at the mention of talent. He knows better than anyone that a typical no class wouldn't be this skilled, and he loathes the idea that people think it's just a natural gift. Jack laughs off the awkwardness, comparing him to some legendary figure named Zun. Sunmin, having reached his limit for small talk, decides to retire to his room for a much-needed rest. He walks away without another word, leaving Jack hanging mid-sentence. The kid is clearly focused on his mission and has no patience for small talk or meaningless praise. Back in his room, he clenches his fists so hard his knuckles go white. He rages internally that talent is the absolute last thing he ever wants to hear. He glances around his simple room, feeling the full weight of his past life. He understands that talented is a complete fabrication because his previous life was defined by being utterly untalented. He remembers that his first life concluded as a basic C-class mercenary, despite years of hardship. He then opens his status window, facing the hard reality of his present power level. He now possesses a collection of martial arts, including the dramatically named Soul-Purging Spear, Lightning Stride, Iron Blood Exoskeleton, and Rock Destruction Palm, which are currently only low-grade abilities. He considers these techniques while lounging on his bed, recognizing they represent the grueling efforts of 13 years in his previous life, finally accessible due to a conveniently retained memory. While he recovered them without a fuss, he realizes these powers are distinctly mediocre, and in the grand scheme of Area, these skills certainly won't be enough to propel him to the pinnacle. He directs his gaze toward his open palm. He recalls hitting a frustrating plateau previously, where relentless training with these abilities in the past completely failed to move him higher up the social hierarchy. He pictures his techniques being effortlessly deflected or ignored, realizing that merely accumulating more abilities won't fix his fundamental issue of having next to zero innate war talent. The singular source of optimism is the incredibly named Pure Heavenly Cultivation technique he acquired from the local library, which currently sits at level 2. It possesses genuine, first-rate potential. He understands that even the most impressive cultivation technique isn't limitless, so he desperately needs to find a way to shatter the very boundaries that stifled his progress for 13 long years. He shuts his eyes tightly and enters a profoundly deep meditative state. A purple aura swirls around his form as he carefully focuses on circulating his internal mystical energy. His determination is absolute, realizing he must acquire even stronger martial arts if he wants a different outcome this time around. The settling for C-class mediocrity simply isn't an option. The very next morning, just as he's making his exit, the voice interrupts him from behind. It's Lula, the innkeeper's daughter, who clearly seems annoyed by his annex. Lula demands to know if he's off to the dreadful forest again, completely baffled as to why he's constantly risking his neck in the woods when it's entirely avoidable. She puts her hands on her hips in a classic mother hen pose, stating that as an otherworlder, his remaining good fortune could run dry at any second, leading to a quick and unpleasant death. Sunmin ignores her concern, giving her a cold look over his shoulder, explaining that being an otherworlder means hunting down monsters is literally the only marketable skill he has for survival and income. Luller flatly calls him foolish and suggests he get a regular job, offering him a position working right there at the inn so he doesn't have to keep nearly getting himself killed. She adds that her dad genuinely likes him, and the inn job would be a far better existence than constantly scrapping with goblins, as she's genuinely attempting to look out for his best interests. Sunmin turns around fully and dismisses her offer, explaining that he possesses zero cooking or cleaning abilities, meaning he'd be absolutely worthless in an inn setting anyway. Lola stares as he walks off, unable to comprehend his sheer stubbornness, certain that leading a safe existence while learning a valuable trade is clearly superior to risking death every single day. Sunmin gives her a faint, almost mournful smile as he heads out, promising to return before dinner, fully aware that she will never truly grasp his relentless drive. He exits through the doorway while she yells after him, abandoning the blissful safety of the inn for the absolute mayhem and unpredictability of the outside world. He recalls his previous life, defined by constantly compromising with others, flashing back to a scene of him scrubbing floors while a massive, intimidating figure stood over him. He chose the path of least resistance in that life, doing chores and playing it completely safe, a routine he could easily slip back into, but he vehemently rejects the notion. He strides through the town with a single-minded determination, making a personal vow that he absolutely won't live the kind of subservient life ever again. He is now pursuing a completely different destiny, willing to sacrifice everything to achieve the level of power and status he desperately craves. Used to only watch longingly from a great distance. His face contorts into a fierce expression as he inwardly declares he will create a significantly better existence than his previous one, a failure-filled 13-year stretch he's no longer willing to repeat. The massive, reverberating bell echoes throughout the city air, as the Xenobus clock tower officially marks the passage of another segment of time. Sunmin stops dead in his tracks and glances toward the main plaza as the noon bell echoes, immediately recognizing exactly what this particular signal indicates. The noon bell heralds a new beginning for someone else, specifically, a sign that it is time for another unfortunate otherworlder to be summoned into this world. A swirling blue portal instantly appears near the town fountain, marking the precise moment another unfortunate person from another dimension is unceremoniously dropped into this wretched hellscape. A young boy tumbles out of a glowing portal, dressed in traditional Eastern martial arts robes. He's surrounded by blue sparks, looking as disoriented as a tourist who missed their flight by several dimensions. Sunmin observes from a safe distance, mildly astonished to see a new arrival who looks about his own age. He assumes the kid must be another dimension-hopping action star. He understands that the kid's confusion is standard for a recent arrival, but if he looks too vulnerable, will immediately be targeted by the local lowlights. Predictably, two thugs are already approaching the kid with a bottle of questionable liquid. It's the exact same poison scam they used on Sunmin during his first few hours in town. Sunmin scoffs and turns away, deciding that this mess has absolutely nothing to do with him. He's far too busy dealing with his own impending doom to help anyone else. Suddenly, the gargantuan, half-naked brute stumbles right into him, apparently tripping over nothing in particular. Sunmin tries to apologize immediately, but the thug is already clutching his chest in theatrical agony. The fraudulent nature of the encounter is almost insultingly obvious. The massive individual looms over him, twisting his features into a pained scowl, and announces that Sunmin just shattered his collarbone with a single touch. Sunmin can only stare in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the accusation. The thug, no longer faking, flashes a triumphant grin, knowing he successfully captured his next victim. The brute doesn't wait for a reply, launching a powerful haymaker. Sunmin barely blocks the strike, but the impact sends him sliding several feet across the ground. The thug then begins shouting to the onlookers, playing the victim card with gusto. He's staging a performance for the crowd to justify his attack on Sunmin. He points dramatically at Sunmin, telling the fellow citizens that this fool broke his bones, and now he requires compensation in the form of a violent and humiliating beating. The crowd of vague figures simply watches, but the thug waves them away, claiming he's just giving the young man a much-needed lesson in life skills. Two additional cronies show up, asking their boss what all the commotion is about. The setup has now officially escalated into a 3-on-1 ambush. The leader declares that since the kid broke his bone, he's going to break the kid's bones in return. The thugs close in on Sunmin while the new arrival watches from the sidelines. Sunmin realizes he has stepped into a nest of highly territorial fighters. He notices that, despite the thug's clumsy movements, the punch still utilized a specific type of martial art. He identifies the leader as a third-rate martial artist, which in this world essentially means he's a low-level thug who knows just enough moves to be dangerous to amateurs. He quickly recalls the hierarchy of power in this world: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, peak, and finally supreme peak. It's a ridiculously high ladder to climb. Third-rate is the absolute bottom of the barrel, a level anyone can reach with minimal effort, but for no class 0 like Sunmin, it's still a significant threat. He realizes that he hasn't even recovered enough power from his regression to hit third-rate yet. The situation is quickly becoming truly dangerous. He understands he cannot win this fight alone, and he knows that nobody in this cold, heartless city will lift a finger to help a no-class individual like him. He glances at the new kid, who is about to drink from the poison bottle. He lets out a frantic scream, warning him not to drink that water under any circumstances. The new kid pours his mid-sip, turning toward Sunmin with shockingly intense red eyes. Sunmin specifies that the beverage contains a paralytic toxin. Sunmin calculates that if the kid is from BunRv, He might be able to defend himself provided he avoids paralysis first. He's taking an immense gamble on a total stranger. The thugs are absolutely furious that their carefully constructed scam was exposed. They redirect their full attention back to Sung Min, clearly ready to tear him apart for interfering. The leader comments on Sung Min's decent appearance but mocks his stupidity. He suggests the kid would fetch a high price from nobles with extremely specific and disgusting tastes. The thug launches another powerful kick, and Sung Min knows he must move immediately, or his short life will be over. Sung Min grits his teeth, his eyes burning with defiance. He absolutely refuses to let his journey end like this in a wretched dump like Xenobus. He activates his lightning stride technique, blurring into motion. He's using his knowledge of the future to anticipate the incoming attack and easily evade it. He follows up by activating the Iron Blood Strength and Exoskeleton, focusing his internal energy to harden his body for an immediate counterattack. He launched a barrage of rapid-fire blows aimed at the enormous brute's torso. The connections echoed loudly as he poured every ounce of his energy into the sequence. The observing thugs were astonished that the small fighter managed to land a single hit. They began yelling for their leader in utter disbelief. Sung Min concluded the combination with a stone-shattering palm technique, driving his fist into the big guy's gut with a sudden flash of blue aura. Dust billowed up from the impact point as Sung Min retreated to a ready stance. He was panting heavily, having exhausted a huge amount of internal strength. The large thug simply stood there, then started to laugh uncontrollably. He hadn't sustained a single injury despite the full-force attack. We openly mocked Sung Min, acknowledging the young man had some skill, but quickly pointed out that the technique was utterly useless against him. Sung Min processed the devastating realization that his current physique was too slight and frail. Without sufficient physical strength, his impressive martial arts skills lacked the necessary impact to cause real harm. The other goons started to close in, understanding that security would show up if the disturbance continued. They were determined to end the fight quickly. Sung Min was sweating profusely, knowing he was trapped in a bad situation. He prepared for the inevitable conclusion, realizing he was completely overmatched. Suddenly, the new arrival from the portal appeared. He had striking scarlet eyes and observed the developing confrontation with an expression bordering on boredom. The leader of the thugs swung a massive fist directly at Sung Min's head. Sung Min recognized that he couldn't win unarmed and frantically reached for his spear. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene as the spear was drawn, clashing against the thug's punch with a resounding metallic clang. But it wasn't Sung Min who intercepted the attack. The mysterious new boy stood between them, holding back the giant's strike with just his arm, and calmly challenged the thug to repeat his words. Sung Min could only stare in total shock. He internally calculated that a child of his age should not be capable of halting such a devastating blow. The goons were completely baffled as well, with one of them trying to shout for applause as the new kid prepared a devastating counterattack. The boy's hand began to glow with an intense cerulean light. He was preparing an intricate palm technique that should have been physically impossible for someone so young. Dead lost, he commanded. With a tremendous sonic boom, the kid unleashed a powerful concussive wave that sent all the thugs flying through the air. He stood over them, labeling them mere vermin for attempting to interfere with his business. His expression suggested a king looking down upon insignificant insects. The thugs lay in a crumpled heap on the ground, totally incapacitated. The bystanders whispered in fear, wondering exactly who this terrifying boy was. Sung Min trembled, his eyes wide with comprehension. The palm technique was saturated with high-level internal energy, far surpassing second-rate or even first-rate practitioners. He realized the kid was a peak martial arts master, a level of power that typically requires decades of rigorous training for most people to achieve. A specific name crossed his mind as he examined the boy's face. They were approximately the same age and had both been summoned around the same time. He wondered if this could be the person. The kid questioned him about the area, confirming his total confusion regarding their location, and Sung Min's mind began to race, wondering if this was a little heavenly demon. Huai Jihuan was a notorious individual associated with the demonic cult, a faction that worshipped for power above all else. The cult's primary leader was known as the Heavenly Demon, and the leader's son was designated the young successor. Huai Jihuan was the otherworldly individual who carried that particular title. He was an absolute child prodigy who managed to utilize top-tier martial arts techniques from a remarkably young age. He forged a huge reputation throughout the entirety of area. Sung Min remembered from his past life how Huai Jihuan seemed godlike compared to him. They were the exact same age, yet the gulf between their abilities was immeasurable. The young man confirmed it with a cold stare. His name was indeed Huai Jihuan. The fabled figure was standing right in front of him. The scene shifts to Sung Min's room at the local inn. Huiji was settled comfortably in a chair, casually revealing that he was only 13 years old. Sung Min's inner monologue was full-blown opera, as he found himself utterly flabbergasted by this child's sudden bedroom invasion, truly baffled whether this development was a stroke of genius luck or a cosmic prank. Despite the mental case, Sung Min somehow sputtered out an introduction, declaring himself a grand old 14, while Huiji simply offered a knowing grin, clearly enjoying Sung Min's unfolding predicament. Huiji inquired with casual curiosity, wondering if area truly stood apart from Sung Min's previous dimension, displaying an alarming composure regarding the whole just teleported here revelation. Then, with a deadpan expression, he asked if this particular realm was mercifully free of demonic cults, to which Sung Min emphatically said no, prompting Huiji to simply hold his gaze for an awkward beat. Out of nowhere, Huiji erupted into uproarious laughter, apparently finding the total absence of her sinister cult utterly hysterical, as if it were the punchline to a cosmic joke. his face instantly snapped to grim earnestness, those red eyes now eerily luminous, as he demanded to know precisely what ruckus Sunman had been creating in the plaza just moments ago. Sunman was utterly blindsided, a vivid monochrome flashback instantly flooding his brain, showcasing his past self dramatically screaming about the local water supply. He fumbled through a halting explanation, breathlessly bringing up the paralytic poison, while Ouija simply observed him, silently anticipating the grand finale of his story. Ouija burst into laughter once more, declaring Sunman an arrogant ruffian for daring to speak so casually to him, leaving Sunman drenched in an impressive volume of nervous perspiration. Sunman immediately executed a dramatic, deep bow, profusely apologizing, practically wailing that he had been utterly oblivious to the young master's esteemed position as a leader. His jaw clenched in utter exasperation. He found it unfathomable that he was practically bowing and scraping before a mere 13-year-old, even if the particular preteen possessed the unnerving aura of her small, formidable terror. Ouija offered a tiny, self-assured smirk, then casually brought up observing Lee Sunman attempt to use some form of martial arts during the minor brawlhalla in the town plaza earlier. Lee Sunman, still sporting a rather downtrodden expression with his gaze fixed on the floor, managed a mumbled confirmation, as Ouija Hoyen then dramatically leaned in, preparing to deliver the cold, hard truth, and if that wasn't a dose of brutal honesty, Ouija Hoyen then unleashed a verbal grenade, bluntly informing Sunman that his combat techniques were, to put it politely, absolute garbage, leaving Sunman's face dramatically shadowed as he processed the cutting remark. He was far from finished, not content with that assessment. Ouija then declared that Sunman's very application of those particular methods was every bit as abyssal as the techniques themselves, a true masterclass in futility. The brief, monochrome mental movie played, vividly showcasing Sunman's previously awkward and utterly ungraceful fighting maneuvers. The young genius then questioned, with an air of disbelief, where on this planet one could possibly acquire such spectacularly low-grade combat skills, as the accompanying monochromatic mental images of Sunman struggling against a giant brute made the assessment sting even more. Lee Sunman was visibly reaching his breaking point, his features twitching uncontrollably with a furious blend of mortification and exasperation, as he clenched his jaw and demanded to know what on earth this precocious youngster was actually trying to accomplish with his relentless barrage of ridicule. Ouija Hoyen then nonchalantly reclined, casually presenting an offer that sounded less like a proposition and more like a full-blown divine intervention. He would personally instruct Sunman in the martial arts, all while fixing him with those unsettlingly intense red eyes. Sunman was rendered utterly speechless, while Ouija confidently asserted that his personal tutelage guaranteed improvement for anyone, regardless of how utterly hopeless their initial skill level might be. A bold declaration indeed. Sunman remained in a state of bewildered contemplation, his utter confusion practically radiating, simply unable to fathom that this celebrated, almost mythical, master was genuinely proposing to tutor him. He faltered, hesitantly asking if this was truly an offer to impart martial arts wisdom, a golden chance he certainly could never have conjured in his wildest fantasies during his previous existence. Ouija then raised a single digit, announcing a solitary stipulation, and Sunman, for his part, appeared entirely prepared to sign away his very soul for such an unbelievable prospect. Ouija dramatically leaned closer, a mischievous glint dancing in his gaze, while Sunman, practically glistening with nervous perspiration from the sheer tension of the moment, croaked out an inquiry about the condition. He then roared, demanding that Sunman become his companion, emphatically jabbing a finger at him with an enormous, toothy grin, leaving Sunman oddly motionless, sporting a face that clearly suggested he'd just been sideswept by an 18-wheeler. A broad view captured the two youngsters within the chamber. Sunman remained frozen, his expression utterly vacant, signifying what amounted to the beginning of his complete and utter mental meltdown. His inner framework visibly crumbling as a fabled young prodigy suddenly declared his desire for friendship with a self-proclaimed nobody. Truly, what bizarre dimension had he stumbled into now? Let's rewind the clock to see a tiny Ouija Hoyen gazing up at the heavens. He's yelling for his father, sporting an expression that screams "I mean business." The diminutive future leader is positively radiating cuteness, all sparkly as he boldly informs his dad that he desperately needs a new buddy. His father, the actual heavenly demon, just stands there completely bewildered, wondering where on earth the kid picked up such a peculiar concept as a friend. Ouija proudly displays a book, explaining how the text claims a pal allows you to conquer any challenge. It's truly sweet how a future devil is shaped by something so innocent. His dad sizes him up with a look implying he's too naive for this world. He replies that the sentiment isn't necessarily false, but only applies to commoners. The atmosphere immediately darkens as Ouija Hark shows his true colors. He informs his son there's absolutely zero space for friendships when your destiny is to command every single demon. The father goes full drill sergeant, shouting that the boy should focus that determination on practice. Then Ouija just stands there nervously, whispering that he comprehends. The child runs away weeping, just like any normal toddler after being yelled at. Even a future powerhouse must begin their journey as a little crybaby, it seems. The heavenly demon watches him leave, looking thoughtful for a moment. He may be a vicious tyrant, but it's clear he's second-guessing the harsh words he just delivered. He considers his advice, acknowledging that ordering a child to avoid friendship sounds quite pathetic when spoken aloud. Skipping ahead, we find a younger Ouija deep in combat practice. The arena is completely littered with the bodies of individuals his father rounded up for him to eliminate. Ouija Hark observes that while most opponents were worthless, they still amounted to 50 bodies. He gazes at his son with a strange blend of admiration and worry. At just 10 years old, Ouija was already a terrifying force, destroying all challengers with unbelievable talent. He moved in a streak of crimson and shadow as he dispatched them. This farther muses that the boy's immense talent is actually a disadvantage, isolating him from everyone around him. He appears quite downcast, contemplating how things might have turned out differently. Fast forward to the present. Ouija wears a massive grin, pointing directly at Sunman and insisting he become his new best friend. This kid has been preparing for this social interaction his entire existence. A quick summary of his past flashes by: born to inherit, overwhelmed by pressure and training from infancy. It explains why he's not exactly a social butterfly. Sunman is standing in place, a single drop of nervous sweat forming as he questions the sudden situation. Ouija simply believes people of similar ages are automatically compatible, relying purely on feelings rather than sense. They ultimately seal the deal with a handshake. It seems like a mundane action, but for Ouija, it represents a gigantic leap forward in his isolated existence. Ouija starts sparkling once more, officially proclaiming Lee Sunman his best buddy. He displays far too much joy for someone who holds such a prominent position within a cult of demons. Sunman experiences a complete mental breakdown. He's calculating that he just befriended a 13-year-old boy while his inner self is a full 27 years old. The calculations simply aren't adding up for our time traveler. Ouija instantly follows through on his promise and volunteers to instruct Sunman in the Violet Mystic technique. Sunman is taken aback, realizing the kid really intends to start the training. The Violet Door Mystic technique is incredibly serious business, a peculiar school where internal power physically transforms into amethyst. It appears both stylish and exceptionally risky. Ouija notices Sunman using formal speech patterns and instantly gets agitated. He questions whether informal language isn't standard between friends, maintaining a stone-cold expression. The intensity is palpable. Ouija glares at him, expecting the formal way of speaking to cease immediately. Sunman appears to be on the verge of total collapse. Sunman nervously fumbles over his words before finally surrendering. Ouija beams at him with the most dazzling, naive smile ever witnessed on a martial arts expert. He clarifies that he cannot share the heavenly demonic mystic art because it's reserved solely for the clan leader and heir, making it exclusively for family members. However, he guarantees Sunman that the Violet Door Mystic art provides an excellent, top-tier replacement. We then see a charming little drawing comparing both techniques. He inquires about Sunman's opinion, obviously pleased with his decision. He's truly enthusiastic about assisting his new pal in gaining more power. We jump ahead in time. 30 days have flown by since their agreement. Sunman is back out in the forest, wielding his spear with significantly improved composure. We witness a twist of fate as Sunman dispatches a goblin. He spent the last 4 weeks rigorously training with Ouija Hoyan, and the results are undeniably evident. The battlefield was covered in a thick carpet of dead monsters. Sunman stood proudly, resting his weight on his trusty spear, and figured that if he just kept this up for a little while longer, he'd be powerful enough to take over the world. We glanced at his stats, confirming he was hovering somewhere between level 3 and level 2. Considering his last 13 years were spent achieving absolutely nothing, this progress felt like he just invented fire. Inside his head, a nagging voice named Ouija started teasing him, pointing out that even with all this progress, he still had zero talent. Someone mentally shouted at his annoying internal guest to go take a lawn work off a short pier. We started collecting the loot, a proper professional move. He looked like a ninja in training, shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the pitiful wreck he'd been exactly 30 days ago. His internal warning system suddenly went haywire as he sensed something enormous nearby. His eyes stretched wide as he spotted the new heavyweight contender lurking in the trees. A gigantic green orc was towering over him. Sunman launched himself into the air, spear poised, realizing this was going to be the first real challenge he'd faced since his unexpected rebirth. Sunman casually brushed a streak of blood from his cheek, maintaining a focused expression. He knew for certain he would have been absolutely obliterated if he hadn't kept his guard up during the confrontation. This orc was a genuine monstrosity, making a simple goblin look like a harmless house cat. Sunman was baffled to see such a high-level creature so near the novice starting zone. His gaze darted back across the tree line, the whirlwind of motion. He had her confirm that this wasn't some elaborate ambush or that a whole family of them wasn't waiting in the bushes. He kept his attention locked on the edge of the forest, letting his previous 13 years of grim survival instincts guide him. He definitely wasn't going to roll the dice on this one. He performed one final, thorough examination of the surrounding area, ensuring there wasn't a sneak attack incoming from his blind spot. He verified that the monstrous orc was flying solo. Knowing he wasn't outnumbered gave him the courage to unleash his full power without hesitation. He fixed his gaze on the enormous green creature, gripping his spear tightly. He couldn't shake the suspicion that this one lone monster might actually be a red herring for a larger problem. Time for action. Sunman unleashed a devastating blast of pure energy from his spear, completely obliterating the orc. His current level of destructive potential was truly staggering compared to his pathetic past. He landed the final strike, and his silhouette could actually be seen through the gaping hole he just punched in the monster's chest. That's what you call a serious finishing move. The creature tumbled to the ground in a heap, while Sunman landed as lightly as a feather. He reviewed the carnage he caused with a detached, professional air. Sunman felt a surge of self-satisfaction about the successful hunt, but the mental image of Ruji immediately appeared to deflate his ego. Chu scoffed, saying that eliminating a single orc was basically child's play for someone with her immense power. He stared down at the decaying remains, the sense of unease creeping up on him. Orcs were not native to this specific region, so he wondered where this large green fellow had suddenly popped up from. A voice suddenly cut through the silence from somewhere hidden in the trees, praising his impressive fighting style. Sunmin immediately spun around, spear ready, instantly activating his defensive posture. The man wearing purple and white robes strolled casually into the small clearing. Sunmin held his spear firmly in place, knowing better than to trust anyone lurking in a dark forest. The individual introduced himself as Woon Hyeryun, or as he preferred to be called, the Orchid Destruction Sword. He clearly had the aura of a powerful warrior from the BunRv school. Sunmin wasn't impressed by the elaborate title or the dramatic entrance. He simply stood over the orc corpse and demanded to know what business the man had interrupting him. Woon Hyeryun gestured toward the dead orc and explained that he was here because of a specific issue connected to the creature. It looked like Sunmin had accidentally stumbled into a brand new side quest. The scene shifts back to the bustling city square in Xenovis, illuminated by the bright morning sun. It was time for a group formation, where heroes assembled to tackle local problems. A rather thin fellow named Sunrang raised doubts about Sunmin's youthful appearance. Woon Hyeryun stepped in to support him, assuring everyone present that he had personally witnessed the kid's incredible combat skills. The adventuring group was finally coming together. Woon argued vehemently that despite Sunmin's lack of years, he possessed all the necessary talents to be a valuable addition to the mission. Next to join was Won Pei, known by the alias Black Rain Dagger. She was a purple-haired assassin wearing a rather intimidating mask, giving off an intense and highly professional vibe. Rounding out the crew was Rainier, a charming mage from the School of Velars. She appeared significantly more cheerful and approachable than the rest of this mismatched bunch of misfits. Rainier politely inquired if Sunmin was fully aware of the danger he was signing up for. He responded with a confident shrug, claiming he had at least some grasp of the situation. The camera panned out to reveal a massive horde of orcs swarming across the landscape. Apparently, a brand new orc settlement had sprung up close by and was systematically slaughtering all the beginner adventurers in the vicinity. Woon Hyeryun, with a smile that could buy a small island, detailed the yearly earnings, a tidy 20 million from the mercenary guild alone, ballooning to a whopping 35 million with all the shiny loot, enough to make a dragon blush with envy. He then demonstrated the flawless 5-way split, perfectly equitable, prompting Sunmin to mentally calculate his personal slice of the pie. The cool 7 million gold coin suddenly felt like a very real possibility for his pocket. Sunmin felt a powerful tug of temptation, as a colossal endeavor such as this rarely failed to promise instant riches. Yet his gut warned him that such a golden opportunity invariably came with a rather inconvenient, prickly hook. His biggest concern, the real brain tease, revolved around trusting these utterly unfamiliar individuals. His imagination painted them all with glowing red eyes and an aura of pure, unadulterated sinister intention. Woon Hyeryun flashed a smile charming enough to melt icebergs, but Sunmin was suddenly hit with a profound hold on a minute moment, a gut feeling screaming that something was decidedly fishy about the whole situation. Despite his lingering doubts, Sunmin reluctantly agreed to join, a decision that utterly delighted Woon, who was quick to laud his wisdom for making such an undeniably correct choice. Woon clapped a hand on Sunmin's shoulder, instantly transforming into an oval chummy pal, cheerfully stating that with a formidable warrior like him aboard, their perilous journey would now be an absolute breeze. Sunmin, ever polite, offered his thanks for the surprising hospitality, but his attention was abruptly snagged by something distinctly odd. Drawing his eyes towards the rather shadowy rear of their peculiar procession, he inquired about the mysterious figures slumped inside the wagon, noting they appeared utterly exhausted and were laden with truly prodigious quantities of equipment, looking more like pack animals than people. Woon, with a dismissive wave, dubbed them mules, explaining they were merely nobodies without any particular class, simply present to haul everyone's gear, a glaring irony that completely soared over his head like a misplaced pigeon. Sunmin observed as one of these mules bowed deeply, a gesture of servility, a stark reminder that being a no-class individual from another world generally guaranteed a universal welcome mat of abject mistreatment. Rainier casually instructed a mule to procure some apples with whatever spare change was lying around, demanding the obvious truth that these burdened individuals were nothing more than convenient tools for the primary adventurers. The mules dutifully trudged onward with their oppressive burdens as the main party departed, while Woon, with a theatrical sigh, advised Sunmin to simply not fret over such insignificant concerns. The scene concluded with a dramatic close-up of Woon Hyeryun's face morphing into a truly sinister, dark green mask adorned with a positively unsettling grin, confirming he was undeniably the designated antagonist for this entire regrettable escapade. BunRv, oblivious to impending doom, was cheerfully munching on a newly acquired apple, enjoying a fleeting moment of pure, innocent tranquility before the inevitable, very literal, bloodbath was unleashed upon them all. The entire crew was sledding through the incredibly dense forest, with the poor mules visibly faltering under their monumental loads. The grueling trek towards orc territory, where the air felt thicker than a goblin's stew. Sunmin inquired about the precise number of hostiles, to which Woon Hyeryun nonchalantly replied around 50, swiftly adding they would only need to tackle about 30, a number still hilariously ambitious for their motley band. Woon, sporting a perpetually smug, eminently punchable expression, brazenly dismissed the orcs as utterly dull-witted and simple, seemingly convinced they could just waltz in, liquidate the entire population, and effortlessly claim their payment like it was a leisurely picnic. He then proceeded to unveil his grand strategy, the tactical division into two distinct teams, with Woon specifically requesting Sunmin, the diminutive yet formidable warrior, to join his own personal squad. The roster was simple. Team Alpha consisted of Woon and Sunmin, while Team Beta featured the towering warrior Won Pei alongside Rainier, all represented by adorable little icons on the battle plan, completely belying the truly gruesome reality awaiting them. The brilliant scheme was a classic bait and bludgeon maneuver, designed to coax the unsuspecting orcs from their cozy village dwellings, subsequently splitting their ranks to facilitate a much more convenient and messy mass slaughter. Gungnir demonstrated a touch of her formidable wind magic, clarifying she would disperse their very human scent far and wide, effectively igniting the orcs' ferocious territorial instincts. Wishhorse, quite frankly, just ringing a giant dinner bell for bloodthirsty creatures. The group, a collection of eager-faced ruffians, practically salivated for the imminent brawl, plotting to conceal themselves for a brutal ambush while Rhaenyra fine-tuned her formidable offensive sorcery, all treating this deadly engagement as if it were a cheerful playground skirmish. Wynn casually tossed Sun Min a flare, cheerfully assigning the youngster the pivotal task of igniting it to entice the remainder of the orc horde, thereby handily entrusting the absolute deadliest responsibility to their most junior recruit. The subsequent diagram vividly illustrated the troop division. Team Alpha would draw one specific orc contingent, while Team Beta tackled the other, with Woon innocently querying if it all seemed simple, deliberately making it sound utterly effortless. Sun Min offered a terse nod, a silent recognition of the rather unsophisticated scheme, understanding perfectly that with their limited numbers, a truly elegant trap was impossible, leaving this raw approach as their only viable, albeit risky, option. Woon pointed out they were nearing orcish lands, claiming he could already discern the ominous, shadowy silhouettes of the village entrance peeking malevolently through the dense canopy of trees, a truly welcoming sight. They stumbled upon a rather gruesome totem, essentially a skull grotesquely impaled on a stick adorned with crimson fabric, broadcasting a crystal-clear warning, retreat immediately, unless a messy demise was on their bucket list. The somewhat chilling pronouncement, "May you all fight well," lingered heavily in the oppressive atmosphere, an utterly unsettling benediction preceding the imminent, glorious chaos about to descend upon them all. Observing from above, we witness the cohorts departing, as the murky timbaland dwarfs them until they appear like fragile insects. One heavy hauler is utterly spent, wheezing and dripping while letting gear that threatens to snap his very soul. Sun Min watches the staggering servant with mild pity, aware that lacking skills in this gloom equals a guaranteed funeral. The porter is a wreck, sobbing for oxygen while trying to keep pace, looking ready to keel over onto the muddy floor. The boy pauses to scrutinize the peasant with icy, calculating stares, eventually demanding to know the name of this wreck. The laborer jumps in fright, nearly leaping from his boots, unable to grasp that a champion is actually acknowledging his presence. The fellow identifies himself as Brass, looking entirely drained, acting as a working advertisement for the benefits of giving up. Sun Min avoids any comforting lies, bluntly stating he lacks the desire to safeguard the man once the green monsters arrive. He presents a terrifying choice to either bolt or stay close, offering the ultimate chance to embrace survival or doom. Sun Min glimpses at Woon, certain that the party's star will not move a muscle for a mere drudge. As the leader is distracted, shaking with dread, Brass admits he cannot desert, because the guild makes quitting a mission feel like a vacation compared to their wrath. The miserable soul seems ready to sob, caught between a sharp cliff and a hard place, where every available path leads to a casket. Sun Min recalls the grim facts, since running away leads to torture so legendary that even demons would take notes on the guild's methods. Simply advising the man to prioritize his own safety, the warrior offers a chilly farewell. His honesty is his only remaining gift. Woon spoils the quiet, telling the youthful combatant they have reached the Heimlet, while flashing a grin as synthetic as polyester. They peer through the undergrowth at the wooden fortifications, successfully dodging the patrols, though the real Nightmare is just getting warmed up, preparing to spark the signal. Sun Min lets power hum in his palms, until the leader halts him to investigate a shiny detail. Woon fixates on the magic bag again, drooling over the price tag while his eyes glow with the hunger of 1,000 scavengers. Turning grim, the man demands to know what was removed from the back, hovering like a vulture searching for more loot to grab. Sun Min retrieves a water bottle and douses the dirt, explaining that they need a thick coat of sludge for their skin. It acts as a sneaky way to hide their meaty scent, leaving Woon impressed that the kid has skills far beyond his tender age. Shrugging it off as a lesson from his teacher, the boy stays locked on the goal, radiating an aura far beyond his years. We witness a brief moment of them slapping on the grime, a nasty task that separates survivors from the dead. A scarlet flare screeches toward the clouds, leaking smoke and proving there is no way to cancel this party now. Those green brutes snap their heads toward the light, their lemon-colored eyes burning with enough rage to melt a whole glacier. The commander claims he has a brilliant idea, which is universal code for the fact that someone is about to get totally betrayed. Staring at the drifting smoke with a blank face, Woon prepares to reveal a strategy so heartless it would surprise a villain. The leader recommends ejecting the servant into view to lure the monsters away while they sneak around, effectively converting the man into a snack. Brass freezes in terror at his pending execution, while Sun Min glows with dark energy, seeing the sheer depth of Woon's rotten soul. The carrier whimpers that his heartbeat will certainly cease if he ventures into that open space. Woon offered the guy a look so cold it could freeze fire, declaring flatly that he definitely wouldn't perish. Sure, and I'm a professional tightrope walker. Woon, flashing a grin that could curdle milk, whispered to Brass that hesitation meant Woon himself would personally end him. The alleged hero had officially transformed into a nightmare. Woon quickly tried to play it off as a joke, but the complete lack of laughter confirmed nobody found it funny at all. Brass, meanwhile, appeared ready to faint from sheer terror. Sun Min balled his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, grinding his teeth in fury. He was barely containing his rage at Woon's total disrespect for human decency. Sun Min pivoted away from Woon, allowing his elongated shadow to fall across the ground. His hand went straight to his spear, indicating a choice had been made. He announced he would take the lead, moving into the open area first. He wasn't about to stand by and let a completely helpless person be sacrificed as monster bait. Woon fixed him with a dark, completely illegible stare, likely trying to figure out why the smaller warrior was suddenly acting like a hero. Sunmin found himself instantly encircled by a baker's dozen of orcs. These birds were huge, very green, and fully armed to the max, but Sunmin just counted instead of screaming. The fight kicked off instantly. Sunmin became a whirlwind of movement, effortlessly spinning his spear with practiced skill. He weaved through the monstrous enemies, searching for the perfect weak point. He landed a decisive blow, and the count dropped to 12. He was literally crossing off his kills as if they were mundane items on a tedious to-do list. He rotated the spear, driving another fatal strike directly into an orc's neck. 12 was officially finished, and he immediately focused on the next target. Crimson fluid sprayed in all directions while he continued his grim tally, noting aloud that only 11 remained. He moved with a cold, unfeeling accuracy of a machine. Brass observed from the safety of the perimeter, dripping with nervous sweat, questioning whether he had the courage to join in. He felt inspired, yet fully aware he was completely unmatched, and Sunmin silently confirmed that feeling. Sunmin was completely soaked in blood, his eyes shining with desperate intensity. He understood this wasn't about seeking recognition or honor, it was purely about surviving the night. Brass lingered in the background, visibly on the verge of total cardiac arrest. He began to question if Sunmin was only helping him because he felt sorry for him. Sunmin's internal monologue confirmed they shared no deep bond and certainly weren't friends. His assistance to Brass stemmed from a simple truth: both of them were essentially nobodies in this world. He briefly glanced at Brass from the corner of his vision. In a brutal reality where might determines justice, these two low-ranking individuals had only themselves to trust. The gigantic orc with intimidating crimson eyes locked onto him. Sunmin understood the harsh reality of the jungle's unwritten rules better than anyone else. The powerful dictate absolutely every aspect of existence. He accepted it as a hideously clear and brutal principle. He existed in a world designed to crush people like him, meaning he had no choice but to become the most powerful person around. His mind flashed back to his rigorous training sessions under Weezy Hoyan. He recalled failing repeatedly, regardless of how many times the lessons were demonstrated. Weezy dismissively called him an absolute idiot, instructing him to simply retain the knowledge in his memory. Weezy's silhouette loomed over him, radiating the usual arrogant condescension. Weezy imparted a final piece of advice, instructing him to memorize this singular spear-holding method. That specific lesson was proving essential to his survival at this very moment. Lai Soon-min, encircled by foes, concentrated intently on his master's teachings. He recalled the advice to maintain distance during combat, driven by a fierce ambition to surpass his previous life limitations. With laser precision, he initiated his assault. This was the exact instance where a full month of grueling training under Weezy Hoyan yielded results, as he unleashed the soul-chasing spear technique. The attack was a magnificent whirlwind of sharpened steel. He moved too fast for the eye to track, performing the third form of his spear technique, the lightning-splitting strike, impaling every single orc within range. He wasn't simply fighting defensively, he was a genuine force of nature. A single enormous swing of his spear tore through an entire cluster of orcs, splattering gore and severed limbs everywhere. The orcs found themselves utterly bewildered by his incredible velocity and pinpoint accuracy. Despite officially having no stators, he fought exactly like an expert master, leaving behind a grim path of corpses. As soon men focused on decimating the enemy's vanguard, one particularly sneaky orc managed to corner the mule. Brass, the unfortunate fellow, lay helpless on the dirt while the beast prepared to flatten him. But Soon-min hadn't finished his work just yet. Brass choked out a terrified whimper as the looming orc cast a massive shadow over him. He was staring directly into the eyes of death, and it appeared this was truly the end for the hapless guy. Like a teleporting ninja who forgot to say hi, Soon-min materialized instantly, plunging his spear through the orc's sternum. He snatched Brass from the jaws of certain doom right as the clock ran out. The grim, crimson-stained grin spread across Soon-min's face. He was absolutely soaked in monster parts, yet he seemed to be genuinely savoring the slaughter for the first time. The ground was laid with dead green bodies, resembling a very gruesome shag carpet. Soon-min stood amidst the wreckage, the spear still weeping blood, having single-handedly dispatched every single beast. Woon Hee-ren was nonchalantly separating orc ears from heads, as if he were harvesting a particularly disgusting field of corn. This man possessed an almost alarming level of comfort with the bloody requirements of a bounty hunt. He flicked a new ear onto the growing heap, meticulously tallying them to ensure all 13 were accounted for. All the while, he flashed a wide grin, maintaining the appearance of a perfectly cheerful, exemplary boss. Woon pivoted towards Soon-min, towering him with praise for the rapid completion of their objective. He then assumed the other squad was finishing up their job, unaware that Woon's true plan was about to unfold. Woon sharply ordered Brass, their designated pack mule, to immediately start gathering all the items. The porter simply nodded in terror, scurrying to follow the command exactly as instructed. Sunmin agreed to rejoin the others, but his suspicion was clearly visible beneath the surface. He felt an undeniable sense of rawness about Woon's whole demeanor that he couldn't shake. The tight shot on Brass revealed a man pushed far past his breaking point. He was drenched in sweat and shaking uncontrollably, likely wondering if he'd survive long enough to even see civilization again. While working, Brass leaned in close and quietly offered a truly heartfelt thank you to Sunmin. He fully understood that the young man had drawn the danger away, saving him from becoming a human-sized pinkshin. Brass dragged himself away to resume his duties, his shoulders permanently hunched in resignation. He was nothing but low-ranking fodder attempting to scrape by in a world that consistently tried to erase him. Sun Min observed Brass departing, feeling a profound sadness in his chest. He saw a mirror image of his own earlier, struggling existence in the porter, and the sight clearly disturbed him. They eventually located the remainder of the team, discovering Ryan relaxing on a boulder as if they just concluded a pleasant Sunday outing instead of a bloody slaughterfest. The whole squad looked completely at ease. Rainier munched on a snack while the large warrior boasted about how simple their task had been. They then began teasing Sun Min for arriving covered in grime and debris. Wun chuckled dismissively, once more commending Sun Min for handling everything so swiftly. He was really pouring on the false compliments, a sure sign that treachery was just around the corner. The pretense finally dropped, as Wun looked absolutely wicked and announced that the genuine difficulties were just beginning. Meanwhile, Won-Pei had already started slinking toward the oblivious mage from behind. Sun Min's eyes stretched wide in horror as he fully understood the trap was being sprung. His gut feeling screamed at him that this situation had gone from bad to catastrophically terrible. The dark, gloved hand extended from the obscurity behind her. Won-Pei moved with supernatural silence, and Rainier remained completely ignorant of her presence. With a dull, horrible impact, Won-Pei plunged a dagger directly through Rainier's spine. The mage's previously naive face instantly twisted into an expression of profound agony and disbelief. Rainier let out a high-pitched gasp as crimson fluid erupted from the wound. She had absolutely no warning, and the treachery was both shockingly sudden and incredibly cruel. The mage tumbled lifelessly to the ground while Won-Pei casually retreated from the scene. The team's internal cleanup operation had officially commenced. Sang-Rai watched the events unfold with a blank, slightly bewildered stare. Wun stood nearby, the sword already unsheathed, looking precisely like the scoundrel he truly was all along. Sun Min didn't pause for a second, instantly crossing spears with Wun in a flash of movement. Sparks flew as the two competitors began their intensely fast-paced battle. Wun, looking utterly unamused, told Sun Min he was simply an obstacle. Sun Min gritted his teeth, quickly realizing he was facing an adversary significantly more powerful than himself. The current fight suddenly triggered a vivid memory in Sun Min's mind. He flashed back to his childhood, standing in the city square and hearing a terrifying scream pierce the air. He heard a collective gasp from the surrounding crowd as everyone rushed to converge on a central point. The atmosphere in the flashback felt overwhelmingly thick with fear and misery. The young Sun Min dashed through the narrow streets, shoving past other pedestrians. He was lugging a substantial bag, indicating he was likely working as a porter during that time. The city guard halted his movement, asking if he'd never witnessed an execution previously. The word hovered in the air, striking him with a chilling, absolute finality. The young Sun Min looked completely terrified. He stammered out the term execution, struggling to fully process the horrifying concept of such violence. The guard clarified that the individual on the chopping block was once a very daring mercenary from BunRv, who mistakenly believed he could evade punishment after committing murder. The Whispers claimed this character had betrayed and murdered all his companions during a mission. Also, he could keep every last cent of the prize for himself. Unfortunately for him, his insatiable greed eventually led to his capture. In the present moment, Sun Min studied Wun and realized he was facing that very same kind of monster from the rumors. The resemblance to the man he saw executed years ago was unsettlingly precise. Wun flashed a dark, malicious grin. He recognized that Sun Min had figured out the deception, but he simply didn't care. Wun admitted he was taken aback by the speed of the boy's reaction. He had clearly underestimated the intuition of this seemingly useless kid. Sun Min scoffed inwardly, realizing he knew this from the start. He had watched this exact man get executed in his previous life, giving him a massive advantage by using future knowledge to stay completely ahead. He remembered the execution vividly because it was the first one he had ever witnessed 13 years prior. That's truly a memorable core memory to retrieve from the archive, especially when it comes back to haunt you. Wun dismissed the information as irrelevant, changing the subject to Sun Min's battle tactics against the orcs. He had been meticulously analyzing the kid throughout their entire encounter. We yelled that Sun Min was demonstrably inferior, lunging forward with a burst of purple energy. As a second-rate martial artist, Wun was certain he held the undeniable power advantage. Wun slammed his foot to the ground with force, preparing a massive, powerful thrust. He was clearly trying to finish the match immediately, going straight for the lethal strike. Sun Min fixed his gaze intently on Wun. He understood that this opponent was a severe challenge for his present skill level, but quitting was simply not an option. Time seemed to crawl as Sun Min meticulously tracked the pattern of Wun's actions. He could predict the exact angle of the incoming diagonal slash well before it was launched. The white blur streaked across the battlefield as Sun Min launched his counter move, betting entirely on his perfect timing. He chose to exploit the length advantage of his spear, intending to keep the swordsman from getting close. By extending his reach, he hoped to completely surprise Wun. The sharp spear point struck Wun's chest precisely. Wun gasped sharply as the sheer force of the blow ripped through his defenses and sent a powerful shockwave through his body. Sun Min returned the torrent, asking who seemed weaker now. He privately credited his victory to his past life knowledge and the absolutely brutal training regimen he endured under Weiji Hoyan. Wun expressed surprise, conceding that the kid possessed genuine skill. Despite the hit, he remained standing, appearing to have found a sudden boost of strength. Without warning, Wun began violently hacking up copious amounts of blood. His eyes widened in absolute horror as he realized his physical functions were suddenly shutting down. Sun Min explained the grim reality, revealing that it was poison. He confessed to mixing a slow-acting toxin into the mud they had applied to themselves earlier in the day. The poison wasn't designed for instant death but rather to slowly permeate through the skin, ultimately paralyzing Woon's entire body. It was clear Sun Min had meticulously planned every detail. Woon's body convulsed uncontrollably, leaving him unable to even grasp his sword firmly. Sun Min sneered, inquiring what the so-called Mr. Martial Master thought of the situation now. Woon executed a desperate maneuver, stumbling away from Sun Min. He was desperately searching for any opportunity to escape this sudden catastrophe. A purple flash shot across the air as Woon moved with surprising speed, powered purely by his intense survival instincts even as the poison gripped his body. Sun Min responded quickly, recognizing Woon's target in an instant. He realized a moment too late that letting Woon escape had been a grave error in judgment. Woon grabbed the porter, holding him hostage. He pressed his sword directly against the man's throat, using the unfortunate fellow as a human shield. Spitting up blood, Woon threatened to murder the porter instantly if Sun Min dared to move. He had completely devolved into a desperate coward. Woon let out a bloody chuckle, ridiculing Sun Min's apparent compassion for others. He genuinely believed that this tactic had secured his victory at last. Sun Min fixed Woon with a cold, unblinking stare. He wasn't looking at the hostage with concern. Rather, his expression held nothing but pure, unfiltered contempt for Woon. Sun Min processed the situation, understanding that Woon was now completely rooted to that spot. He began to calculate his next step with a chilling sense of focus. He pondered if Woon was truly an idiot, since he knew exactly how this entire scenario would conclude. Spoiler alert, it wasn't going to end well for Woon. Woon continued to scream at Sun Min to stay put, clutching the sword tightly against the porter's throat. He truly believed taking a hostage was a solid plan against someone who spent 13 years as a mercenary. Sun Min clarifies that helping Brass wasn't some noble gesture of friendship. It was purely a matter of low-class solidarity. They were both equally unimportant, so it was just good form to stick together in the gutter. The visual switches to a split screen showing Brass and Sun Min looking equally grim. The forest air itself feels heavy, like it's holding its breath, waiting for the final shoe to drop. Sun Min squints hard, as if trying to calculate the odds. He's already come to terms with whatever terrible, messy ending is about to unfold. Woon grins through the blood spatter like a total madman. He's convinced he successfully leveraged Sun Min's sentimental side for his own benefit. Sun Min's inner voice gives him a stern lecture to snap out of his feelings. He understands he's too drained from fighting orcs to pull off a protracted battle. He knows that on a normal Tuesday, he could have ended Woon before the guy registered a thought, but his body is running on fumes, making a fatal error highly likely if he overextends himself. He's also in the dark about how long the poison effects will linger. He needs to hoard every last joule of energy in case the rest of the crew decides to join the party. He realizes he's run out of choices. He spots a small vulnerability and decides to finish the whole ridiculous affair in one go. Brass gazes upward, tears streaming down his face, fully grasping the gravity of the moment. The lifelong coward finally finds his bravery, deciding to grow a spine in the most dramatic way possible. Brass grabs Woon's arms in a sudden surge of adrenaline-fueled strength. Woon is completely caught off guard by the porter's very inconvenient resistance. Woon screams in pure fury, trying to shake off the clinging men. Brass holds on like a particularly aggressive barnacle, refusing to let go of his grip. Sun Min lets out a startled yell of Brass's name, completely flabbergasted by the porter's sudden, heroic act of self-sacrifice. Brass screams at him to get clear while wrestling with Woon. He deliberately takes a sword to the chest to ensure the opening is created for Sun Min. The porter uses every bit of strength to keep Woon rooted in place. He cries out, reminding Woon that he should have moved when Brass warned him earlier. Brass is literally gushing blood onto Woon, keeping him firmly in position. Woon is horrified, understanding that his chosen human shield has somehow transformed into his final executioner. Woon starts panicking violently, trying to break free from Brass's hold. He can't believe his flawless, evil plan is being ruined by a completely useless nobody. Woon's face is a frozen picture of sheer horror. He hears Sun Min's voice booming in his ears, instructing him to wait and listen, even as Sun Min remains completely silent. The final, messy swipe finishes the confrontation. The clearing falls completely silent, almost as if nothing happened. Brass and Wang Pei lie dead on the forest floor. Sun Min realized the price tag on victory was way higher than he ever intended to pay. The silhouette shot captures the grim aftermath of the conflict. The forest, apparently having a hunger, claimed more souls in the fighting today. Brass lies dead on the ground, his face finally looking calm. He died a hero, proving once and for all he wasn't just a lowly porter. Sun Min stands over the buddies, leaning heavily on his spear. He appears far older than his actual years, bearing the visible, heady weight of the horrible day. He reports that Woon and Wang Pei took the mercenary guild reward money and then disappeared completely. He and Sang Yang divided up the mission loot and remaining cash. Back at the inn, Wei Jai Ho Yon beams at him with a ridiculously bright smile. The sudden change from the forest's bloody mess to the room's cozy warmth is severely jarring. Sun Min stumbles into his room, barely able to keep his eyes from slamming shut. He earned a pile of money, but he's pretty sure the cost was his entire soul. He collapses on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He's consumed by the agonizing thought that if he just had more energy, Brass would be fine. The guild is absolutely shredding him. Wei Jai watches him from the foot of the bed, her face softened by compassion. Sun Min is internally consumed by the promise that he wouldn't repeat the mistakes that made him despise himself in his previous life. Wei Jai's voice pierces through the fog of his extreme self-loathing. He looks up at her face, completely shattered by the day's events. Wei Jai asks him a question point blank, leaving no room for excuses. The text itself appears in blood red, just to emphasize how seriously she is taking this conversation. She gives him a knowing smirk, then taps her own nose significantly. She can smell the human blood all over him. After all, you can't hide anything from a peak master. Sunmin finally fesses up, admitting he offed the low-rent martial artist who was trying to stab him in the back. Weijai simply hums in response, as if considering whether to order fries with the confession. Weijai perches on the mattress edge, staring him down, and declares that he's hoarding secrets. Like a squirrel preparing for winter, her gut feeling proving freakishly accurate. She closes the distance, her crimson eyes burning brightly in the shadows, and demands to know precisely what skeletons he's hiding in the closet. Sunmin just stiffens up, realizing his carefully guarded truths were about to get exposed. Weijai Hoyon remains seated on the bed's edge, locking eyes with Sunmin. The atmosphere in the room felt so heavy you could spread it on toast, as she patiently waited his overdue confession. Sunmin tries the routine, feigning total bewilderment about what she could possibly mean. He puts on a convincing show of confusion, but we know this guy's secrets have secrets. Weijai just brushes off his excuse, explaining that beating a second-rate fighter isn't exactly Herculean since he's been studying her Violet Dawn techniques. She's dismantling his alibis one by one with pure logic, leaving RMC's defense in tatters. She leans closer, her crimson gaze radiating intense concentration, and informs him that he's distinctly unique, essentially confirming that she sees right through his facade of being just another ordinary, talentless orphan. She flashes back to her days spent exploring the city, attempting to make sense of how this chaotic new world operated. It was a lonely journey for a genius seeking a community where she didn't feel like the weird kid in class. During her travels, she witnessed the brutal truth about the no-class population firsthand. She observed from the darkness as a small crowd of them huddled in despair, looking utterly defeated and shattered. The vast majority existed in misery, surviving like feral beasts and consuming actual refuse simply to stay alive for one more sunrise. It was a harsh, undeniable image of the fate awaiting the powerless in Erie. Weijai regards the situation with clear disdain. She harbors little patience for anyone who willingly throws in the towel and simply waits for death to arrive. She explains her theory of resolve, noting that humans squash insects without thinking twice, but need actual determination to kill a small, pure creature. The real issue, she argues, is overcoming the psychological hurdle of murder. Standing above the men, she observes that most individuals must construct genuine courage just to kill something larger than a mosquito. She was essentially performing an MRI on his brain while looking him straight in the eye. She reminds him of day one, pointing out how he was summoned and immediately headed straight into the woods to hunt. While most newbies would still be whimpering under the covers, he was already hunting for dinner. Sunmin manages a weak grin, claiming that inaction would have led to certain death, so he had to move quickly. He attempts to paint himself as a pragmatist, but Weijai finds his excuse as flimsy as wet tissue paper. She refutes his reasoning, asking if he genuinely believes other no-classes somehow missed the memo on survival being tough. He understands the chasm separating theoretical knowledge from actual execution. We glimpse a drawing of a frightened no-class trembling before a massive rabbit. Knowing you must kill it to eat doesn't magically make the process simpler when your heart is currently residing in your stomach. Sunmin simply shrugs away the accusation, insisting he just learned exceptionally fast. He's trying hard to pass as a quick study instead of a jaded, dimension-hopping killer. Weijai offers a slight smile, commenting that he's quite skilled at avoiding uncomfortable topics. But then she delivers the actual bombshell. She has a separate, even bigger theory. She states the obvious, informing him bluntly that he possesses zero natural talent. Ouch, that's a harsh truth delivered by someone who can probably juggle lightning bolts. She clarifies that while she might teach 10 different concepts to an average student, Sunmin only grasps the bare minimum technical aspects of the required skills. Here's the truly confusing part. He's only been using a spear for 2 months in this current existence, yet his proficiency is already surprisingly high. The logic of her normal progression simply doesn't compute for her. She points out that he completely skips the usual novice errors. There's no awkward struggling with internal techniques, nor is there any clumsy footwork. He handles himself like a seasoned professional. The contradiction is obvious. How can a person with no talent acquire martial arts proficiency so quickly in a mere 2 months? She has successfully cornered him with irrefutable evidence. She leans over him, her shadow casting a menacing figure. She demands to know exactly what he truly is. The truth, like a cat in a bag, was finally fighting to get out. We see Sunmin's feet dangling from the bed, his demeanor clearly defeated. He attempts to plead ignorance one final time, as if she wouldn't notice. He calls her friend, attempting to use their relationship as a shield against her inquisition. In the faint lighting of the room, he looked like a trapped rat in a maze. Weijai Hoyon immediately rejects this manipulation attempt. She states plainly that she despises being lied to, and her eyes confirm that this is not a drill. They remain seated in the shadows, a vast canyon of hidden truths separating them. The confrontation was a high-stakes duel between the time traveler and the child genius. Sunmin finally gives up, observing that everyone possesses a secret they desperately want to protect. He finally accepts that his Q-Kid routine had reached its expiration date. He asks her if she really thinks a friend is someone who tries to dig up every ugly secret, essentially challenging her whole definition of their relationship. Weijai looks toward the door, taking a moment to reflect on her own actions, realizing she's being a bit hypocritical in this situation. She admits that everyone keeps at least one secret and confesses that she's also holding back information, finding a clever way to make things more exciting. She offers to make a deal, suggesting he tell her his secret, and she will tell him hers. Sunmin attempts to decline, but she absolutely refuses to take no for an answer. She significantly increases the stakes by offering her secret along with an unparalleled martial arts technique on top of the original deal, essentially bribing him with power. Sunmin finally gives in with a quiet acknowledgement, realizing he probably can't keep the truth hidden from someone as sharp as her indefinitely anyway. He chuckles to himself, recognizing he likely couldn't even utilize a legendary technique because he's talentless and lacks internal energy, accepting his role as the ultimate underdog. Ouija then presents an even larger surprise, offering to give him 20% of her internal energy, proving this kid is essentially a living, working battery for raw power. Sunmin's face completely goes blank, looking like a simple doodle as his brain attempts to process the sheer absurdity and generosity of the astonishing offer. He yells out, demanding to know exactly why she would make such a choice, looking like a rough charcoal sketch of pure shock as he demands to understand why she would give up part of her power. Ouija simply tells him it's because he's her one and only friend, explaining that she wants to know everything about him, even the dark and difficult secrets he's hiding. She then asks if that reason isn't quite enough for him, maintaining a completely calm and sincere expression that shows how highly she values their bond after only 2 months. Sunmin sighs heavily, realizing he has completely lost this particular battle, but makes her promise one crucial thing, that she won't murder him once he finally reveals the truth. The room falls silent as they prepare for the exchange of confessions, allowing you to almost feel the oppressive weight of the upcoming revelations hanging in the air. Ouija simply nods, asking why she would ever want to kill her friend, clearly fully committed to completing the exchange regardless of how bad the secret turns out to be. They decide to begin, and Ouija volunteers to go first in order to show she is acting in good faith, starting to pack her belongings as she prepares to drop a bombshell. She declares with a huge, dramatic grin that she is actually a girl, revealing that the legendary young leader of the demonic cult is surprisingly female. Sunmin's reaction is absolutely legendary, looking as if his soul just made a quick escape from his body through his gaping mouth, resulting in total system failure. She explains that her father wanted her to live as a boy so she could follow the path of the cult leader, because in their specific sect, only men can lead, forcing her to live a lie since she was just a small toddler. Sunmin remains frozen on the bed, looking exactly like he's seen a ghostly apparition, while Ouija explains that she simply continued the charade when she eventually arrived in the area. She finishes her story and announces that it is his turn now, looking at him expectantly as she waits for him to somehow top her monumental confession. Sunmin clutches his head, asking for a minute to gather his fragmented thoughts, as his entire understanding of the world has just been completely flipped upside down. Ouija just hums, genuinely wondering why he is so shocked by the revelation, and casually suggests they probably ought to start using different rooms from tomorrow onward. Sunmin takes a deep breath and sits up straight, finally ready to let go of the incredibly heavy secret he has been carrying since the exact moment he regressed. We get a green-tinted close-up of his face, showing him looking dead serious, with the massive emotional weight of 2 distinct life forms clearly visible in his eyes. The words finally make it out, as he tells her that he is a regressor, confessing both his greatest advantage and his heaviest burden simultaneously. Ouija suddenly has a tiny, chibi thought bubble appear over her head, wondering exactly what kind of ridiculous nonsense that even means. Clearly completely unfamiliar with the concept of time travel, she stares intensely at him with her bright red eyes, attempting to figure out if he's pulling a fast one, but the dead serious look on his face confirms everything she needs to know. She quickly summarizes his confession, concluding that he died and somehow returned to the past, processing all the information with her usual lightning-fast intellect. She begins nodding her head in agreement, admitting that if this whole regression thing is truly accurate, all of his strange peculiarities finally make complete sense, with his veteran movements and survival instincts clicking perfectly into place. She remarked that in this peculiar, alternative dimension, the laws of physics were more like suggestions than rules. After witnessing everything else, she figured time travel was just a minor inconvenience, not some wild impossibility. Sunmin blinked, wondering why she assumed he'd suddenly be terrified of her killing him after such a mundane revelation. Her unnervingly calm response to the whole situation was much more alarming than the news itself. She stared at him, calculating the numbers in her head, realizing that although he presented as a young teenager, his actual mental age clocked in at a mature 27. He was technically double the age he looked, which was frankly a little unsettling. She playfully jabbed at him, asking if he felt terrible about letting her believe they were actually peers in age. The teasing tone was undeniable, but a genuine question about his conscience lurked just beneath the surface. Sunmin quickly brushed aside her accusations, suggesting she take a moment to reconsider the situation from his point of view. He was ready to give his entire, carefully prepared testimony regarding the foundation of their friendship. The montage of their initial encounters flashed across the screen, highlighting the chaotic scuffle in the plaza and the exact moment she swooped in like a superhero to save him. It truly felt like 1,000 years had passed since then. The memories continued, showing a flashback where she was patiently teaching him martial arts techniques. From day one, she had been the one to initiate contact, offering her assistance and expertise without him asking. Sunmin reasoned that because she had approached him first, he hadn't actually lied or deceived her in any way. He merely went along for the ride and cherished the friendship she offered, valuing the connection too much to stop her. The warm, slightly nostalgic, sepia-toned image appeared of them sharing a meal. For the past 2 months, he had genuinely viewed her as a loyal companion, completely ignoring the age discrepancies and hidden truths between them. Ouija perched on the edge of the bed, seemingly satisfied by his explanation. Ji confirmed their friendship was still completely stable by asking if his heartfelt sentiments weren't sufficient proof for her. The close-up shot revealed Sun Min finally exhaling a breath he'd been subconsciously holding onto for what felt like several weeks. The accumulated stress and tension had finally dissipated into thin air. Sun Min bowed his head in gratitude and offered a profound thanks to Wijai Hoyeon. It was the very first time he had engaged with her in a conversation with such complete and total honesty. Wijai couldn't resist delivering one final, playful jab, pointing out how truly pathetic it was that he only reached this level of personal development after living through 2 entire lifetimes and decades of experience. She truly was a savage right to the bitter end. She announced that while she possessed approximately 1 million follow-up questions, she would kindly postpone them for a later date. They had, after all, endured enough exhausting emotional revelations for a single evening. She sprang to her feet, full of boundless energy, as per usual. She then announced that she planned to transfer a portion of her internal energy directly into him, looking completely ready to power him up on the spot. Lee Sun-min was absolutely stunned by the suggestion, his eyes expanding to an almost comical degree in total disbelief. A single drop of perspiration rolled down his temple as he stared back, completely speechless at the notion of receiving such a monumental upgrade. Time for a brief public service announcement regarding internal energy. This mystical power source is accumulated within a martial artist, depicted visually as a glowing core in a comically muscular training dummy. Masters of martial arts access this energy to perform feats typically reserved for comic books. We witnessed a demonstration where a practitioner literally pulverized a massive tree trunk using nothing but a glowing, energized fist. Now that's what you call a serious heavy hitter. Under normal circumstances, the methods for boosting internal reserves are quite limited, usually relying on standard cultivation techniques. It typically demands an entire lifetime of grueling training to achieve even a shred of significant advancement. Back in the room, the mood grew serious. Wijai Hoyeon informed Sun Min that his internal systems were messy, pointing out specifically that his physical foundations were clogged with impurities, which was apparently not ideal for martial arts. The practice of transferring energy between individuals is far from common because of how inherently rare and risky it is. Wijai Hoyeon, looking completely serious, explained that Sun Min had accumulated a lot of trash built-up in his physical system. She prepared to initiate the process, telling him that while 14 years old seemed young, it wasn't exactly an early start in the world of martial arts. She was officially ready to dump a solid 20% of her immense power directly into him. She gave him a sharp look and issued a stern warning that it was completely his responsibility to retain as much of that incoming energy as possible. He needed to activate the Violet Door mystic art immediately to process the overwhelming influx of power. The energy transfer commenced as she slammed her hands onto his back. Sun Min's eyes practically bugged out of their sockets from the intense pressure of the raw power surging through his entire body. A glowing pink hand appeared to symbolize the colossal amount of energy being injected into his body. It looked like far too much for him to handle. With smoke or a magical aura billowing from the source of the transfer, Wijai Hoyeon was visibly perspiring from the exertion, breathing heavily as she concluded the transfer. She inquired about his condition, having clearly sacrificed a substantial portion of her own energy to complete the process. Sun Min sat completely illuminated, glowing as intensely as a neon sign, desperately trying to stabilize the sudden influx of power. The room was now filled with a swirling purple aura as the energy began to settle into his core. Sun Min's internal monologue consisted mostly of high-pitched screaming because even a mere 20% of her energy surpassed everything he had ever accumulated during his entire previous life combined. He had officially bypassed years of difficult grinding in a matter of seconds. She leaned in close, both individuals looking absolutely drained after the intense session. She asked him for an accurate estimate of precisely how much energy actually managed to stick around within his meridians. He estimated he retained roughly half, which she quickly determined was not too bad for a beginner. A blue diagram then illustrated his nervous system glowing brightly as the potent energy began penetrating deep into his meridians. Suddenly, Wijai Hoyeon's legs gave out, causing her to lurch forward. Sun Min quickly snagged her, calculating that funneling so much power into him had completely wiped her out. He asked if she was alright, but she waved him off, her hair looking like a bird's nest in a hurricane. She claimed it was just a little fatigue, insisting he shouldn't make a big deal out of it. The two of them slumped on the mattress, simply breathing in the stillness of the room. It was a completely uncharacteristic moment of weakness for a young leader with a legendary reputation. Sun Min lowered his gaze, struggling with a mixture of confusion and remorse. He couldn't help but pose the completely rational query, questioning why she'd go to such ridiculous extremes just for his sake. Wijai Hoyeon met his eyes with her exhausted gaze and delivered a surprisingly straightforward answer. They were friends, and that was all the justification she needed. It turns out the most complicated individuals sometimes have the most basic logic. She insisted he shouldn't feel obligated to return the favor or feel pressured by her actions. She made the dubious claim that everything she did was exclusively for her personal amusement. She offered a serene, small smile before finally lying back down. She kept muttering that it was all for her, though everyone understood this was her awkward attempt at genuine kindness. She wasn't finished being his high-powered mentor just yet. She reminded him of her promise to teach him another martial art and offered to hunt down the perfect spear technique for him. Sun Min felt completely swamped by the offer, but she simply ribbed him about his mediocre abilities. She jokingly remarked she'd have to simplify it drastically for him to grasp, which was typical Wijai snark. She chose to instruct him in the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear, a technique once wielded by Spear King from a century ago. She was basically passing out legendary combat skills as casually as passing out Halloween candy. Her face softened for an instant as she gazed at the first person she considered a true friend. She promised him she wouldn't allow him to suffer another pointless death. Unlike his fate in the previous timeline, Sunmin simply gaped at her, completely unable to form words as the impact of her promise resonated deeply within him. He realized no one had ever shown such genuine concern for his continued existence before. He attempted to express gratitude with a quick bow of his head, only for her to smack him sharply on the chest. She yelled at him to stop bowing between pals, emphasizing their friendship required equality. Sunmin clutched his aching chest, utterly perplexed by the sudden attack. He figured a minor gesture of respect was harmless, yet she apparently held very rigid beliefs about social etiquette between buddies. He sat back up on the bed, grumbling about how much he disliked getting physically assaulted. This was a strangely ordinary domestic squabble between a time traveler and the heir to a demonic cult. They both chuckled together, seeming like ordinary adolescents for the first time in a while. She explained that she preferred having fun together over maintaining a stuffy, formal relationship. Wee Ji-hoon propped her chin on her hand, a look of intrigue on her face. She expressed a desire to hear all the details about both her future self and Sunmin's previous existence. She leaned closer, eager to hear everything, asking with a wide smile what she was like in his timeline. She likely anticipated tales of being the most formidable figure in all of history. The mental image of her past self appeared, a silhouette against a backdrop of stars. Sunmin confessed he only knew her through hearsay, as he was preoccupied with surviving at the absolute bottom of society. The Whispers claimed she ruled the highest reaches of the world with incredible power. She laughed lightly, agreeing immediately that such an extravagant claim sounded precisely like something she would actually accomplish. Sunmin remembered that in his previous timeline, she departed from the city barely a month after her summoning. She then vanished for approximately 3 years, essentially becoming a forgotten footnote in history. Wee Ji-hoon paused to consider this information, speculating that she must have spent the 3-year period exploring the world. The concept of absolute liberty appeared to be her deepest, most fundamental line. The foreboding image of the demonic cult's insignia flashed on screen. She considered her birthright as the heir to be a prison, viewing area as the only place where she could truly define her destiny. Sunmin drifted into a deep reverie, feeling incredibly self-conscious. It felt surreal to be having such an intimate conversation with a person who existed as nothing more than a legend in his former existence. Weiji then casually dropped a major announcement, stating she was departing in exactly 1 month. As they sat side by side, the silent countdown on their new friendship began to echo in the room. She passionately announced that she intended to embrace both the world and her newfound freedom completely. This was her primary objective, and absolutely nothing would be allowed to interfere with it. She explained that her journey would begin precisely 1 month later, immediately following the conclusion of his spear lessons. She then flipped the focus to him, asking what his own future plans entailed. She offered him a gentle, probing stare. She was truly interested in discovering what a man with a gift of a second chance in life actually desired to achieve from this opportunity. Sunmin remained sitting in the shadows, pondering her question deeply. He was shirtless and looking pensive, with the room's deep purple glow illuminating the indecision reflected in his gaze. The question repeated in his mind, what sort of existence did he truly wish to create for himself? He finally realized he'd been so preoccupied with staying alive that he hadn't considered a genuine life goal. Witness a colorless pile of corpses and creatures from his early days, enduring 10 years of suffering and funerals, which isn't exactly a 5-star foundation for sweet dreams. He eventually admits he hopes for an existence superior to the last nightmare, providing a truthful though incredibly blurry response to the question. Wee Ji-hoon finds that explanation lackluster, labels it confusingly broad, and moves closer to poke him for some actual details. Resting on her arm, she wonders if he lacks any real ambition, appearing fully prepared to dissect every fiber of his cosmic meaning. Sunmin stares at his palms, confessing his ignorance while trapped in a teenage frame with a grown man's psyche, merely surviving until sunset. Sprawled on the mattress while inspecting the roof, Ji suggests he ponder the matter deeply and update her once he solves his identity crisis. Reclaiming her sunny disposition, she yells about her intense fascination with his history, acting like a hyperactive toddler begging for a bedtime story about dragons. Sunmin grins and labels her a little troublemaker, finally feeling at ease with a person who ignores his status as expendable trash. Contemplating his initial run in Xenobus, he recognizes that 0 people liked him back then, resulting in a freezing and solitary time. Glancing toward her, he recognizes she isn't merely Ji-hoon's initial pal. She represents his first genuine companion throughout 2 whole lives. Ji is snoozing soundly, appearing remarkably calm while Sunmin observes, acknowledging that their joint clock is ticking toward 0. The narrator claims the evening dragged on forever, with a basic dialogue box closing out a particularly sensitive segment for the duo. Fast forward, as 30 days have vanished as quickly as a magician's rabbit. A miniature visual depicts the hostel during the evening where the pair shared their remaining weeks together. Dawn arrives with a vibrant azure ceiling and fluffy vapors, signaling the specific moment when the status quo gets tossed out. Ji-hoon adopts a fighting posture with scarlet energy leaking out, challenging him to prove he didn't waste a month napping. Sunmin grips his polearm with newfound poise and swagger, fully aware that their inevitable parting of ways is looming extremely close. Sunmin locks eyes with her, knowing she departs once the dust settles, promising to strike with maximum intensity as a parting gift. Ji offers a cheeky hand gesture, ordering him to avoid holding back, teasingly wondering if he really thinks he can play nice. The duel begins as Sun Min charges with a deafening screech, turning into a sphere of crimson and violet while unleashing his opening move. Hwi Jai Hoyan flashes 2 fingers and a smug smirk, charitably gifting Lee Sun Min 20 free swings before she starts pulverizing him. Sun Min appears hyper-concentrated while positioning his weapon, noting he has exactly 20 chances to impress her before things get actually dangerous. Hwi Jai Hoyan celebrates wildly with her limbs aloft, having branded the custom move he designed as the ultimate 9-heaven spear, Sun Min edition. Sun Min seems irritated by the ridiculous title, but Hwi Jai ignores him, arguing that her customized upgrades justify slapping his name on the label. A cartoonish vision of Sun Min screaming his rejection appears over a nocturnal cityscape, proving how much he hates her terrible naming skills. Tension rises as Sun Min gazes forward with sharp focus, his fresh method merging the ultimate 9-heaven spear with his old soul hunter style. Sun Min settles into position, debating if he should lead with his trump card, watching lavender light swirl around his blade for the charge. He blasts off with terrifying velocity, his weapon transforming into a violet streak known officially as the Soul Hunter Lethal Impact Maneuver. Hwi Jai Hoyan appears upside down while effortlessly evading the heavy blow, leaving a trail of grape-flavored power as Sun Min stabs the lonely air. Jai Hoyan initiates the match with a perfect leg arm opening move. Sun Min, meanwhile, is already repositioning his stance, desperately searching for some sort of chance to attack. Sun Min thrusts his spear forward, but Jai effortlessly deflects it with a high-pitched metallic *tink* sound. This is truly humiliating. She is parrying a steel weapon using only her completely bare hands. From an elevated perspective, Sun Min lunges again, but Jai still stands her ground, while the purple energy from his technique brightly illuminates the entire clearing. She continues counting aloud as she easily evades another rapid-fire thrust. Sun Min is giving every single ounce of effort he possesses in these first 20 attacks. Sun Min leaps into the air to execute the second stance of his personalized fighting style. He's determined to prove that his training wasn't a complete waste of time. A chaotic flurry of strikes explodes in the clearing. The impacts, which look like lightning splitting the air, show he is hitting with considerably more force than before. Jai Hoyan holds up 3 fingers while casually blocking another hit. She looks completely bored, while Sun Min is absolutely drenched in nervous sweat. She offers him a small compliment, mentioning that his spear techniques finally display the appropriate fundamentals. He has finally figured out how to parry, hold, and pierce effectively. It's time for a technical explanation. The parry move involves spinning the spear outward, causing it to rebound harmlessly off the enemy weapon, making it the supreme defensive tactic. Next up is the hold, which requires rotating the spear inward and pressing down to ensnare the opponent's attack. It is entirely focused on disrupting their rhythm. The final fundamental move is the pierce, a simple, incredibly high-speed stab. Jai demonstrates it perfectly, complete with a satisfying *whiz* sound effect. Jai Hoyan scolds him for spending years using a spear yet still somehow failing to learn these incredibly simple principles. Sun Min hangs his head low, confessing he had to learn absolutely everything by himself in his previous existence. Sun Min looks up, displaying truly genuine thankfulness in his eyes. He understands completely that without Jai's invaluable assistance, he would still be awkwardly stumbling around like a total beginner. The sparring session continues, moving on to strikes number 4 and 5. Jai effortlessly blocks both a powerful downward swing and a horizontal swipe, moving with the casual demeanor of someone simply taking a relaxing stroll. During move number 6, she advises him to stop being so stiff, demonstrating each strike with a powerful energy burst. She is, quite literally, teaching him proper technique while he simultaneously attempts to end her life. Sun Min accepts the advice, immediately beginning to glow with a huge purple aura. He charges his inner energy to its absolute maximum capacity for the upcoming series of attacks. He strikes with a huge boom, and Jai actually admits, that's a tiny bit better. It took 7 whole moves just to squeeze that single compliment out of her. Sun Min clenches his jaw in pure frustration, sweating in buckets. He has progressed to a second-rate fighter now, but the vast gulf between his skill and Jai's still seems as wide as the Pacific Ocean. We zoom in on Ouidra's hand, which is softly glowing with a dim red light. Sun Min realizes with horror that she has been parrying his powerful 2-handed spear strikes using only one hand this entire time. Ouidra Hoyan stands cloaked in a truly terrifying red aura. This is exactly what a top-tier martial artist looks like, and the sight alone is enough to make any sane person completely give up. She gives him a small, challenging smirk, inquiring if he's already finished. The mental pressure she exudes is beginning to feel just as crushing as his physical exhaustion. A wide view captures the 2 opponents locked in a tense stare-down in the middle of the field. The resulting silence is absolutely deafening as Sun Min gets ready for his final, completely desperate charge. He finds the situation completely impossible as he lunges with his spear once more. He simply cannot comprehend that she continues treating his greatest attacks like nothing but simple games for children. Ouidra Hoyan transforms into an impenetrable defensive wall, deflecting a brutal series of strikes. Moves 8, 9, and 10 flash by in a quick explosion of sparks. Sun Min pushes even harder, his face contorted into a furious snarl. Moves 11, 12, and 13 hit like rapid-fire bullets against Ouidra's unseen defensive barrier. Ouidra remains almost perfectly still, simply counting out moves 17, 18, and 19. She resembles an enormous mountain, refusing to be budged by a gentle summer breeze. Ouidra readies her hand for an impending counterattack. She announces that this is the final move, and everyone knows things are about to go terribly wrong for poor Sun Min. Move number 20 finally lands, and Wee Hoin's expression instantly turns ice cold. The head start for Summon has completely ended, and his short-lived grace period has officially expired. That poor weapon gets shoved away while he turns into a human popsicle, seeing a crimson shadow lurking right behind him. A spooky zoom view shows her lips twisting into a smirk, and she vanishes from his vision faster than a free pizza disappears. Cold shivers turn his spine into an ice cube, then a scarlet flash by his nape confirms he just got absolutely wrecked. The skirmish concludes with her casually patting his noggin from behind, proving he is stuck in a complete tactical dead end. Dropping the chin in shame, the boy faces the music of failure, while the girl stands around looking drier than parched bones. She offers a participation trophy, but he is busy sulking since she swatted away 20 attacks using only one board hand, getting his skull a light bonk. She tells him to stop crying about power, since his fighting instincts are basically legendary tier. The girl mentions how those slow reflexes failed to track her sonic zoom. The boy detected her sneaky shatter nearby, labeling such gut feelings as quite impressive gifts. The kid is vibrating like a broken blender from exhaustion, but she promises his weird senses will eventually turn him into an unstoppable beast. The woman claims excitement for a decade-long wait, while the boy appears like a confused puppy regarding her strength. Dropping a reality brick, she admits that bullying him was too simple, hoping for a legit brawl when they cross paths later. Tight lens shots of her eyeball reveal total sincerity, since she actually liked his moves, particularly that panicked last-ditch effort. Proposing a formal 10-year match, she leaves the guy standing there with a face that looks like he just saw ghosts. Asking if he has a life purpose yet, she watches him wag his head while drowning in a bathtub of his own tears. She suggests he aim for her level, grinning while pointing at her chest, providing a giant peak for him to desperately scale. The sand squeezes into a noisy knuckle-cracking ball, and he grinds his molars while feeling the heavy burden of her massive hopes. Comparing his existence to a lost boat in a gale, she explains that zero targets turn his life into aimless, subby cereal. Daring him to become a worthy opponent in a decade, she receives a look that suggests he thinks she has lost her mind. The guy loses his cool and barks that simply picking a target won't transform a regular potato into some gifted prodigy. Thalia montages roll while the boy grumbles about her gifted status and magic snacks, versus his 13 years of being a scrub, screaming about their unequal playing fields. He throws a tantrum since her happy-go-lucky attitude functions as a slap to his tired mug. That lady fails, viewing the boy like he just spilled juice on her rug. She labels that specific aura of weakness as gross, claiming he only blocks his own path, almost crying with a face twisted in rage. The fellow yells about hating her easy chatter when she was born with every cheat code available. Keeping her cool, she explains that his mental baggage is his only real wall, acting like a pal who delivers a painful truth, grinding his molars with a loud crunch. The trainee vibrates with fury, refusing to believe he is essentially a frightened chicken, screaming that he arrived with zero gifts and only empty palms. He hugs his old emotional scars to justify staying a weakling forever. We observe a jump back in time showing him grappling with a hog in the muck, concluding his life with a sad, insignificant demise after a career spent dodging danger for pocket change. Our pine-sized companion, Ouija, notes that he has already mastered the arcane arts and reached a solid intermediate level in merely the short time, 3 months, adding that this fresh start is being squandered on excessive self-pity, which is never a good look. She insists that his dead-end past lives are haunting him, preventing him from even daring to picture success because the thought of attempting anything terrifies him. Ouija cheekily inquires if he plans to dedicate his entire renewed existence to avoiding the single shrub he cannot successfully scale, prompting Summon to blast back with furiously written text telling her to zip it. She asks if such intense rage is warranted, looking mildly taken aback by his sheer vehemence, and Summon confirms it, appearing ready to spontaneously combust from frustration. He releases a rather grim chuckle, directing his gaze pointedly toward the ground beneath his boots. It's truly unbelievable that he is receiving life advice from a girl who looks barely old enough to drive a go-kart. An enormous, shadowy plume of negative thoughts encircles him as he states that if that is what she genuinely desires so intensely, he will make her the entire focus of his existence. His words coming out in a low, truly chilling register, the genuinely Summon emerges, proclaiming with great drama that within 10 years, he intends to be the one impaling her with a long pointy stick, which certainly counts as a monumental oath. The miniature representation of Ouija appears genuinely flabbergasted, declaring then she might as well just quit, pointing out that allies typically refrain from attempting each other's termination. The pair stand stock-still in the open expanse, the high-voltage static finally dissipating. The Summon appears more composed and the surrounding air feels significantly less explosive. Summon violently clutches his cranium in absolute mortification, his complexion flushing a vivid scarlet, while Ouija simply guffers, curious why he became suddenly demure after such a dramatic declaration. Ouija invades his personal bubble with a massive, somewhat unnerving grin, loudly proclaiming about a decade hence, clearly deriving immense enjoyment from the theatrical moment. She is absolutely radiating happiness, eagerly anticipating the future day he actually attempts to run her through, proving she harbors a distinct fondness for combat. Summon recoils sharply, completely overwhelmed by her sudden proximity, his face still blazing red from his earlier display of temper. Ouija needles him playfully, wondering aloud if his stomach is full of jittery little flyers, while Summon manages only a sputter that he was simply taken aback by her abrupt forward movement. She continues to lean in uncomfortably close, making him look utterly repulsed, though we suspect he is merely deeply embarrassed, complaining loudly that she is standing way too near him. They are now practically touching elbows, and Weiji mocks his juvenile reaction, considering he is internally a quarter-century-old man. Weiji Ho-yeon boldly declares that in 10 years she will mature into such a stunning figure that he will be rendered utterly speechless, a decidedly odd aspiration for any young lady. The narrator informs us that Lee Seung-min has crystallized 3 main objectives, primarily, to stay breathing. Secondarily, to exploit every advantage granted by his future knowledge. Weiji Ho-yeon begins her departure, hefting her spear casually over one shoulder, and offers a final little wave, noting she anticipates seeing him in exactly 10 years. Seung-min stands resolute, observing her retreat, offering a simple affirmative nod and pledging to certainly cross paths with her when the designated moment arrives. A lone text box materializes dead center on the stark white canvas, posing the critical question regarding the third main objective, which is the true purpose of his second opportunity. We get a focus shot of Weiji's subtle, knowing half-smile as she glances back over her shoulder, her parting instruction having been a simple plea for him to avoid becoming mulch. Seung-min offers a bold, unwavering grin, firmly vowing internally that he absolutely refuses to perish, signaling he is now fully prepared to tackle existence head-on. The visual split panel displays their respective footwear as they march in contrary directions, the current journey separating them, though the pact they made lingers. An aerial perspective shrinks them into minuscule figures set against a massive backdrop, charting separate courses toward unforeseen conclusions, yet their commitment to meet again hangs palpably in the air. Seung-min thoughtfully contemplates the trio of extraordinary innate advantages available to him within the game world of Xenoverse, having already secured the skeletal framework for fighting and the prime level method for energy refinement. The very last objective on his list is the no-class tournament. He stands before the truly enormous Colosseum, prepared for his final challenge. Xenoverse is famous for hosting regular competitions, and Seung-min has fixed his sights on the specific tournament reserved for no-class otherworlders. It has been 10 months since Weiji Ho-yeon departed, and Seung-min certainly hasn't spent them idly. Stepping into the arena, the bossful, low-level warrior mocks Seung-min for his young appearance. He tells the boy to quit now, confidently assuming he will be an easy win. The warrior really should have checked his assumptions first. Seung-min secretly leveled up to first rate during his training, completely dominating the entire no-class tournament. Victory belongs to him, and the reward is legendary, the sacred energy elixir. This extremely rare item enhances a person's internal energy well beyond standard limitations. Seung-min immediately consumes the elixir on the spot. It perfectly fills in the remaining energy voids he had, even after Ujahan's previous massive power transfer. With this final step, Seung-min has officially cleared the map in Xenoverse. He has successfully acquired every significant advantage the city had available to him. Before heading out of town, Seung-min decides to look up an old friend. He stands outside the familiar city building searching for a specific merchant. It is Hans, the bold vendor, who looks up with genuine delight to see the young man again. Hans congratulates him on winning the tournament. Seung-min offers a humble thank you, displaying a new maturity since their very first meeting. Hans asks what Seung-min needs to purchase today. Seung-min informs him that he actually came just to say goodbye before leaving the city permanently. Hans responds with a knowing smirk, stating he knew this day would eventually arrive. He watched the kid grow from a skinny no-class adventurer into a strong tournament champion. The large man gives Seung-min a hearty pat on the back. He is actually touched to see a no-class adventurer successfully graduate from Xenoverse. Hans offers some experienced wisdom, telling him that quick-thinking individuals always survive longer and earlier. He then passes over a final gift as a gesture of goodwill. He presents Seung-min with a sleek, rectangular pouch. Seung-min looks genuinely surprised by the sudden present. It turns out to be a pre-owned, second-hand dimensional pouch. Even with prior use, these items are incredibly valuable for any adventure. Hans explains that its storage capacity is 1.5 times larger than Seung-min's current bag. Seung-min stares in disbelief, asking why Hans is being so incredibly generous. Hans just laughs off the praise, telling him to take it anyway. He jokes that it is so worn out that he likely couldn't even sell it for much profit these days. Hans tells him that if he really wants to pay back the favor, he should just become famous and repay him 100-fold later. It sounds like typical merchant banter, but it comes from a place of genuine caring. He offers one last grin, telling Seung-min to let everyone in Erie know that he was once helped by a kind, but humble, street vendor named Hans. Seung-min finds himself suddenly overwhelmed with feelings, his eyes filling with tears. He's finally experiencing a kindness he never encountered in his previous life. He makes his way back to the local inn, pushing open the squeaky door for the final visit. It truly feels like the conclusion of a significant chapter for our protagonist. His footsteps reverberate through the space as he steps inside. He has one last individual to visit before officially beginning his journey. He finds Lula waiting at the counter. She's the exact person who used to constantly pester him about finding a proper occupation instead of running around hunting monsters. Lula glances at him, her intuition immediately kicking in. She asks him flat out if he is finally departing the city. Seung-min expresses surprise that she figured it out so easily. Lula just snorts in response, claiming that when he cleans his room to that degree, even an idiot would recognize something was up. She sinks into a nearby chair, peering quite downhearted. Seung-min observes her, coming to the realization that he will actually miss all her constant nagging. Seung-min offers a gentle look, knowing he must continue down his chosen path. Lula understands that every otherworlder eventually has to move past this initial stage, which is their starting city. Lula stared through the window pane, reflecting on the parade of faces passing by. However, this particular exit felt different, like a punch to her emotional gut instead of just another Tuesday. She grudgingly accepted the cold, hard facts. Sunmin was off to gain muscles and levels, while she was stuck here, essentially playing house. The dark cloud seemed to pass over her face as she requested, one last time, that he reconsider. The full emotional gravity of parting was finally settling onto her shoulders. She suddenly lost her temper and delivered a heartfelt wish that he would meet a truly gruesome end in a ditch somewhere. That's certainly one way to say see you later. With a huff, she spun around and stormed off toward the inn's rear, leaving Sunmin completely bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere from sad to homicidal. Lolo nearly collided with her father, Jack, as she barreled out, obviously in a hurry to keep her emotional breakdown a secret. Jack let out a long-suffering sigh as he watched his daughter disappear, then shifted his gaze to Sunmin, who had been his temporary son for the past year. Jack offered a kind, almost paternal grin, explaining to Sunmin that Lulor was just a kid and hadn't figured out the art of handling emotional farewells yet. Sunmin simply nodded in response, demonstrating a level of maturity that made Jack question how a young man could be so wise. Completely unaware of the 13 years of prior suffering, Jack produced a thick, emerald-colored cloak and insisted Sunmin take it, offering one last memento before he left. He shared that it was his old adventure gear from back in the day, enchanted with both temperature control and a minor spell to boost sword techniques. Sunmin pulled it on, noting that it was slightly large for his frame, which only completed the image of a budding little vagabond as he thanked Jack profusely. Jack clapped him on the shoulder, wishing him good luck and calling him the best low-tier guest the inn had ever hosted, which was high praise indeed. Jack waved goodbye, reminding him to avoid getting sick while out exploring. The affection between the two of them was obvious, even as they said their goodbyes. Sunmin finally stepped through the large city gates, leaving Xenovis in the dust as he journeyed into the massive, perilous lands of Irie. The steady rhythm of his steps announced the beginning of his true adventure. He certainly wasn't the inexperienced novice he had been over a decade prior. Without warning, a figure came sprinting toward him at full tilt, forcing Sunmin to pause and look back. The voice shrieked Sunmin. From across the road, there was Lilur, clearly winded and completely worn out from the unexpected jog. Sunmin watched her approach with a bewildered expression, having not anticipated a follow-up visit after her earlier I hope you die speech. Lilur finally reached him, bent at the waist and fighting for breath. She apparently sprinted from the inn just to get one last word in. She finally managed to raise her head, wiping away the sweat from her brow. Sunmin braced himself for the next inevitable insult or curse. She managed to gasp out that she was retracting her previous statement, much to Sunmin's internal amusement. She reiterated her apology, determined that he fully comprehended her change of heart. She felt terrible for wishing death upon him and couldn't bear to leave things on that note. Finally, catching her breath, she offered a simple command, don't you dare die out there. It was arguably the most genuine sentiment she had shared with him all year. Sunmin was left speechless by her confession, staring at the flushed girl and wondering if she really sprinted this far just for a quick retraction. Lolo continued, insisting that if he was going to take off, he needed to make sure he lived for ages, adding that he could always retreat to the city if things got rough. Sunmin offered a gentle smile in return, giving a heartfelt thank you. Genuinely moved by her unexpected concern, Lolo lowered her gaze, her face bright red, admitting how strange it felt, but she had genuinely started to see him in a different light at some point. She nervously fiddled with the hem of her skirt, trying to form the words as she confessed that she couldn't explain why she felt the sudden shift in her emotions. She finally met his eyes, a shy, sweet expression on her face, before finally blurting out that she believed she had started to develop feelings for him. Sunmin just stands there like a statue, the white light behind him making the whole scene look incredibly cinematic and unreal. After an impossibly long silence, he responds with a simple, I know, the ultimate power move. Lula starts to sob uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking with grief as Sunmin makes a solemn promise to never die. He vows to survive no matter what kind of trouble comes his way. He delivers one final goodbye before turning around to walk away. He looks far more mature than before, finally ready to face the destiny he's chosen for himself. Lula is left behind in the city, burying her face in her hands and crying hysterically. It's a slightly sad conclusion to their first year together, but at least they made it. Sunmin continues walking, reflecting on how it took him 3 whole years to graduate from Xenovis during his previous life. This time around, he managed to finish in just 1 year. He looks back at all the people he's met, including Hans, Jack, Lilur, and of course, Suji Han. He realizes that unlike last time, he actually gathered precious, meaningful memories. He wonders if he will ever get the chance to return to the city someday in the future. He feels like he's leaving a crucial part of himself behind as he steps into the absolute unknown. A panoramic shot of Xenovis makes Sunmin recall Wu Jai Ho Yon's dramatic parting words. He makes an internal vow to himself that he will survive against all odds. Deep within a dark and shadowy realm, a mysterious voice pipes up. It notes that it's extremely uncommon to see someone as young as Sunmin practicing these unique arts. The creepy hooded figure at Mercy's Mountain gives Sunmin a greeting and immediately asks what specific type of ridiculous prohibition he's looking for. Sunmin stands behind the peculiar figure, appearing totally ready for whatever challenge comes next. He knows exactly what goal he needs to accomplish. A close-up reveals a weathered face that clearly indicates a history of major trauma. He knows that to keep his promise, he's got to improve his skills significantly. Wu Jai Ho Yon asks where they should plan to meet in 10 years. Since she understands the layout of the area much better than our rookie MC, she takes the lead on the logistics. The two of them stand together in the dark, carefully mulling over a plan. Sunmin is basically just a tourist in this new realm, so he lets her pick the specific landmark. The location is finalized. They agree to meet in Bhanger exactly 10 years from now. It's certainly a long-term goal, but they have officially sealed their pact. 10 months pass quickly since Wu Jaiho departed the city. Sunmin stands on a bridge in Zenovis, realizing he still has 9 whole years remaining before the rendezvous and desperately needs a training plan. He knows he could easily revert to mercenary work again, but he'd just be living the same mediocre, mid-tier life he did before. He's determined to shatter his personal limits instead of just coasting. The close-up shot captures Sunmin's face, showing he's completely focused on his objective. He's finished with a simple path and is seeking something intense to force his personal growth. His target is Mercy's mountain, marked by that ominous purple crest. Mercy is apparently the deity of all trials and suffering, which sounds precisely like the challenge he needs. The mountain is unique because visitors can intentionally apply prohibitions to their bodies and senses. While this sounds like a horrific nightmare, the training efficiency skyrockets, becoming hundreds of times more effective. Sunmin confirms his direction, certain that the mountain is nearby. He's deliberately walking into a hellish landscape solely to gain an advantage against his previous, less evolved self. He finally reaches the mountain, where the trees and the ground are bathed in a bizarre, a natural shade of vibrant purple. It's a truly surreal environment that feels like it belongs to an entirely different dimension. He's greeted by a priest wearing a dark, thorn-covered robe, who is already training under his own painful restrictions. This individual looks like he's lived through a significant amount of agony for fun. Sunmin officially receives 2 prohibitions to kick off his trial period. The initial one is the prohibition of weight, which is indicated by a heavy, purple glow settling onto his back. Instantly, everything feels incredibly dense, as if made of lead. His own body, all his gear, and even the bread he holds weigh a metric ton, causing his muscles to shake uncontrollably just to stand upright. Next comes the second curse, which quickly follows the first one. He is seen holding a piece of bread, a look of sheer terror on his face as though he's about to face his final judgment. The purple bolt of magic strikes his tongue, and his eyes practically pop out of their sockets in response. The resulting internal shock from the second restriction is dramatically worse than the weight one. He immediately hunches over, gagging aggressively and clutching his stomach as he stands in the middle of the purple forest. Simply staying alive has instantly become a monumental, difficult challenge. Magical energy and saliva burst from his mouth as his physical form desperately attempts to reject this new sensory experience. It genuinely appears as though he is physically wrestling with an aggressive internal virus. He collapses onto his hands and knees, coughing violently and struggling to catch his breath. The second prohibition turns out to be his sense of taste, and it has absolutely flipped the whole game upside down. The close-up reveals the purple seal on his tongue, which has completely corrupted his ability to enjoy food, turning every flavor foul. He stares down a disgusting puddle, understanding that even the most basic sustenance now feels and tastes exactly like literal trash. He clarifies that he hasn't merely lost his sense of taste, but instead, every single thing he eats tastes absolutely putrid, throwing him into a void of sensory despair. His warped senses make a plain piece of bread appear and feel like it's crawling with flies, ladders, and cockroaches, making eating an extreme test of mental strength. Sunmin collapses completely defeated on the ground, realizing he could literally starve to death because his brain is actively tricking him into believing food is poison. Sweating and miserable, he stares blankly into the distance and debates quitting, as the comfortable, straightforward life of a regular mercenary suddenly looks incredibly tempting. He stares up at the sky, questioning if this agonizing torture is really necessary for his second chance at life, knowing he already possesses the strength to become a B-rank mercenary in Bahir. Lying there in the dirt, he tries to convince himself that her successful life doesn't actually need to be this incredibly difficult, finding himself on the brink of settling for a comfortable, mediocre path. Suddenly, Huan's intense red eyes flash into his mind, and the memory alone sends a massive jolt of pressure and deep-chain straight through his body. He physically flinches from the thought, realizing he cannot allow himself to remain weak because he made a promise to reach the absolute pinnacle and absolutely cannot back down now. A renewed fire ignites in his eyes, and he reaches out to grab a chunk of bread, forcing himself to confront the absolutely awful reality of his current training. He shoves the disgusting food into his mouth, even as his senses scream that it's crawling with bugs and absolutely rotten, demonstrating pure willpower in action. He immediately follows up by chugging water that tastes like pure liquid sewage to him, literally picturing a pile of filth as he swallows, which is a truly hardcore level of commitment. He manages to choke it all down with a pained gasp, his eyes completely bloodshot from the combined physical and mental strain, successfully completing his first meal under the difficult trial. Sunmin slumps back against a tree, gasping for air while cursing Mercy's name, having firmly decided he is going to see this entire hellish training session through to the very end. Suddenly, a shadowy woman appears from nowhere and calls him an insolent human, catching Sunmin completely off guard because he failed to sense her approach at all. He snaps his head around with a shocked expression, spotting a flash of purple and white in the brush, as his survival instincts begin screaming at him to immediately move. He drops into a low defensive crouch as his purple aura crackles around him, preparing for a fight and realizing he's not, in fact, the only living soul on this mountain. 1 week passes on the sharp, jagged purple mountain, and the intense isolation combined with a constant weight are starting to seriously wear down his sanity. The deer stands casually in a clearing, completely oblivious to the hunter nearby, marking the first real prey he has seen in several agonizing days. Sumin storks the deer from the bushes, the spear trembling, noting that he's been existing solely on bread and water for a week and has definitely reached his limit. He pushes off with a massive, loud noise, his boots digging deep into the purple dirt, pouring every last bit of energy he has left into this single ambush attempt. He launches into the air, steer first, aiming to end the hunt with one clean lunge, startling the deer. Sumin moves toward it like a desperate blur. Total fail. The deer easily sidesteps him, and we get a hilarious chibi reaction of the animal looking confused and slightly pitying, as if it's embarrassed for him. He keeps trying to swipe at it, but the weight prohibition makes all his movements slow and clumsy, allowing the deer to simply trot away effortlessly. The deer literally hops right over his spear and vanishes into the forest, with a narration openly mocking him as he stands there looking like a complete amateur. He collapses onto the ground, desperately panting for breath as a silver-haired girl watches him from the shadows, having officially reached his absolute breaking point. Sumin is covered in sweat and dirt, his eyes hollow with exhaustion, having realized his movements are too sluggish to hunt anything faster than a moving rock. He laments that he simply lacks enough nutrients to sustain his training, pointing out that 1 week of bread and water has turned him into a walking skeleton. Night falls on the mountain, and the trial remains just as harsh, as the narration reminds us that you must provide absolutely everything for yourself while restricted. Little Sumin shivers in the dark while monsters circle his tiny camp, basically proving this peak is a death zone for any scrawny person. Our protagonist slumps against some bark, looking like a literal skeleton who forgot how to eat. Since his training regime is currently winning the war against his failing health, blaring as shoes, he realizes doing push-ups is pointless when your legs are wet noodles, making his 2-year survival goal seem like a total pipe dream. Out of nowhere, the tiny rock decides to play target practice with his skull, but he is too exhausted to do anything except accept his fate. He cricks his neck around to see a random person chilling in the neon violet woods, leaving our solitary wanderer feeling completely baffled by the unexpected company. A girl with shimmering metallic hair and fresh white robes stands there waiting, looking way too relaxed for a place that usually tries to eat its visitors. Sumin keeps his dukes up while demanding an ID, because even though hitting peers is forbidden, he knows better than to trust a pretty face in a murder zone. She gestures toward her neck and crosses her arms to signal she is currently living the quiet life, indicating her vocal cords are on a strict vacation. She indicates a glowing violet mark on her throat that matches his exactly, proving she is also suffering through the same annoying quest for divine mercy. Sumin deduces she is legally obligated to shut up, and she enthusiastically agrees with a bobblehead nod and a very quiet, knowing grin. She suddenly pounces and delivers a deceased forest creature directly to his toes, leaving Sumin staring at the free takeout in absolute disbelief. Leaning on her branch while he gazes at the venison, she basically hands him a get-out-of-starvation-free card with 0 strings attached. Zooming in on the carcass, it is definitely the same jerk animal that was laughing at him, meaning he gets to eat his enemies for lunch today. She scribbles in the mud using fancy rear script to explain she's been low-key stalking him and noticed he was about to die of hunger. Sumin gives her the side eye despite his gratitude, wondering why any sane person would give free food to a guy with 0 special skills or social standing. The metallic-haired maiden hits a heroic pose and writes that she is simply a wonderful person, even sketching some imaginary glitz to boost her ego. Hold on, this adorable tiny warrior actually saves his life, peering out of thin air to dismantle a deer as if she were opening a bag of chips. She claims to be a total sweetheart, which sounds like a scam in this brutal reality, yet she consistently saves his bacon whenever he finds himself in a pickle. Sumin eventually asks for her handle, but her response hits him harder than a truck, leaving him standing there with his jaw practically touching the forest floor. Say hello to Beak Sogro, who grips her twig with such menace and power that you instantly know she could probably kick everyone's butt simultaneously. The name rings a bell because she was a total icon in his past timeline, famously dubbed the Speedster because she moved faster than a caffeine-addicted squirrel. However, meeting a future superstar isn't why he's nervous, as there is a much more depressing reason for his panic that is currently making his heart sink. The reality is quite grim since in his memory of the coming years, this girl ends up as a corpse, which is a real mood killer. In about 8 years, her story reaches a very bloody conclusion, and the mental image of her lying defeated is a pretty dark foreshadowing of her fate. The absolute worst part is that she gets taken out by his own future teacher, the tiny demonic brat, which really makes for some uncomfortable small talk. This mountain has some intense house rules involving mandatory silence and a strict no-hitting policy between participants, unless you want to get evicted by fate. Sumin sits in his grotto while his glowing purple badge of silence flickers, trying to figure out how this nice girl ends up in a buddy bag. He begins to ponder the events of his former existence, wondering if her untimely demise was somehow linked to the chaos that unfolded within the deep dungeon. Beak Sogro gets right in his face with a look of pure curiosity, clearly wanting to know what is going on in his brain after he stared at her for hours. Our hero nearly has a heart attack when she manifests beside him, but she just holds up a tiny greeting card while ignoring his frantic screaming. The lady is literally carving into granite using nothing but her fingernails, and Sunmin is getting secondary hypertension just watching her rip through solid rock like it is soggy cardboard. Her scribbled notes clarify that even telepathic shouting is off limits for her, as her current training demands total silence, making her existence a very long and awkward game of charades. Sunmin stands there with a dial-up internet expression, trying to process that he is actually small-talking with a future superstar who treats boulders like they are cheap sticky notes. While she hunkers down, he spots her left wing looking a bit useless, and she mentions that 6 months in, The fresh rule essentially turned her arm into a decorative paperweight. Sogo confesses that having a numb noodle for a left arm is quite annoying, then asks if his only struggles are being heavy and eating bland food, which he sadly confirms. He chuckles like a broken toaster, warning the loss of her decent snack, looking like a man who has experienced a millennium of pure misery in a very short semester. Sogo wonders if he is interested in the other lunatics inhabiting these peaks, and Sunmin admits he has been pondering who else is unhinged enough to call this place home. She bounces up and demands he follow her for some formal introductions, appearing significantly more hyped for this awkward social gathering than he could ever hope to be. Sunmin attempts to keep pace but is failing miserably, grinding his molars because the heady gravity curse makes every single step feel like he is wading through thick molasses. Watching her glide effortlessly makes his heart do a nervous tap dance, wondering how a mere mortal can possibly chase a woman who is basically the CEO of speed. Soger spots him lagging in the rear and recalls his gravity problem, finally understanding that simply moving his feet is an Olympic-level cardio session for the exhausted young lad. She provides some free wisdom, suggesting that if he's built like a tank, he better learn some fancy footwork because just poking things with a stick will not keep him alive. The boy asks the million-dollar question about receiving a lesson, looking optimistic for a second before retracting his words, knowing that a pro's secrets are their bread and butter. He attempts to play it off as a prank, though the regret in his eyes is visible, knowing he just fumbled a golden ticket to upgrade his clunky working style. Soger refuses to let the moment pass and suddenly snatches him up, declaring he's far too sluggish and that she will simply serve as his personal Uber. The boy is having a total meltdown, wiggling like a fish as she tosses him over her shoulder, definitely not expecting a piggyback ride from a top-tier martial arts prodigy. He yelps and asks what on earth she is planning, but Sogo just orders him to grip her tightly while her expression suggests she is preparing to go supersonic. They blast off like a firework on the 4th of July, turning the surrounding landscape into a messy smudge of violet and ivory as she zooms across the rocks. The sheer velocity is pulling his skin into a terrifying grin, and he is shrieking for mercy while she barrels through the trees like a freight train with legs. A distant observer catches a glimpse of the duo and sighs, realizing it is just the quiet girl performing her daily speed test, as they seem quite accustomed to her chaos. They eventually skid to a halt and he immediately detects a pungent odor, pinching his nostrils and dry heaving while questioning what kind of garbage heap they have arrived at. Say hello to Starlet Lasser, a wizard whose magical rules apparently forbid soap, looking like she has avoided a shower since the last century and clearly annoyed by their presence. Then there is Dupjun, a sightless warrior who is basically a pile of muscles and old wounds, currently honing a gigantic blade and appearing much friendlier than the smelly lady. Soger presents herself as the future speedster queen, noting she is currently handicapped by her sight, BunRv, and speech, yet she still moves quicker than her caffeinated cheer. Sunmin just stands there with his eyeballs nearly popping out of his skull, unable to comprehend the absolute powerhouse lineup he is currently witnessing in the flesh. It dawns on him that everyone in this group is destined for greatness and global fame, making it feel like he accidentally crashed a secret meeting of the Avengers. He reflects that while they are nobodies now, they will soon dominate the entire world of Urier, leaving him feeling like a total loser with zero talent or prospects. Scarlet leans closer with an unsettling stare, asking what the little guy is dealing with, and he timidly explains his taste and weight issues while clearly regretting his life choices. She is actually surprised he acquired 2 whole debuffs in just 1 month, providing a very dark prophecy that his survival chances are basically zero at this point. Soger clarifies that the stinky witch sort out these peaks for the sole purpose of gaining strength, and in such a brutal reality, her crazy tactics are actually quite logical. Dopajun cut in, the scarred face looking even more intimidating up close. He proclaimed his desire to shatter every personal limitation, regardless of the cost. This guy truly believed that the only way to succeed was to suffer for it. He pointed out that while many hopefuls arrive on this mountain, almost none possess the grit to actually stay here. Only 4 individuals have managed to endure and push their boundaries for more than 6 months. Dopajun intensely questioned Sunmin with a gaze so severe the poor kid actually got goosebumps. Sunmin could only stammer out a confirmation, completely overwhelmed by the old man's focus. The blind warrior stated he would keep a close watch on Sunmin to see exactly how long the boy could endure. It functioned as both an eerie prediction and a challenge to improve. Scarlet jokingly referred to Baek Sogo as the mute one, suggesting Sogo must be thrilled to finally have another eccentric individual who began with 2 prohibitions. Just like herself, Sunmin stood there completely confused, asking for clarification, while Baek Sogo simply maintained a completely impassive expression. The newcomer realized he might resemble these strange legends more than he initially thought. We saw a neat diagram of the 3 practitioners, Baek Sogo, Scarlet, and Dopajun, but there was also a 4th slot marked with a question mark, representing the final member of this elite squad. Baek Sogo mentioned someone named Flam, but Dopajun instantly ordered her to cease speaking immediately. The atmosphere shifted from friendly banter to profoundly serious in the blink of an eye. Scarlet's expression contorted with pure terror. She looked Sunmin directly in the eyes and warned him that he was far too dangerous to be here. Dopajun repeated the warning with a grim expression. Whoever this Flam character was, he clearly possessed a terrifying reputation if these 2 experienced warriors were this visibly frightened. Sunmin was left standing there with big, obvious questions hanging over his head. He had officially stumbled upon the mysterious, off-limits part of his training program. 4 months passed since that initial encounter, We soar the snow-covered purple mountains as the seasons changed, but Sunmin's grueling regimen continued without interruption. Just as he started adjusting to his current hardships, the prohibitions became even more severe. He struggled through a void where his body and meals consistently felt heavier and more repulsive. He shouted that he was growing stronger as he violently swung his spear. He looked significantly more focused and formidable than when he first arrived on the peak. Feast your eyes on these stats. After 4 months of agonizing effort, his Violet Dawn Mystic Arc reached 3 stars, and his Supreme 9 Heaven Spear reached 2 stars. Despite his low-quality build, his progression speed was truly astonishing. He trained in the middle of a torrential downpour, delivering a massive blow with his spear. The mountain was unforgiving, but he was literally forging his own path through sheer force of will. He easily cut through a gigantic purple plant as if it were soft butter. He demonstrated that he wasn't merely surviving the environment, he was beginning to fully dominate it. He paused for a moment, catching his breath while announcing that this ordeal was definitely beneficial. He could literally feel the results of his hard work in every muscle fiber. His daily schedule was an absolute nightmare, involving constant spear training during daylight and mystic art development throughout the nighttime hours. He felt productive every second, even while enduring pure agony. He admitted that with every step, his bones felt like they were shattering and his muscles felt like they were ripping themselves in half. But check out the expression. He was genuinely beginning to embrace the challenge. He recognized this necessity in his thoughts, gazing at an imagined vision of Wiederhoen. She remained the ultimate prize, compelling him to continue when every fiber of his being screamed for surrender. Sunmin observed that his physique had significantly developed during this time. He couldn't fit into his previous garments because he had actually built some genuine fighter's physique. The sound echoed from within the nearby trees. Sunmin immediately stopped moving as an unfamiliar face observed him with an amused expression. The new arrival praised his spear skills, remarking that they were surprisingly proficient. Sunmin kept his weapon prepared, focusing intently on the man with a severe gaze. Sunmin acknowledged he had never encountered this individual previously. He leapt backward as the stranger offered a welcoming salutation, understanding that he was facing a potential danger. This is Flam. He rested on a stone, appearing far too comfortable for someone inhabiting a deadly peak. He mentioned that it was the first time he had seen a peer of similar age here. Flam moved closer, those unnervingly luminous eyes fixed on Sunmin, requesting his identity. Sunmin simply returned the stare, comprehending that he had finally encountered the perilous fourth member of their small association. Scarlet appeared absolutely terrified, asking Sunmin if he understood what true genius really looked like. She manipulated fire with apparent ease, cautioning him that talent in their world defied common expectations. Dokpajun's scarred visage looked even more severe as he explained that a truly exceptional individual makes the desperate struggles of others irrelevant. They can achieve with a single smile what others toil their whole lives to accomplish. Beak Sogo delivered the ultimate, most terrifying warning, advising him strictly to avoid Flam. She appeared genuinely concerned for Sunmin, understanding that encountering that person guarantees a one-way trip to absolute insanity. Behold Flam, who looks just like an average high school student. The catch, however, is that the accompanying text announces this blue-haired menace is destined for utter despair. Sunmin is currently sweating profusely while staring at him. He can feel the immense power gap between them just by existing in the same area and is already deeply regretting his entire life's direction. Flam immediately notices the tension and inquires why Sunmin is so jumpy over a mere introduction. Sunmin, looking like a deer about to become high-speed food, manages to stutter out his own name. Flam flashes a calculating smirk, having instantly realized Sunmin has heard all the rumors about him. He calls him out for being rude and for failing to greet a peer in a timely fashion. Sunmin tries to brush off the confrontation by claiming he's too busy training to hang out. Flam then repeats the word train in a tone so aggressively condescending, it's enough to trigger an intervention. Sunmin turns away, concluding he doesn't have time to waste on this arrogant punk. He's internally furious because he knows Flam is a legitimate genius, and seeing it in person is just soul-crushing. Sunmin continues walking, but Flam isn't about to let him leave that easily. The sinister purple aura begins to emanate from Flam, signaling he's about to demonstrate exactly why everyone finds him terrifying. Flam poses a simple question, asking what Sunmin intends to train with. Sunmin looks over his shoulder, completely baffled as to why this annoyance is still bothering him. Sunmin gestures nonchalantly to his side, mentioning the spear, but then his eyes widen in panic. He realizes his hand is clutching absolutely nothing but thin air. Flam is suddenly standing right behind him, casually holding Sunmin's spear. He examines the weapon like a new toy, admitting this is his first time even holding anything like it. He offers a bright, innocent smile while holding the stolen spear. It's the exact expression a small child makes just before they shatter your most prized possession to see how it works. Sunmin is in full-blown panic mode. He screams internally, demanding to know how long Flam had the spear, feeling the ultimate humiliation of being disarmed by a kid who isn't even trying. He stares at his empty hand, descending into a spiral of confusion and rage. He simply cannot fathom the impossible speed Flam used to snatch that spear without him noticing. Flam tells him to relax, assuring him he's just borrowing the spear for a second. He looks at Sunmin with mock concern, asking why he's so surprised that her genius can do whatever they please. He asks Sunmin if he can just copy what he did, all while adopting a fighting stance. He's analyzing the spear with an alarmingly fast grasp of its technical workings. Flam then flawlessly executes the second posture of the Supreme 9 Heaven Spear, in Sunmin's exact style. He perfectly mirrors the technique that Sunmin spent months of grueling effort learning. He delivers a massive strike that, to Sunmin's horror, actually looks significantly more powerful than his own version. The subsequent shockwave from the impact is shown in a stark, grayscale panel that perfectly conveys the pure force of the blow. The technique name, lightning splitting, chasing strike, appears as Flam executes a follow-up move. He isn't just imitating. He performs it with a level of effortless grace that's absolutely insulting. A massive sound effect roars alongside the destruction. Flam has literally carved a path through the landscape using a move he only saw for the very first time. Sunmin is absolutely destroyed, his eyes empty shells as he processes the full implications. He recognizes that Hoyan isn't the only horrifying monster out there, realizing Flam improved a technique after seeing it just once. Flam is roaring with laughter, thoroughly enjoying twisting the knife in Sunmin's wound. He asks if he's better than Sunmin while looking like the happiest person on earth as Sunmin's soul dies inside. The close-up shot of Flam's mouth reveals a truly dark, sinister grin. This guy isn't merely talented. He genuinely enjoys being superior to everyone else in his vicinity. Sunmin visibly flinches, rendered almost into a rough sketch as the despair fully consumes him. Flam then confesses he truly doesn't understand why everyone comes to this mountain to train when they obviously possess zero talent. Flam props himself up on the stolen spear, casually looking off toward the horizon. He ponders why anyone bothers to keep trying when, no matter how hard they work, he can effortlessly surpass their abilities just by observing them once. He turns his blank, purple gaze towards Sunmin and asks why people insist on training hard for something they are fundamentally incapable of achieving. His voice thick with genuine, patronizing confusion. Sunmin remains frozen in the shadows, his face contorted into a mask of pure rage. Flam lists other powerful practitioners, including Dotpai, Bakesogor, and the Stinking Monster, dismissing them all as pathetic losers. Flam complains that every time he asks the practitioners about their techniques, they get angry and force him to leap. He claims he could execute everything they demonstrated effortlessly, from sword arts to magical spells. He genuinely wonders what could possibly be wrong with everyone else. From his perspective, every single practitioner on the mountain is just playing pretend at being a skilled expert. Flam prattles about actual divine prodigies who dwarf these mountain dwellers, gazing at the clouds and wondering which rock those freaks are hiding under today. The bunch of mythical legends stand atop a jagged peak in a flashback, while Flam mocks Sunmin for even daring to glimpse such superior beings with his peasant vision. Sunmin remembers Hoyon, a total powerhouse who actually had some dignity, unlike this loudmouth shrimp who thinks talent is a valid excuse for being a massive jerk. Sunmin gawks at Flam, noticing the tiny weirdo enjoys his massive ego far too much, and the poor guy is rapidly approaching a total meltdown over this sorty garbage. The pest attempts to pivot by asking about Sunmin's magical handicap so they can trade secrets like best friends, which honestly just makes the poor guy want to explode. Sunmin finally snaps with a thunderous roar, grinding his molars while ordering the tiny terror to grab his toothpick and vanish before things get messy. Sunmin storms off into the woods, yelling for Flam to scram, since being solitary and miserable is infinitely better than enduring another minute of this mockery. He tosses a final threat over his shoulder, warning the kid to stay a mile away, his expression looking like he just swallowed a bowl of lemons in hatred. Flam acts shocked and asks why everyone is so cranky, apparently oblivious to his own rudeness, which is honestly the most horrifying part of his broken brain. Flam proposes that Sunmin ought to abandon his training quest to become a simple turnip gardener, because his average abilities are only suited for a mundane life. Sunmin loses his cool and hurls a wild haymaker, a loud bang echoing through the clearing as he puts every ounce of his bottled-up rage into one fist. Flam catches the strike with one hand while looking bored, reminding the hothead that mountain lore forbids assault, so the loser should probably remember his lowly status. We zoom in on the brat's slugged face behind that failing punch, his body radiating a creepy violet glow that makes him look like a pint-sized devil in disguise. Flam swats the hand away and calls him pathetic, wondering if Sunmin only tried to hit him because he knew the safety rules would prevent a brutal retaliation. Sunmin tastes the soil while battling a crushing unseen gravity. The Flam quips that being a loser makes it quite challenging to coordinate when to unleash your inner rage. The brat notices a new presence and turns around, claiming he knew Beaksogo was lurking in the shadows like a creepy stalker eavesdropping on their delightful chat. Flam tells Beaksogo to stop giving him the stink eye, insisting he was just doing a delivery service and that Sunmin was the one who went postal. He gestures at Sunmin and tells Sogo that while the boy has a fancy weapon style, his actual execution is complete garbage, returning to his role as a critic. Sunmin vibrates with pure fury, yet Flam continues his roast by predicting the boy will never reach 6 stars with the microscopic portion of talent he possesses. Flam breaks down the mountain's weird math, explaining that more suffering equals more prizes from the trial goddess, illustrated by a sketch of her deity gifting power-ups. The kid explains to Sunmin that converting his daily life into a traumatic ordeal is the quickest road to power, presenting advice that feels more like a nasty mockery. Sunmin hunches over and starts dry heaving, because the crushing gravity combined with Flam's radioactive personality is actually making him want to vomit his lunch. Flam possesses the pure gall to smother Sunmin's face during his retching, spewing a sermon regarding restrictions while the victim experiences a total psychological disaster on the ledge. Flam gets way too close to Sogro's space while Sunmin dies inside in the back, a creepy scene proving this kid has the emotional intelligence of a toaster. Sunmin suddenly snaps and takes off like a rocket in a crouch run, deciding that cardio is way better than listening to another word from that little monster. Beaksogo desperately grips her windpipe when the restriction brand emits violent amethyst flashes, her expression contorting from agonizing torment as the peak's magic begins roasting her. She emits a voiceless shriek with her eyes bulging in pain, trapped by mountain laws that are torturing her without letting her even say a word to explain. While Sogro suffers, Tummin is already deep in the violet woods running like a maniac, as the other two watch him disappear into the bushes from the heights. Natural talent, the word screams in massive ink black font. The Sunman is depicted tumbling through a pale abyss of insecurity and self-hatred while his brain melts. He clenches his jaw with a face messy from fluids and frustration, howling Mercy's name at the sky while cursing the stupid rock for making his life miserable. Adopt those pointy lunar rocks, he hollers like a crazy person because he is desperate enough to sell his soul for some gains. A giant holy shadow engulfs him, ordering the puny mortal to chatter while staring down with the cold boredom of a deity. Squeezing his knuckles white with spooky determination, he demands another curse because he thinks more pain will somehow make him smarter than the prodigies. Weird boxy shapes and space trash wander around, within a galactic vacuum, looking like they ditched the hell for a funky new reality. He's perspiring and frantic, wandering aimlessly while questioning the air about which weird neighborhood he just stumbled into. A tiny grape-colored girl hovers over the spearman, making him appear like a pathetic bug lost in the massive grocery store of the cosmos. With a cocky smirk, she claims ownership of the place, finally admitting her name is Mercy and she runs the mountain shell. He starts vibrating from the shock, realizing he's chatting with a real goddess and losing his ability to speak clearly. She drifts around, roasting him for his previous insults and telling him to quit the drama because his fake attitude is totally unconvincing. Skipping the small talk, she asks if he is truly asking for another handicap, which Suman immediately accepts without any brain activity. The gravity of his misery is obvious, already failing at basic senses, but his spooky stare proves he wants to double, further into the agony. She gets into his personal space with flying hair, mentioning that he will definitely feel like absolute garbage. The goddess giggles like a villain, finding his guts hilarious and wondering if his courage comes from being a zombie who returned once. He turns into an ice cube from the shock, his heart probably thumping because the deity just blurted out his most classified info. Her eyes shine like purple neon signs, explaining that divine vision sees right through the complicated mess of his mortal existence. She points at a pile of dusty skeletons, reminding him that humans are basically built just to end up as very still bone piles. The shadow person gets absolutely flattened by the heavy burden of cosmic fate. She explains that playing tag with a Grim Reaper is basically like punching the entire universe in its face. She studies Suman curiously, noting that for a regular guy, he managed to nod up fate and return from the grave like a persistent cockroach. Suman asks the expensive question about whether breaking time rules will ruin his life, fearing that his cheat codes have a price. Mercy wears a devilish smile, clarifying that his soul is racking up huge bills, and the universe will eventually send a terrifying debt collector. She cackles, saying he is fine for now, but the bad part is spending 1 billion years in the basement of hell later. Suman is soaking sweat, realizing his second life came with a VIP pass to the inferno, clutching his weapon in sheer terror. He tries to act tough, deciding that afterlife problems are for future him, while current him just wants to not die right now. Boom, they are back on the peak, where Sogro is staring at him with worry while he snaps out of his daydream. Tummin is shaking like a leaf on the dirt as the new magic kicks in, leading Sogro to ask if he crippled himself again. He offers a wobbly affirmation, appearing ready to faint from the chill while rattling so loudly that it makes a clicking sound. Sogro gives him a look that is half sad and half annoyed, stunned that this boy treats his existence like trash. The lady questions which bizarre brand of misery the boy purchased, as he struggles to exist with a stare that is entirely vacant. She discusses being cozy or having pleasant fantasies, while his internal thoughts prove that his terrible life choices are currently wrecking him. The woman calls him a total nutcase, warning that banning mental comforts is far more agonizing than just taking a physical beating. Losing the sensation of warmth really sucks, leaving him vibrating like a broken laundry machine next to a fire that provides no thermal relief. Next is the dreaming ban, where creepy shadow claws snatch at him whenever he blinks, turning his rest into a horror flick. His mind resembles a chaotic heavy metal poster, decorated with rusty shekels, bleached skulls, and glowing eyeballs staring from the dark. Every childhood trauma and nervous sweat is surfacing in high definition, appearing much scarier than they did during his toddler years. He remains fetal position within a mental cyclone, watching his old memories of Earth transform into monsters that ruin his beauty sleep. The tattoo on his spine glows to announce that relaxation is cancelled, making his bed a constant war zone instead of peace. The teacher observes the disaster and mutters that he is a lunatic, having never witnessed anyone flirt with madness quite so aggressively. The girl bellows to see if his mind melted, observing that his current pace ensured success without inviting further misery to his life. The boy stares back with a hollow face and mutters that it is missing, referring to his complete lack of natural talent. He says it once more like a man who lost his lunch, admitting he has 0 gifts, which is clearly breaking his mind. The master pauses with a suffer look, noticing his skills are okay for his age, but he grows slower than her glacier-wearing backpacks. She notices the massive divide between his grind and his natural stats, realizing he wants to bypass mediocrity using only pure agony. The lad recalls the legendary warrior and worries his big goals are too fat to fit through the tiny door of his abilities. He explains this was not just a temper tantrum about the fire prodigy, because the guy merely proved that being average is a death sentence. He squeezes his fists until the leather groans, knowing he must abandon logic to stand among those lucky jerks with natural gifts. The girl watches while he sits there looking like a horned toaster, the air getting thick as she digests his terrifyingly stubborn resolve. She looms over him with a stern face, low-key respecting his grit despite being fairly certain his brain is now spicy noodles. He looks back with raccoon eyes from zero rest, yet his stare is sharp enough to slice through a very thick brick. The woman lets out a small smirk and says his goals are lofty, admitting she relates to the struggle, which is rare. Her face zooms in as she smirks while sharing a secret, confessing that she actually plans to be the most overpowered human on Earth. The boy looks like he saw a ghost, totally stunned that this quiet girl has such a massive ego and huge dreams. She shoots him a cheeky grin while repeating her aim, signaling that they are both sailing on the same ship of delusions. The boy mentions her past proposal to share mobility secrets which he dismissed, hoping those drills might fix his massive skill deficit. The girl looks confused and asks what he is babbling about, her poker face finally shattering into a million pieces of disbelief. The woman abruptly thumps an ancient tome on the soil, announcing it as the hidden scroll and choosing to assist the fellow seriously. The book looks ancient and beat up, titled Unseen Ghostly Soaring, which serves as both a way to run and magic. The protagonist skims the text and feels amazed, realizing the quality equals the Lavender Daybreak occult skill or the greatest celestial sky javelin, then questions her sudden kindness. Sogo pivots and hides her face, telling him to start calling her big sister since she clearly has a soft spot for guys who never quit. Plumped on the dirt, Sunmin clutches his shiny new book looking like a squeezed lemon while Sogo chills nearby, and though they are debating if this is pity or love, the talentless loser like him will take any gut-tier cheat he can get. Silence falls over the woods as the duo rests together, and Sunmin peers at Sogo, beginning to view her as an actual person instead of just some doom-laden disaster he should dodge. She flashes a soft, wise grin that speaks volumes, clearly thrilled to find another crazy person who refuses to pack their bags and leave this cursed hill. The camera pans out to the spooky violet peaks while Sogo's cheesy torque about kindness echoes, forcing Sunmin to stare blankly at the clouds and regret every life choice that led here. Notification bells go wild as the game confirms he learned the invisible flight skill, finally giving his profile some swag with triple stars and a fresh spear combo. Terror unfolds within a fuzzy violet realm, showcasing the opening move of Sunmin's own top tier 9 cloud poker technique. This is the ghost hunting murder poke, where a glowing lilac tip sips through the dark bits of her dude who already lost the fight. We see the loser's face zoom in while he grinds his molars in pure pain, proving this is definitely not a friendly game of tag but a literal slaughter. Point stands tall in the rear like a scary shadow soaked in crimson vibes, peering more like a bill collector for souls than a buddy. The violence ramps up as red juice paints the glitchy scenery, with a sharp edge slicing the wind and offering zero chill to the poor sap being chased. Enter the fifth move, the death blink, which travels so quickly it leaves a grape-colored flame path while aiming for the vital bits. Total messy destruction follows as some poor guy gets shredded inside the violet emptiness, a nasty flex of strength that turns everything into trash. Sunmin is stuck in this bad trip with trembling pores when a voice chirps, and Huyan appears to ask if a decade of sweat only produced this pathetic result. She walks away and her insults sting more than a paper cut, claiming she goofed by tutoring him and that his whole quest was just a giant dumpster fire of wasted potential. Her hand lands on his ribcage and starts glowing like a blinding flashlight, as she explains his Marna license is revoked because she is repossessing every gift she handed out. Doubled over and hacking up red spit, he feels his inner battery pop, while Huyang informs him that his magic belly is broken and his ninja career is officially over. A gross crunching sound rings out as she squishes his power button, completing the backstab and leaving him leaking fluids in his own mental closet. Near death and pathetic, the guy pours at her retreating shadow and pleads for a timeout, while his surroundings melt into a bunch of violet pixels. He bellows at the nothingness for her to hold up because he is still kicking, looking like a total nutcase while howling her name for the final time. The boy springs up like a jack-in-the-box, sucking air and scratching his pecs, with eyeballs redder than her tomato after the scary snap of his existence. He is stuck on the chilly hill again, trembling on the frozen dirt and moaning because the phantom pains from his snooze are still poking him. A random voice from the dark asks who the Huyan lady he mentioned is, and he jerks his head up to see Scarlet staring at him like a lab rat. Staring at his shaky fingers, he realizes that whole ordeal was just a spicy mental movie. Oh, his heart is still trying to jump out of his ribs. Scarlet towers over him with her arms crossed, acting like a suspicious detective and asking if the girl is his secret crush since he was yelling like a fanboy. She gets all in his personal space, and a tidal wave of fun hits him, since she has not showered in ages to follow her weed rules and has developed a literal visible aura of stink. She pokes his eyeball to see if he is home, making Sunmin choke as his brain screams that even his pupils are burning from her toxic body odor. Scarlet's face is inches away while her red eyes sparkle, mentioning he picked the hardest debuff-like warmth and visions, then casually noting he's totally going to croak soon. Doppelganger just watches from the back while Sunmin fights for oxygen, getting bullied by a smelly witch and a blade guy while his brain is still mush. Scarlet continues her yapping, totally unaware that her armpits are a form of biological warfare, while the boy looks ready to faint just to escape the smell. Sunmin blubbers a pathetic excuse about his fragile noodle arms while begging to know why these two weirdos crashed his lonely mountain party. Scarlet flashes a smile so terrifying it could peel paint, claiming they arrived as helpers. Oh, her tone suggests she might actually bury him. Sogo lingers nearby pinching her nostrils shut as Scarlet reveals the silent girl wouldn't stop nagging until they agreed to babysit the loser. Our hero gazes at his elder sister feeling both thankful and bewildered, never guessing she would hire a cleanup crew for his failing workout. Scarlet proudly displays her expensive shopping haul, waving 4 shiny magical papers around like a peacock showing off its fancy neon tail feathers. She notes that because they are dimension hoppers, they can cheat the system using scrolls instead of rotting in a dusty library for decades. His face screams pure sympathy, having witnessed countless rookies fail, yet none quite as big-headed or hopelessly pathetic as this particular specimen. The camera pans across the peaks bathed in a creepy violet glow, signaling that the actual beatdown is scheduled to start very shortly. Old Man Jun looms there looking casually lethal with his blade, wondering if the boy can survive a fight without instantly collapsing into dust. Sunman clutches his pointy stick while his back tattoo hums, promising to try hard despite being a sleep-deprived popsicle on the brink of death. Two small silhouettes square up amidst the violet terrain, featuring a legendary grandpa fighting a time traveler who lacks skills but possesses infinite stubbornness. Tutorial mode begins as Scarlet describes the brainwash spell, a tiny little trick meant to scrub the spooky nightmare sludge out of his head. Triggering the enchantment cores as a close-up on those peepers, showing the murky dream sludge vanishing as that psychic fog eventually drifts away. Then come the performance enhancers, giving him muscles and speed, which are mandatory when your backpack feels like it contains a literal medium-sized moon. They collide while moving like lightning, so those enchanted boosters are basically vital to avoid getting squashed by the veteran's expertise or individual bulk. Sunlight fades away, stretching dark shadows over the violet peaks, while the rhythm of their duel speeds up to a truly punishing tempo. The kid hunches over sucking air like a vacuum, but the old master is barely sweating, proving that Sunman has officially hit his physical limits. Scarlet debuts the third trick, a stamina recharge spell that saves workout junkies from fainting, though it definitely carries a nasty fine print warning. Sunman wheezes while the refresh button is pressed, sparkling with borrowed power even though his face suggests he is selling his soul for it. Abusing this particular cheat code will drain his very essence and lead him straight to a coffin, but the insane schedule leaves him no other options. Jen torques some serious trash, mocking Sunman for losing to a sightless senior in under 2 minutes, earning only a weary promise to improve. The master sees Sunman vibrating like a faulty fridge, asking if that magical ice curse is acting up with a look of actual pity. Sunman trembles like a leaf in a hurricane, teeth clicking together because he has zero protection against this magical mountain air conditioning from hell. The old man steps forward and grabs Sunman's chest, pumping in some spicy internal chi to jumpstart his frozen blood and lazy metabolism. Instant comfort follows, the shivering stops and Sunman mumbles gratitude as the internal heater eventually kicks in and thaws his brittle frozen organs. Jun clarifies that he's just poking specific meat pipes to generate warmth, a short-term band-aid that keeps Sunman from becoming a very sad statue. The cranky instructor pivots away for departure, ordering the boy to remain breathing while appearing exactly like a miserable foster parent. The geezer admits finding punchable faces is tough around these peaks, necessitating Sunman's survival, proving to be a bizarrely violent method for expressing affection. The exhausted boy watches him depart, acknowledging that without these charity cases helping him out, Sunman would be a corpse for the second time already. He lingers solo while the clouds burn orange, feeling that the heady burden of being thankful is matching the literal weight of his magical sins. The dude reflects on how his doer for life is oddly full of charity, standing tall while his brain does frantic gymnastics over a creepy epiphany. His pupils get huge as a cold shiver hits his spine, causing a jump because this entire vibe is feeling sketchier than gas station tuner. The violet tattoo on his rear starts glowing like a rave light, making him freeze and ponder if reality is just glitching again. He holds his face with a look of pure distrust, calling the situation totally fake while feeling like an invisible hand is tugging his strings. Thinking back to those Xenovis folks, he knows Area was never this friendly in his past life, so he wonders why they are treating a total emperor like a VIP. Scarlet struts over to Old Man June and whines about the stench, proving that even during world-ending torques, she is basically a biological weapon. Muttering threats to turn the geezer into charcoal once they descend, she is salty that he is judging her for merely avoiding soap for a decade. June wonders if she just finished bullying the brat, and she confesses that despite his turtle speed, he is actually evolving into something decent. She's shocked that her sourpuss like June is babysitting with such passion, but the old salt just shrugs and claims he's just following orders. June flips the script, pointing out that she crafted those magic papers herself, and asks why she is sweating over some random stranger. Scarlet turns her head, her features finally losing their sharpness, and she claims she has no idea why, her fiery eyes looking quite lost in the evening light. Gazing into the neon woods, she contemplates the stubborn brat who hates quitting. While the air between the experts gets thick with unsaid vibes, she confesses that her eyes just can't quit him, her shadow etched against the timber in a weirdly sweet moment of actually giving a hoot. Over at the tent, Sunman feels the prickle of onlookers, realizing his spidey sense is upgrading to detect stuff that is totally out of his sight. Tussing his hair and acting tough, he tells himself to stop overthinking and just embrace his current luck, especially since those sparkling visuals suggest he is choosing to trust in his allies. A huge chunk of time passes as another 6 months fly over the purple mountains, and though the seasons cycle, the painful grind for our hero never stops. Blurred streaks indicate the grind is real in those purple glades, where Sunman tortures his muscles just to earn a tiny crumb of martial arts improvement. Check out those hands, shaking like a leaf as he struggles to keep his grip, since the gravity curse is so heavy now that holding a stick feels like lifting a planet. Wheezing and vibrating, he fights to keep the pulse steady, every fiber of his being throwing a tantrum while his eyes stay glued to his victim. The camera zooms in on a suddy and pathetic Sunman showing he is redlining his engine, yet those crazy eyes prove his soul is still very much winning. Crashing to the dirt while leaning on his weapon, he inhales oxygen like it is going out of style, which really highlights the absolute masochism of his self-imposed regime. Thumping sounds follow him through the trees as he drags himself along, battling a phantom sumo wrestler sitting on his shoulders with every single step. Detecting a presence, he whips his head around with enough suspicion to scare a cat, showing his danger meter is still cranked to maximum volume. Torque about the devil, here comes Phlegm, the blue-haired prodigy standing there with a smirk and calling him a maggot again since his insults haven't evolved in months. Phlegm chirps that he doubted the dude would survive 6 months, looking legitimately stunned that the brat managed to endure a whole year in this rocky wasteland, working right past like he is invisible. Tillman ignores the shade, leaving Phlegm feeling salty because his favorite toy isn't making any fun squeaky noises today. The pest continues his annoyances and questions the silent treatment, while Sunmin just gazes forward with a stone-cold face, appearing totally finished with the guy's presence. Phlegm finally spots the violet mark glowing on the guy's throat, realizing he has accepted a vow of silence that perfectly explains the recent quiet treatment. Cackling like a hyena, Phlegm thinks the mute-button choice is peak comedy and jokes that there is nothing worth discussing on this depressing rock pile anyway. Strolling next to him, Phlegm blabbers about the boy's masochistic tendencies while throwing shade, but he is secretly calculating exactly how much the maggot has leveled up. Out of nowhere, the pointy stick whizzes past with a loud zing, showing Sunmin is officially done listening to the chatterbox run his mouth for hours. The bully only provides a highly judgmental side stare. Totally chilled by the sneak attack, he tells the kid to watch a pro, getting ready to prove that hard work is cute but talent is king. We see a montage of him sweating for 6 months, making his blocks and stabs look so sleek and polished that even a drill sergeant would weep. Even the jerk Phlegm notices those fancy footwork moves blended nicely with a spear, secretly admiring the fruit of 12 months of pure physical agony. He teases if that weak source is his best effort while burdened by 5 seals, pretending to be a mentor while his vibe gets increasingly violent. Tillman unleashes a rapid-fire series of pokes, proving he did not come for a TED talk, letting his weapon handle the conversation instead. Looking smug enough to win an award, Phlegm reads every move, appearing ready to shut down the whole show without even waking up from a nap. The tight shot captures fingers clenching the wooden handle with a loud snap, signaling the final countdown for the time traveler to fight the natural-born prodigy. Leaning in way too close, Phlegm tells him not to hide behind his magical silence curse, just to avoid his very important insults. He brags about his elite lip-reading skills, knowing exactly what the kid thinks without a single spoken word. Despite being totally wiped out, Tillman wears a tiny, red-stained grin, keeping his private opinions to himself while refusing to be scared of the loudmouth. Phlegm gets all broody and tall, wanting the youngster that while he might act superior to regular losers, this high-tier warrior refuses to let some peasant act all superior. He dares the boy to take a shot at his life, mockingly noting that only the Holy Mountain Peace Treaty is preventing a total funeral. Suddenly, Phlegm charges with a massive blow, catching Sunmin completely off balance as he desperately tries to keep his ribs intact. Sunmin gets tossed like a sack of potatoes, hitting the dirt, while Phlegm stares down at him like he's a piece of gum on a shoe. Cackling like a movie villain, he calls the boy a sad sight, asking if he is squirming because he is a tiny bug against a titan. Dropping to his knees while his seal shines, Sunmin figures out that the bullet found a loophole to hurt him without technically getting grounded. Phlegm raises the swipe weapon as it glows with neon blue juice, showing off a level of magic that the kid has not even imagined yet. Turns out the guy is using spirit energy, which is the pro-tier move where you turn a stick into a laser, something only old masters usually do. The insults keep coming as he wonders how many lifetimes it would take a dad to learn this, claiming even eternity would not be enough time. Blue sparks fly everywhere while he complains about the universe, bragging that his 5 minutes of effort beats 20 years of the boy's hard labor. He asks why the boy even bothers when he is so outclassed, but Sunmin just maintains a very intense and creepy staring contest. With those icy, shark-like eyes, he just gives a short nod, showing his stubbornness is way higher than his combat power level. Our hero realizes that moping about being untalented is a dead end, so he silently thanks the jerk for being his personal entertainment during gym breaks. He chooses to wiggle forward like a determined worm, no matter the pace, which becomes his secret motto for living in this rigged game. His eyes sparkle with a scary new purpose, promising himself that one day, he will be the one to give Phlegm a very pointy surprise. A huge blast of dark violet energy pops off, showing the kid is squeezing every bit of juice out of his batteries to face the bullet. The screen fills with flashes and bangs as their powers collide, with the underdog throwing every single ounce of his yearly training into the mix. Phlegm gazes at a jumbo lug getting diced by leftover vibes, whistling a tune while acting shocked that the brat actually found his inner dynamite. Our hero Sunmin wobbles amidst the settling debris, catching his breath after dodging Phlegm's latest attempt to ruin his day and his brain. The weirdo Phlegm flashes a nasty grin while strolling off, mentioning how he cannot wait for the boy to finally sob like a baby from pure misery. Sunmin tells his brain to quit daydreaming as he stares daggers at his foe, vowing to stay put until he is the beefiest guy on this hill. 4 weeks sit by and it is punishment time again, so Mercy pops up in her great-colored galaxy to demand another sacrifice of his senses. The kid decides to go stone deaf for his next handicap, basically working out in a silent movie where he cannot hear a single thing. This decision is pure agony, seeing as his skull is currently packed with nasty buzzing that resembles angry red TV snow. The narrator claims the poor guy is failing to adapt to the racket, despite trying his absolute hardest. Carrying half a dozen curses, Sunmin endures enough suffering to make a normal person quit in minutes. Yet he keeps poking his pointy stick daily. Training has become a total robot routine of blocking and stabbing, done so many zillion times that it is basically as easy as taking a breath. Hard work is paying off as he blends his fancy poke moves, purple magic tricks, and ghost working into one super spicy combat cocktail. Check out his gym buddies, the sightless sensei Dopey and his big sis Sogoro, whom he has milked for every bit of martial arts wisdom they own. The minute Scarlet appears while he recalls her kidding about her laziness, though her smelly papers and stinky aura were actually great for scaring him into action. Life is a joke because as his muscles grow, this rock hates him more, making gravity suck, food rot, and sleep feel like a horror movie marathon. Jibbers wreck his frame and the constant ringing in his noggin is pushing him toward Crazy Town, leaving him looking like a pale shadow over man. Weirdly enough, being deaf was a blessing since it muted Flam's annoying yapping whenever he came around, which is a pretty solid win in my book. He persists in his sluggish, caterpillar-style quest for gains, while we get a glimpse of the progress. Zoom in on the kid's serious mug as he stares forward, showing the world that this grumpy mountain has not managed to crush his soul just yet. Sunman teleports back to the space lady's void and asks why the heck he is there early since his next handicap clock is still ticking down. Mercy stops playing around and gets real, calling him by his full name while her violet locks drift around like spaghetti in the deep, dark emptiness. The last bit is huge. She tells him good job for beating her challenge, meaning after 12 months of misery, the kid has finally conquered this peak. The boy is floored and wonders what test she means, attempting to process the wild idea that his annoying rival might just be an imaginary friend. Mercy stares using Flam's eyeballs to explain that the jerk was just a custom-made speed bump built specifically to get in his way during this training. It hits him like a sack of hammers that Flam's big ego, his natural skills, and his trash twerking were just clever parts of the mountain scheme. Summon's face shows his brain working hard as he realizes he has spent all this time boxing a shadow puppet crafted by a literal deity for sport. Mercy nods with a blank stare, clarifying that Flam was just a living testament to represent how much it sucks to be outclassed by gifted people. She mentions the other local legends who hung out for months, noting that every single one of them became a famous big shot in the outside world. Sunman views the fake guy's shadow leaving while feeling stunned, figuring out he never met him before because nobody that gifted actually exists in the real world. Looking into space, he confesses he always suspected things were fishy, realizing his biggest mental block was just a figment of her goddess's wild, cruel imagination. The lady spills the beans on her method, explaining she uses insane talent as a custom trap to make people lose hope and just quit their jobs. We envision 3 legendary experts staring up at radiant Flam, realizing their own lifelong achievements were basically garbage compared to his absurd brilliance. While the shiny prodigy was busy making everyone else quit in a fit of insecurity, our boy Sunman was the only dude who didn't even flinch. A gritty close-up reveals his stubborn mug, showing that even though he has zero natural talent, he refuses to ignore the massive power difference between them. Mercy sighs and admits her little psychological warfare flopped, since she couldn't break his spirit or force him into the bottomless pit of misery she planned. Honestly, she finds his suicidal bravery kind of charming, so she observes him like a scientist fascinated by a very weird and determined lab rat. Shifting into a glowing violet shadow, the deity gives him a stern heads up to keep Flam's secrets quiet, unless he wants a divine smiting. When she asks if he really wants to keep suffering on this frozen rock, Sunman just nods like a masochist who truly enjoys his daily torment. She explains that his participation trophy for surviving her nonsense isn't ready yet, and he only gets the good stuff once he finally quits the mountain. She offers a shady shortcut involving his soul for instant power, but Sunman rejects the sketchy deal because he is not interested in her devilish coupons. With a sharp cackle and a flash of her scary teeth, she wonders if he actually enjoys being a slow turtle rather than taking the express elevator. Shrouded in deep shadows, he chooses the agonizingly long path of blood and sweat instead of accepting some magical cheat code from a cosmic entity. During his first go at life, he absolutely loathed the concept of hard work, mostly because no amount of grinding could bridge the gap with geniuses. He used to get triggered by people who told him to just work harder, which felt like a massive middle finger to his actual suffering and limitations. Memories of his pathetic past self come back, showing how he hid in a shell of failure while chasing dreams he never actually expected to reach. Fortunately, his vibes have shifted after meeting Sogo and that old man, leaving him with absolutely no excuses to stay a weak little loser anymore. A floating text box asks how he likes his second chance at existence, highlighting the fact that his brain isn't as mushy as it used to be. Glancing at the shiny mark on his spine, he realizes it took a literal time travel reset for him to stop being a coward and start trying. A cocky grin appears as he promises to keep struggling like a persistent bug, fully embracing his destiny to eventually turn into a butterfly or something. Mercy admits that seeing him suffer has made her a fan of the word effort, as there is something oddly poetic about watching him struggle so hard. Suddenly acting like a hyperactive teenager, she spins around and wonders if she should keep rambling, leaving him totally baffled by her weird mood swings. She explains that luck does not exist in this world, meaning his weird trip to the past is part of some massive, complicated cosmic plan for everything. Images of random people being kidnapped from other dimensions appear, all getting free cheat skills, which leads her to question what the point even is. Her face turns grim as she glows with purple energy, hinting that there is some shady corporate conspiracy behind the way people are summoned to area. Sunman tries to keep up with her cryptic rambling, but he realizes she is basically talking to a wall while making sure he overhears the juicy details. Working away with her long hair flowing, she drops a subtle warning because she is legally forbidden from just telling him the truth like a normal person. The world fades to a blinding white as she takes a breather, the vibe getting super intense while the goddess gets ready to hang up the phone. A static figure pops up as she mentions that if he return, it signifies that some seriously heavy events are about to go down in the future. Looking like a total boss in the middle of space, he realizes he needs to level up to match the mysterious reason he was sent back. The scenery suddenly warps into a vast field of twinkling stars, the entire dimension shifting around them as their little chat reaches a fever pitch. The goddess suddenly looks terrified as a loud bang echoes, suggesting some uninvited guest is trying to kick down the front door of her private room. That angry neon eyeball staring back makes our hero look like a harmless potato, proving some transcendental entity is definitely hacking the server. Raising her hands toward the clouds, the lady tries to duct tape the universe together, screaming at the intruder to vacate her personal property immediately. She dumps a bucket of mystical energy while her face gets all scary, basically telling the uninvited guest to scram or get deleted from existence. Visible fractures begin spiderwebbing through the very foundation of the local area. Crunchy noises fill the air because this magical pocket dimension is currently being crushed like an empty soda can. The emptiness is literally shattering, looking like a clumsy giant just dropped a massive mirror right on the floor, and the background stars are shining through those new gaps. Our main guy glances back at the struggling boss lady, realizing he is way underleveled for this specific catastrophe and should probably leave. She tells him to beat it since she has zero time for chit-chat, mentioning that his life expectancy is dropping faster than a lead balloon. Pointing a finger with maximum drama, she orders him to go finish his homework, effectively kicking him out of her fancy celestial office. Gravity drags him back to the normal world while he begs for a second, watching her image fade away like a bad Wi-Fi connection. She gazes at his disappearing figure with a worried frown, questioning if he can actually dodge the doom that even makes deities sweat. The screen displays a spooky cosmic donut, while the text starts blathering about fate, signaling a very depressing turn in the protagonist's future. Behind the boy's back, the words describe a total apocalypse, which is a pretty rude message for a guy just trying to level up. Fast forward a few days and our hero is back on the hill, looking like he just ran a marathon through a swamp of pure misery. Zoom in on his snout as the purple mark shines, proving that picking his sense of smell for a challenge was a legendary mistake. His friend Scarlet is standing there radiating a toxic green cloud, making him gag while she asks why he's acting like a big baby. He grits his teeth, wondering if his nose was worth the sacrifice, as he currently lives in a permanent stink cloud thanks to the magician. The cool big sister figure steps out from a giant wooden door, and despite his internal suffering, he manages to give her a polite nod. He thinks about the twisted logic where more pain equals more gains, admitting that outside of the constant urge to barf, life is PK. The lady has also picked up some fresh handicaps like silence and tastelessness, peering in a split view while her brain tries to adjust. She looks totally burnt out, finally seeing that these new rules are way more annoying than her old ones and empathizing with the boy's struggle. A sad chuckle escapes his lips as he ponders the sensory ban, concluding that suffering is just the expensive entry fee for the Hall of Fame. The poor guy gets totally blindsided while minding his own business, as she suddenly drops the massive torque we need to have bombshell. It is a heavy vibe under the purple clouds, as the girl finally admits she is hitting the road and leaving this rock behind shortly. Notice the difference in their vibes. She looks calm and ready to roll while our guy looks like his favorite puppy just got kidnapped. We are reminded that she is a massive prodigy, meaning she doesn't need to struggle as much since she's already playing on God mode. Having clocked in 2 whole years at this training camp, she has finished her to-do list and is prepared for the next big adventure. He asks the obvious question about her leaving, and she gives a brief nod, which officially signals the end of their mountaineer. Now she throws the question back at the protagonist, who clarifies he is staying put to keep grinding until he reaches the top level. Sogo's expression just hit slightly depressed mode, proving that her seemingly emotionless senior sister persona actually had some feelings attached to this relationship. The camera pulls back for the big will we ever reunite? Woman, and Suman Wiley provides the answer Sogo secretly hoped for, probably yes, absolutely. Sogo cracks a genuine smile, a truly surprising sight, considering her default expression usually looks like she's permanently trying to calculate the most effective way to beat someone with a stick. Suman mentally clocks the anniversary of their meeting, realizing he's evolved from a little kid who needed rescuing to someone who can actually make eye contact with her without instantly needing medical attention. Sogo has a moment of genuine maternal concern, worrying that left to his own devices, Suman will probably just run himself ragged until he collapses from sheer exhaustion. She realizes she never got around to teaching him the shadowless soul flight, leaving her caught in a classic dilemma: stay and finish the lesson, or hit the road before things get even more awkward. Suman surprises her with a sudden expression of deep seriousness, communicating without words that he's completely fine with her departure and she should probably stop procrastinating. He informs her bluntly that he no longer needs a babysitter, expressing gratitude for her mentorship while assuring her he won't be clinging to her ankles any longer. Suman delivers a genuinely heartfelt thank you to his senior sister, acknowledging that without her intervention, he would definitely be worm food right now. A close-up shot captures Sogo's reaction as the sentiment sinks in, finally allowing her to make peace with the choice to abandon her apprentice to fend for himself. Initiating the unexpected physical contact protocol, Sogo pulls Suman into a very final, very tight embrace, giving us all whiplash. Suman completely freezes up, his eyes bulging like dinner plates, clearly not anticipating this much interpersonal connection from the normally icy, silent warrior. He's stuck in a state of pure, unadulterated shock, and the sound he makes confirms his brain is officially short-circuited in response to human affection. The tight close-up on his wide eyes demonstrates exactly how much this emotional display has rattled him, ensuring this moment will live rent-free in his head for the rest of his life. The bird's eye view captures the significance of this embrace, highlighting two weary survivors finally sharing a brief, unexpected moment of non-lethal, physical human warmth. The camera pans to the picturesque mountain scenery as this awkward embrace lingers, creating a beautiful yet slightly uncomfortable moment of quiet farewell. The close-up on their feet marks the conclusion of the hug, where you can practically feel the emotional gravity of this separation weighing down the atmosphere. Suman declares her the toughest person he's ever encountered, effectively complimenting her on having a heart made of hardened steel, which might or might not be a good thing. Sogo reverses the compliment, noting that he's the one who refuses to succumb to hopelessness, recognizing a deep strength in him that he probably hasn't even noticed yet. Suman humbly disagrees, admitting he succumbed to hopelessness constantly, but emphasizes that the real achievement was simply forcing himself back up every single time. Sogo considers this quality to make him even more impressive, insisting that only a truly exceptional warrior can stare into the abyss repeatedly and still somehow manage to keep moving forward. Sogo addresses him as her junior brother, delivering a final, and possibly slightly ominous, request for him to simply avoid dying in her absence. She offers him one final, beautiful smile before making her departure, radiating total confidence that he won't immediately mess everything up. Suman stares after her with a resolute expression etched onto his face, internally making a solemn vow to himself to remain alive against all odds, just like she asked. The scene concludes with text on screen confirming Sogo has departed, meaning the mountain peak is about to experience a noticeable decrease in ambient noise. She isn't the only one who packed up and left. June and Scarlet have also hit the road, leaving Suman officially in charge of his own survival now. Suman begins to feel that all too familiar, uncomfortable sting of isolation again, realizing it's been quite some time since he had to rely solely on his own company. He flashes back to his past life when he was just a nobody, recalling his old, flawed philosophy that extreme caution required him to be completely isolated from others. But things have changed since then, and he affirms to himself that he now understands the situation far better. He concludes that human beings simply cannot truly thrive when completely isolated, which cues a montage of everyone who has ever helped him on his difficult journey. He finally looks down, realizing he'd been completely kidding himself. The classic main character development moment in progress. He knows without a shadow of a doubt that he'd be worm food if they hadn't intervened, so he decides to repay their kindness by beefing up his skills. Suman stands completely alone, gazing out over the world he plans to utterly dominate, a new, slightly less gloomy vibe radiating from him. He senses a sudden internal change, like a spiritual barricade has finally collapsed into a pile of emotional dust. Taking one step, he notices the weight, swells, and sounds suddenly vanish, experiencing a fleeting moment of pure, unadulterated liberation. The scenery seems totally refreshed, a massive shift in how he perceives everything that lasts just a second but feels like an eternity. He confirms to himself that things have definitely changed, concluding, yes, this feels correct. He's positively humming with purple energy, spear at the ready, because a personal upgrade means the world around him also gets an update. Summer descends upon the mountain, bringing a deafening chorus of screaming cicadas. While the rigorous training continues through every changing season, he receives a truly terrible vision of the future. Exactly 7 years from now, Weejerhan murders Sogo inside that particular dungeon. He absolutely refuses to let that happen, swearing to become powerful enough to return Sogo's favor and rewrite her predetermined future. We catch him mid-swing, completely lost in a focused training session, pouring every fiber of his being into perfecting his spear technique. He comes to a sudden halt, realizing he accidentally impaled a cicada mid-flight with his razor-sharp spear. He stares at the deceased bug impaled on his spear tip, a small but powerful symbol of the life he is desperately trying to alter. He reflects on how cicada nymphs wait 10 years beneath the dirt just for a brief moment in the sunshine, while he has only 7 years to prevent the catastrophe. He stares into the horizon, calculating exactly how much power he can accumulate in 7 short years. Feeling the intense pressure mounting, he dismisses all doubts, knowing this must be done, completely dedicating himself to this chosen route. His training level rockets off the charts, pushing himself harder than ever, completely ignoring any physical discomfort. He even starts sacrificing his valuable sleep hours just to practice swinging his spear, officially earning the title of training fanatic. Dapajun's wisdom returns to him. The key to moving when you lack vision is sharpening your remaining senses to compensate. He chooses to embrace the prohibition of vision, deciding to tackle his next fight in complete darkness. After a full week, his entire world descends into absolute darkness. He slowly figures out how to maneuver through his environment by relying solely on his sense of touch. The world is visually dark, yet his ears are being assaulted by the deafening buzz of thousands of cicadas, resulting in a complete sensory meltdown. Amidst all the overwhelming noise, he just continues swinging, essentially transforming into a spectre moving beyond the normal flow of time. His body now operates on complete autopilot, flawlessly executing complex martial arts moves, while he starts pondering the fundamental meaning of his own existence. He compares himself to a larva, wondering if he possesses the strength to truly transform into a cicada, since every creature longs to take flight after being stuck on the ground. The giant red text message screams more across his vision. The summon grits his teeth and shoves past every single physical boundary. A huge, bloody M, though, R, E, dominates the entire panel, serving as a visual representation of pure, unadulterated obsession. We see his silhouette against a dark emptiness as he starts questioning every aspect of his existence, including his regression, his entire purpose, and the ultimate reason behind it all. Weather flips from sweaty to shivering, yet his schedule remains a monotonous loop of poking things with sticks. Thrusts. He's morphing into an eternal ornament of this rugged peak. Navigating pitch-black voids is his new personality, just waving his weapon while the calendar sheds pages like dandruff. BunRv. The guy instantly reappears within her celestial lobby, this jarring jump confirming a fresh achievement reached. Good grief, our boy looks like a homeless gym rat with those flowing locks and shredded rags, bluntly telling the goddess he is finished. Violet lightning zaps his insides as he speaks for once, sighing deeply while those annoying spiritual handcuffs finally crumble into cosmic dust. Wiggling his digits in the empty air, he realizes the weird stenches and freezing Dracs are gone, replaced by sweet, actual reality. The lady drifts overhead with a smug grin, inquiring if he enjoys feeling stuff again after his 3-year vacation in misery, and he confesses humanity feels great. Gasping like a fish back in water, he enjoys the silence without the creepy background static, feeling light enough to float away on sheer joy. He eyes her suspiciously as she tunes a melody, likely plotting his doom, before she shoots him a look that screams major incoming headaches. The deity confesses she is clueless regarding a prize suitable for a pupil who is this insanely obsessed with practice. Hovering closer, she notes that 3 years of her mountain nonsense is crazy, admitting he did not just survive but absolutely conquered the struggle. Picture a tiny cartoon dude flattened by his own boulder, since most morons take on too many chores and die, unlike our lucky survivor. Beaming a wide smile, she says seeing a winner is refreshing, so she will let him choose his own disaster, also known as a prize. Staring him down, she asks for his heart's desire, and the man does not blink as his face shifts into serious hero mode. He begs for some actual combat talent, but she kills that dream immediately, claiming such a request is too much even for a divine entity. He slumps over his hand in deep thought, realizing his clock is ticking if he intends to right the messy fate awaiting everyone. Squeezing his hand into a tight ball of annoyance, he realizes power is essential for saving his friends, yet the path forward remains blurry. Locking eyes with the deity, he requests whatever is necessary for his growth, essentially gambling his entire existence on her divine whim. The lady drones a soft tune, her starry pupils flashing while she calculates the one missing ingredient in his mediocre exercise routine. Dropping some hard facts, she says talent is not the issue, but rather the ticking clock that has been haunting him since his rebirth. He looks like he just saw his own funeral when she offers to fix his schedule, stunned that she can actually manipulate the temporal flow. Reaching into thin air, she chucks a shiny violet badge his way, ordering him to find a fellow named Denier in the Dreamwar region. The badge displays a fancy gilded hourglass, which belongs to the temporal deity who is scheduled to host the next painful training session. Warning him that her tests are actually gentle compared to that guy's, she hints at a fresh nightmare he will strangely enjoy. Wiggling a finger, she notes that his progress depends on his own effort, though this trip will definitely be a massive death trap. A creepy grin spreads across his face, as he seems perfectly thrilled to jump headfirst into another potential grave for the sake of gains. Flashing double peace signs, she reveals the time trial is just the appetizer, as she has another gift for his 3-year grind. Startled by such benevolence, the warrior questions her generosity, making the goddess snort about how mortals occasionally spoil their favorite mortals. With a thumb snap, she grants entry into the Reversa group, triggering a spiral of light to summon his mysterious second prize. Suddenly, a gentleman in a pristine suit and a monocle appears in the void, causing some men to nearly jump out of his skin. He certainly wasn't expecting a corporate type to show up in a god's private dimension. The professional individual gives a perfect, polite bow and introduces himself as Neville, the primary broker for Reversa. He looks ridiculously sharp, thanks to his red hair and immaculate business attire. Neville turns to Mercy and inquires if this messy-looking kid is truly the recruit she put forward. Tubman just stands there completely bewildered, probably thinking he's being judged by a high-class butler. The broker gives him a chillingly skeptical look over his monocle. He explains to Mercy that, with all due respect, he simply doesn't believe the kid has the necessary qualifications to join their guild, delivering a savage first impression. Mercy doesn't hesitate for a second and tells Neville to take a much closer look. The broker leans in, and his expression dramatically shifts as he realizes he might have completely missed something. Neville's attitude executes a perfect flip, immediately offering apologies. He finally perceives the hidden power lurking beneath Sunman's unkempt exterior and instantly becomes extremely remorseful. He offers a deep bow, confessing his snap decision came from misjudging Sunman's low-key martial arts level at first glance, while Sunman just stands there with a thoroughly confused expression on his face. Sunman gets a little annoyed, questioning if his skills are still deficient in Neville's estimation. He knows that at his age, he'd be treated like an absolute superstar anywhere else in area. He demands to know what makes this Reversa so special. Anyway, Neville stands tall and explains that they are an intermediary organization providing absolutely anything their clients desire. The guild's emblem, the fierce red dragon head, appears. Neville explains they facilitate requests, conduct auctions, supply information, and basically handle every necessity for an adventurer. Sunman's eyes widen with greed as he hears about the elixirs and martial arts manuals for sale. Neville confirms it with a self-satisfied smirk, realizing he just hooked his newest customer with a bait. We get a glimpse of their high-end catalog, featuring elixirs worth 200 million a year and legendary fighting techniques from the Mount Tiwa and Wooting sects. It's truly a goldmine for anyone seeking a power boost. Neville notes that Sonmin seems to have a discerning eye for the rare items. He's already treating the kid as a high-value client, recognizing he has a goddess in his corner. Sonmin turns back to Mercy and asks if she is also a member of this operation. She replies with a casual, of course, admitting she takes advantage of their services regularly. Sonmin internally screams in shock. He wonders just who exactly these people are, realizing he just stumbled into a guild where actual deities go shopping for gear. Neville extends his hand, formally asking if Sonmin would care to join a rebellion. The broker looks exceedingly persuasive with his polished and high-class demeanor. Sonmin quickly determines he has nothing to lose and agrees immediately to sign up. He gives a firm nod, ready to put his name on whatever document they require. Neville produces a massive scroll and guides him through the enrollment process. He instructs him precisely where to sign and place his thumbprint, making the membership feel like a major corporate merger. It's official. Neville formally welcomes him to the guild, stating how much he anticipates their future business dealings. He clutches the newly signed agreement like a precious piece of art. Neville snaps his fingers, and a burst of magical light hits Sonmin squarely. He announces that this complimentary upgrade is on the house, preparing a special surprise for the recruit. Another snap of the fingers cracks through the air. Neville moves swiftly, using his bizarre broker magic to conduct an extreme grooming session on our previously wild mountain man. The result is a total transformation. Sonmin now boasts a clean-cut look, with trimmed hair and repaired clothing. He looks so polished he could almost be mistaken for Neville's slightly disheveled brother. Neville takes his leave, vanishing into the shadows. He tells Sonmin to call him whenever he needs anything, leaving the newly polished warrior standing there in complete astonishment. Mercy asks if he approves of the gift, and Sonmin truthfully admits he is very satisfied. He finally looks less like a woodland vagrant and more like a proper adventurer for the first time in ages. She lightly teases him for still being so informal, but she expresses happiness regarding his newfound success. She asks where he plans to head first now that he's leaving the mountain behind. Sonmin informs her that his initial destination is Bhangar. Mercy simply hums in response, letting him know that whatever route he chooses, he must work it alone. She begins to say something else, her tone shifting towards something much more serious. She has one final, important piece of advice to give before she disappears forever. She reminds him to remember the things he was saying while muttering to herself. Her silhouette begins to glow brightly as she dissolves back into the infinite stars of the void. Sonmin finds himself back on the mountain trail, working toward civilization. He continually replays her words in his mind. Thayanir, there truly are no such things as coincidences. He thinks back to his first arrival in this world and those hungry wolves. He wonders if his entire second life has been meticulously orchestrated by some higher power pulling all the strings, even with monstrous hyenas snapping at his heels. He barely noticed, lost in thought about how fate, or perhaps a clumsy cosmic intern, kept throwing him life-saving meetings with folks like Weiji Hoyon and Bixo Go. As the beast charged, Sonmin, the whirlwind of blades, was already mid-arc, dispatching them with the ease of a chef dicing vegetables, all while pondering which cosmic puppet master kept arranging these oddly convenient encounters. A gnashing monster's ugly face filled the frame, inches from his razor-sharp weapon, and while Sonmin's concentration was ironclad, the perplexing enigma of his temporal rewind still gnawed at him. Crimson mist bloomed as he swiftly dispatched the beastly horde, deciding then and there to shelf the existential angst for later, because a new waypoint beckoned and a destiny demanded a riding. The spearhead, glistening with a fresh coat of crimson, proclaimed the undeniable truth, for after a grueling 3-year curriculum of pure, unadulterated hell, he'd somehow ascended to a martial arts pinnacle at mere 18. Surveying the fallen, the spear casually perched, he anticipated the inevitable cries of genius for his precocious power, yet harbored the quiet, unvarnished secret of his true, arduous path. The modest smirk played on his lips as he swiped gore from his cheek, recognizing his current prowess stemmed entirely from a combination of cosmic handouts and an Olympic-level suffering marathon, proving he was merely an evolving chrysalis on a vast journey. He set forth with an unyielding gait, fully resolved to embrace every predestined rendezvous that fate, or perhaps a bored deity, might throw his way, extracting maximum power from each and every single one. The camera panned across a sprawling forest trail, capturing his journey toward the distant Bhangar, where his initial objective was to reactivate his mercenary license and meticulously sculpt his renown anew. Sonmin's visage radiated a formidable, almost silent resolve, a stark reminder that he was decidedly not the pathetic youth who had tragically met his end in the mire 13 years prior. The blinding, fractured flash consumed the display, signaling the grand finale of the prelude and the immediate commencement of the truly captivating tale of his supposedly worthless temporal reversal. Let's dive into a brief lore dump about the infamous Devnarch magic armor, which whispers of old Clane lay tucked neatly, like a forgotten snack, inside a nefarious black magician's lair, conveniently close to Bhangar. A particularly fortunate C-tier nobody, fresh out of the tutorial zone, tripped over this artifact, transforming his mundane existence instantly. The armor's overpowered capabilities simply shattered the game balance, making any average Joe an instant juggernaut. Simply by donning this relic, any average mercenary could instantaneously ascend to apex mastery, effectively acting as a cosmic fast-forward button that compresses eons of torturous skill development into a fleeting moment. Sonmin understood a terrifying truth. Should an already apex-tier combatant somehow snag this legendary gear, the very fabric of geopolitical power, and his plans, would be utterly irrwoven, raising the risks to astronomical heights. Beside a crackling blaze, he meticulously mapped out his impending maneuvers, fully aware that the dungeon's final boss would be vanquished in precisely half a year, and he certainly wasn't about to fumble that golden ticket. Between mouthfuls, a strategic epiphany struck. He absolutely needed to forge an undeniable reputation within Bahangir before anything else, as waltzing in as a complete unknown simply wouldn't do. His mercenary bona fides required solidifying. The tactical blueprints were etched in stone. He would enlist with the guild, ensuring his prime position at the raid's initiation, seizing his precious encore opportunity to claim the destiny that previously eluded his grasp. He strode purposefully toward the Bahangir Mercenary Guild Hall, only to discover that the welcome wagon had apparently stalled. A boisterous voice from within was already bellowing queers about his supposed ambition to become a mercenary. This conversation eventually devolved to the bartender, a man whose gaze clearly suggested Sun Min had misplaced his marbles. Ko then, with an air of profound disinterest, demanded to know the point of this unsolicited monologue. The barkeep curtly advised him to cease his pointless prattle and seek out the proper administrative personnel on an upper floor, while from the periphery, the usual contingent of brawny thugs openly guffared at the fresh-faced aspiring champion. A particularly muscle-bound oaf then chimed in, deriding Sun Min and loudly suggesting his talents were best suited for kitchen scut work, before punctuating his jest with a disdainful flick, sending a dinner fork hurtling directly at the boy's countenance. Oops, colossal blunder. Sun Min didn't so much as twitch, instead merely extending a hand to effortlessly pluck the projectile from mid-flight, an ominous violet energy radiating from his form. The bewildered ruffian just stood there, Asward, pondering the sudden disappearance of his utensil. The barkeep's eyeballs nearly launched from their sockets upon witnessing the eerie violet luminescence. He let out a choked exclamation, a realization dawning. This wasn't merely some juvenile dabbler, but a true master of arcane energies, perhaps a Sorkei in the flesh. Sun Min simply stirred, the pilfered fort now a prop for his nonchalant coolness, while the barkeep's mind furiously recalibrated. He was face to face with a genuine, top-tier martial powerhouse, prompting an immediate and profound regret for his preceding rudeness. The entire atmosphere underwent a seismic shift as the barkeep abruptly sked his aloof persona, offering a profuse apology for his deplorable conduct and gesturing Sun Min toward a legitimately respectable chair. Now that's what I call a swift attitude adjustment. With both parties now comfortably settled, the barkeep's face was plastered with an unctuous grin. It truly is remarkable, isn't it? The profound deference one can purchase with just a dash of potentially deadly power. A hush fell over the entire drinking establishment, followed by murmurs that propagated with the speed of a rumor about free ale. Every patron present was utterly dumbfounded by the sight of a mere youth so effortlessly demonstrating absolute top-tier blade mastery. As fate would have it, the barkeep was far more than a mere purveyor of pints. He was none other than Baron, the formidable head honcho of the local mercenary organization and a truly potent sorcerer. His gaze upon Sun Min now carried a distinctly fresh, calculated intensity. Baron revealed his boss-slinging was mostly a casual diversion, a light-hearted hobby for him. Sun Min, utterly unfazed, simply possessed a prior, complete awareness of his conversational partner's true standing and identity from their initial exchange. He vividly recalled this guild hall from a previous existence, the precise location where his career as a mercenary first lurched into action many years ago. Baron scrutinized the documents, pondering how a peak master typically warranted instant S-rank accreditation, yet he wasn't quite prepared to bestow it without further ado. Like a bouncer with an especially strict guest list, a doubtful look crossed his face. Was this lad a seasoned combatant, or merely a reclusive youth who'd mistaken boulders for best friends in the Highlands? Tangible evidence was absolutely required. Baron declared a skill assessment was non-negotiable, through which Sun Min, with the unwavering assurance of someone who knew exactly how much rent he owed, readily ascended. The guild's big boss, eager to gauge his mettle like a fussy chef, assigned him a fitting task, even dispatching an S-rank babysitter, purely as a precautionary measure. Naturally, the bargain was refreshingly clear. Nailed this gig, and the S-rank was practically in his pocket. Sun Min, quite pleased by this straightforward proposition, figured it was high time to unleash the true power of a mountain whisper. The following morning, Sun Min encountered his designated cohort, a seasoned warrior named Lud. Thor, with all the grace of her conversational bulldozer, immediately inquired if Sun Min's usual state was mute. Sun Min, meanwhile, drifted back to countless years of whispering only to marmots during his mountain solitude. Third, despite finding him as dull as unbuttered toast, couldn't quite shake the memory of that spectacular fork heist from the loudmouth. Lud simply chortled, ribbing him that perpetual silence was hardly a recipe for charming the pants off any potential admirers, a transparent attempt to sprinkle some much-needed levity onto their serious assignment. Sun Min, however, was about as interested in romantic prospects as a rock is in ballroom dancing. His gaze remained fixed on the ultimate reward, and his thoughts were entirely consumed by the task at hand. Lud merely continued his soft snickering, predicting, with absolute certainty, that Sun Min would indeed be a ladies' man. He'd obviously taken a shine to the young man, even if conversing with him was like having a lively chat with a very stoic granite slab. Lud, it turned out, was an S-rank mercenary of impeccable standing, a name Sun Min vaguely recalled from his previous existence, a sort of historical celebrity he'd never actually mingled with in person. As they ventured deeper into the wild, Sun Min felt Lud's gaze upon him, a palpable sense of observation, like a very intense performance review, ensuring the veteran wasn't dealing with a total fraud. Lud punctured the quiet, inquiring if Sun Min had ever, perhaps, engaged in a spirited debate with an ogre, this expression carrying the ominous weight of her fortune teller predicting a very bumpy road. Sun Min, choosing candor over bravado, confessed he hadn't yet had the pleasure, firmly deciding against adopting a regime that overstated his monstrous encounters. For now anyway, ogres, let me tell you, are not the kind of creatures you'd invite to tea. These brutes rank among Aria's absolute worst, boasting ridiculous magic immunity and hides as resilient as top-shelf adamantium. The assignment sounded simple enough on paper. Go pacify an ogre that had been acting like a colossal, grumpy neighbor to a local settlement. The villagers, utterly petrified, had apparently mortgaged their collective souls to the guild for this intervention. Lurd, radiating calm assurance, declared that a pair of S-rank swore to be vastly overqualified for a mere single ogre. They strolled into the thicket with the casual swagger of folks heading to the grocery store on a remarkably uneventful afternoon. As they plunged further, Lud abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings with an authentically perturbed expression. Clearly, something in this particular woodland was giving the seasoned warrior the unsettling sensation of having walked into a horror film. He observed that this patch of timber was far too minuscule to possibly keep a fully grown ogre on its diet, a realization that painted a rather stark, worried frown across his features. Tillman glanced back, utterly perplexed. While he might be a bona fide mountain connoisseur, even he recognized that Lud had just mentally flagged a detail he completely overlooked, like a master chef spotting a missing ingredient. Lud then proceeded to state the blindingly obvious. Ogres are gargantuan creatures with appetites so monumental they make a dragon seem like a dainty snack. This minuscule patch of greenery wouldn't even register as a palate cleanser for one. Tillman's mind clicked, processing the grim arithmetic of once. If an ogre actually called this place home, it'd be gnawing on its own knuckles from hunger within 7 days. Clearly, the numbers weren't just off, they were doing interpretive dance. Tillman, catching an unsettling whiff on the breeze, brought Lud to an abrupt halt. Both men froze, like statues suddenly realizing they'd forgotten their keys. Every single one of their senses cranked all the way up to danger maximum. Lud recoiled instinctively at a sudden rustle in the undergrowth. The very air of the forest, which had moments ago been merely uneasy, now reeked profoundly, a ghastly perfume of impending doom. There, before them, lay the grisly remnants of a deer, a scene so utterly repulsive it made a butcher shop look like a quaint tea party. It had been violently dismembered with a truly terrifying degree of power, leaving only a pulverized, unrecognizable catastrophe. Lud meticulously inspected the gruesome tableau, observing that such an impressively destructive display could only possibly be the handiwork of a creature as robust as an ogre. Curiously, there was no evidence it had eaten its victim, indicating this monster simply reveled in slaughter, killing purely for the perverse enjoyment of it. Tillman gazed at the mangled remains, profound sense of unease creeping over him. A creature that slays without needing sustenance, the muse, is far more terrifying than any mere beast driven by a grumbling stomach. Lud delivered the final, truly perplexing piece of the puzzle, an utter absence of droppings anywhere around. He muttered, the situation was genuinely bizarre, his hand already drifting toward the comforting weight of his sword. The thunderous crash ripped through the forest, vibrating the very earth beneath their feet. Clearly, an uninvited guest of substantial size was charging their way with alarming speed. Further sonic mayhem erupted as towering trees were effortlessly snapped like fragile dental floss, making the entire woodland shriek in protest as the colossal creature burst forth from the dense undergrowth. In a blink, both seasoned fighters had their weapons brandished, Tillman's spear, a trusty magical glow stick, already pulsing with its signature cerulean light, primed for immediate action. Their gazes, etched with grim determination, fixed upon the tumultuous din. Whatever monstrosity was preparing its grand entrance from the obscuring gloom, it certainly wasn't just your garden variety, run-of-the-mill ogre. A sweeping aerial view captured the pair holding their positions as the woodlands abruptly parted, making them appear utterly minuscule against the monumental pandemonium violently unfurling everywhere else. Tillman firmly planted his foot into the yielding soil, steeled for the imminent collision, every fiber of his being concentrated and prepared to discover if his grueling 3-year boot camp had actually paid off. The beast finally lumbered into view, a truly grotesque nightmare patched together from mismatched flesh and far too many limbs, peering as if some mad scientist had assembled it from graveyard leftovers. Lud and Sunman both stood utterly paralyzed for a fleeting moment, faces contorted in pure terror, instantly grasping that this wasn't merely a monster. No, this was a certified, great affront to all that is natural. Lud instantly descended into a full-blown panic, bellowing that this grotesque spectacle bore no resemblance to their mission briefing, and was already strongly advocating for a tactical retreat, otherwise known as running away real fast. Tillman's expression mirrored the veteran's despair, acknowledging the absolute correctness of Lud's assessment, convinced they were hopelessly outmatched, his gaze widening with the abrupt, chilling comprehension of their perilous predicament. The camera zoomed in on a truly ghastly, gored hand, poorly stitched together, prompting the immediate conclusion that this repulsive limb was pure, unadulterated nightmare material. At long last, the monstrous entity stood fully exposed in all its gruesome splendor, a hideous chimera ogre, a warped amalgamation of numerous other creatures, seemingly engineered solely for the express purpose of unbridled devastation. Just look at the grotesque face, a mustached nightmare of eyes, cruelly stitched lips, and sharp horns, as if someone collected all the world's scariest features and simply sewed them together. This S-rank quest just violently escalated into a full-blown battle for mere survival. Prepare for a brief, unsettling biology class on why chimeras represent the pinnacle of terrible ideas. These are mystical monstrosities brought into existence for a singular, sinister purpose, which is to utterly defy natural selection and craft the definitive superspecies by Frankenstein-style assemblage of various creatures. While most organisms adhere to certain biological restrictions, the chimera, like a rebellious teenager, gleefully disregards every single one of those boundaries. By unnaturally merging components from disparate life forms, its creators forge a creature far surpassing the capabilities of its individual, unsightly, Soderga constituents. The sheer arithmetic of this whole situation is utterly spine-chilling. Even a chimera constructed from a measly, insignificant F-rank goblin instantly skyrockets to a terrifying B-rank threat, and because their powers are so utterly erratic, it's virtually impossible to accurately gauge your actual peril until you're already past the point of no return. Picture, if you will, extending that horrifying principle to a creature already classified as a titan of destruction. If the very foundation of this chimera is an ogre, then you're truly gazing upon a planetary-scale disaster casually strolling around on two very thick legs. Lude was absolutely drenched in cold sweat, his mind having just connected the dots that they'd stumbled directly into an inescapable doom. He bellowed that this monstrosity was far beyond the capabilities of even elite S-rank mercenaries, his expression clearly indicating an immediate desire to collect his pension and vanish. Casting a swift glance over his shoulder, Su Min's face turned stony, as he mentally processed the alarming upgrade of his routine skill evaluation into an unscheduled, epic encounter with a monstrous anomaly that definitely wasn't on the syllabus. The ogre chimera, apparently uninterested in pleasantries, immediately unleashed a colossal blow. Third, demonstrating impressive agility, had already nimbly evaded the assault, while the earth where they just stood was reduced to a fine, pulverized dust. The grotesque beast towered menacingly above Su Min, its jarringly mismatched eyes fixing upon him with stark, homicidal purpose. Yet Su Min resolutely held his position, peering no larger than a determined insect facing a colossal, patchwork hill of horrors. The monstrous fist descended with the devastating force of her collapsing skyscraper, compelling Su Min to channel every last vestige of his life force purely into survival as shards of pulverized earth and timber began to rocket through the air. Su Min tracked the immense, burdened fist as it rapidly descended, his reflexes operating at an absolute peak. He meticulously computed its probable path, acutely aware that one solid connection would transform him into nothing more than a scarlet stain upon the woodland ground. Lude had entered peak panic, bellowing at Su Min to flee for dear life, for the seasoned warrior recognized their profound disadvantage and was utterly convinced the younger man was seconds away from becoming a pancake on the forest floor. However, Su Min's gaze ignited with a ferocious intensity. There will be no retreat, only an immersion into an intense state of hyperfocus, his intellect honing to razor sharpness as he readied himself to unleash the devastating abilities he'd spent 3 long years meticulously refining. He subtly gouged his boot tip into the yielding soil, perfectly poised for an imminent, lightning-fast evasion. The seemingly simple action formed the very bedrock of his technique, representing the serene calm preceding an incredible burst of accelerating velocity. Then, with precision, he engaged the shadowless soul flight first stance, the legendary traceless stride, transforming into a mere optical illusion of motion, so incredibly swift that the lumbering ogre chimera's frustrated blow connected solely with empty space and agitated earth. Su Min himself was utterly astounded by his sudden surge in velocity, immediately grasping that he was now darting around at a pace he'd never believed achievable, contemplating whether this previously untapped speed had simply been waiting for its grand debut. From his hiding spot within the foliage, Lude stared wide-eyed, a metaphorical giant question mark hovering above his bewildered head. His vision simply refused to process what he'd witnessed, as this mere boy had just effortlessly ghosted past a truly formidable monster. Then, the illuminating realization struck him. He was no longer confined by Mercy's mountain. The restrictive, years-long burden of gravity that had perpetually shackled him had vanished, leaving his physique feeling as airy as a dandelion puff and twice as agile. That ugly Frankenstein ogre is currently playing hide and seek with a vacancy, completely unaware that Sun Min is already chilling behind its back, preparing to escalate this mess. He shifts gracefully into the phantom soul's sore second form, gliding around that mountain of meat as if he were made of liquid rather than muscle, performing a shadow waltz. He blurs into a violet-tinted hallucination that makes the ogre chimera wish it had invested in better peripheral vision. He treats the monster's bicep like a trampoline, bouncing into the sky with a sound so smooth it's basically cheating at physics. Mid-air, he readies his pointy stick for a serious vibe check, activating the ultimate 9 sky spear, first form, while glowing like a neon grape. Soul Hunter, fatal jab. The pointy tip finds a home in the creature's shoulder with a disgusting thud, sending a magical vibration through its stitched-together plumbing. Sun Min hits the dirt and winces at the feedback, noting that the abomination's skin is thicker than a politician's skull. Even after his best shot, the beast just looms there looking slightly inconvenienced, taking a confused stab to the face and asking for seconds, which is definitely not a good omen. Lude is currently cosplaying as a nervous bush, sweating through his boots because the bounty for a standard ogre definitely did not cover this monstrosity. The grizzled veteran mutters that his life insurance doesn't cover death by science experiment, looking ready to sprint toward the nearest cold beer. Deporzish, his foot dangling in the air like he's testing cold water, because abandoning a scary child mercenary is apparently against his moral code today. Suddenly, Su Min's voice rings out inside Lude's noggin, calmly mentioning that the old man really doesn't need to loiter around for his sake. Lude nearly jumps out of his skin, realizing the kid is using brain Wi-Fi while dancing around a 5-meter-tall blender that wants to turn him into pulp. Lude shouts back inside his own head, asking if the boy's brain has finally melted, because this isn't some wooden practice pull back home. He screams that this thing is way beefier than an S-rank twin head, yet it hasn't even gotten a paper cut from the kid's ultimate flashy move, desperately attempting to play the role of this sensible adult. Su Min just offers a relaxed, dare, while keeping his guard up, Feeling strangely confident that he can actually turn this beast into a rug, he winds up for another round, channeling way more juice into the Great Nine Heavens Spear, second form, putting all his hopes into this next jab. Bold cleaver, pursuing jab, the entire woods light up as a barrage of violet lightning turns the chimera into a very large, angered pinkshin. The sheer weight of the strike shatters the ground beneath the monster, kicking up enough dust to make a vacuum cleaner cry as Sue mingers all out. The spearhead starts glowing with a flamboyant pink radiance as it thumps into the chest, looking cool but failing to actually drop the big guy. Lute is staring with his jaw on the floor, screeching that the attack did absolutely zero damage because the monster's armor is basically made of plot armor. The ogre chimera flashes a creepy, jagged smile, looking like a nightmare that just heard a funny joke at the puny human's expense. Su-Ming keeps his cool and twirls his weapon into her set, realizing that hitting it harder is clearly not working as well as he hoped. He pulls out a sneaky crimson string, which is basically his tactical cheat code for making big, dumb monsters look even sillier than they already do. The red thread zips through the atmosphere and ties the beast's mouth shut, leaving the giant pile of meat wondering why its jaw suddenly stopped working. Summon takes advantage of the confusion to soar above the beast's forehead, lining up a very precise poke while hiding out in the clouds. He wonders if the creature's eyeballs are as sturdy as its leather hide, aiming his pointy end at the only part not covered in thick stitches. Summon slams his weapon straight into the chimera's glowing orb, creating a sound that would make a doctor faint while the beast finally screams. A fountain of messy fluids erupts as the pointy tip goes deep, with Summon putting his entire body weight into scrambling the monster's limited brain cells. Lute stands there speechless, finally understanding that the boy used a fancy sewing trick just to find a shortcut to the monster's soft bits. Summon executed a perfect landing, skidding gracefully to a stop while Lute, observing nearby, found himself utterly captivated. The seasoned warrior pondered if this youngster had traded juice boxes for combat circuits, displaying such chilling, machine-like prowess despite his tender years. Summon surveyed his handiwork with a professional grimace, noting the chimera was truly reeling, clutching its face as a grotesque waterfall of blood gushed from its mangled eye socket. He privately mused that a partial impalement was more than enough, a mere flesh wound from his pointy stick, resolving to press on relentlessly. In fact, he was already mentally choreographing his next 3 maneuvers, possibly even a dramatic pose for the finale, too. But then, an involuntary shudder ran through him. He registered a bizarre shift in the monster's spiritual energy, and frankly, it felt less like a glow-up and more like an ominous glow-down. The mangled eye socket began an unsettling dance of twitches and bubbles, a truly revolting, wet close-up, resembling a time-lapse video of something profoundly unpleasant sprouting in a petri dish. Faster than you could say optical illusion, the eye fully regenerated in mere seconds. The chimera now looked as spick and span as ever, its regenerative abilities clearly operating on a cheat code. Lute shrieked, his voice cracking, that this monstrosity was clearly some sort of troll-infused chimera, which, as it turns out, really puts a damper on one's offensive strategy. Naturally, that explained its utterly ludicrous healing factor, since trolls are famously known for regrowing whole appendages faster than you can say ouch. My arm. The massive ogre chimera was already back on the offensive, its colossal, clawed hand extending to ensnare Summon. He reluctantly concluded that a battle of sheer endurance against this thing would only lead to an early retirement. Summon found himself in the throes of an existential panic, his features contorted with visible anguish. He silently questioned his next course of action as the gargantuan fist cast a menacing shadow over the very ground he stood upon. The chimera's fist descended with a ground-shaking thud asterisk, but Summon, narrowly escaping, barely managed a frantic roll to safety. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, the stark realization dawning. His own reserves were dwindling rapidly, while the monster was seemingly just getting warmed up. The tight shot zoomed in on his eyes, revealing a potent cocktail of stark terror and an unwavering, ironclad resolve. He was reliving the memories of his revered master, Bake Soror, and her quiet, unyielding strength. He quietly acknowledged there remained a laundry list of objectives requiring his attention, a sort of cosmic to-do list he couldn't ignore. Then, the images of his master, Soror, and the formidable Ouija Hoyon, flickered vividly, a stark reminder of the exact reasons he'd hit the cosmic reset button. We executed another last-second dodge from a colossal slam, his body operating on pure, twitchy instinct now. He knew that making even the tiniest misstep in this macabre dance with death would result in him becoming monster chow. Summon let loose a guttural, primal scream, preparing to unleash one final, utterly desperate gambit. He absolutely refused to perish in this god-forsaken place, not after sacrificing everything to snatch a second chance at life. Those resolute words seemed to hang heavily in the air as Summon plunged headfirst back into the furious melee. He was either going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, or he would go out in a magnificent blaze of glorious, epic failure. There was no in-between option left. The clash with the Chimera Ogre was rapidly escalating to its apex as Summon surged forward, his spear shimmering with unmistakable lethal intent. He was holding absolutely nothing back now, pushing his physical limits to perfectly match the sheer, blinding velocity of his expertly honed techniques. Summon channeled every last scintilla of his very soul into this brutal confrontation, his visage twisted in a primal, wordless shriek. He clutched his spear with white-knuckled ferocity, finally unleashing the full, war power he diligently cultivated over so long. A brief mental detour whisked him back to those rigorous mountain training sessions with Ouija Hoyon, where the youthful prodigy, standing impressively tall, firmly hammered home a crucial lesson. The trio of fundamental spear techniques formed the bedrock of all combat, demanding endless repetition until they became as involuntary as a yawn. Close up on young Weiji Hoyon's intensely focused eye revealed her unwavering scrutiny of his training, her precise voice echoing in his mind, stressing that true mastery begins with the simple fundamentals that most flashier warriors carelessly overlook. Snap back to the brutal present. Sunmin collided fiercely with the colossal abomination, his mind and body performing a flawless, synchronized ballet. He was executing those basic maneuvers exactly as she had instructed, the chilling realization dawning that his relentless training had been preparing him for this precise, make-or-break juncture. A tight shot depicted the spear tip, vibrating with a palpable surge of concentrated energy, hovering mere inches from the Chimera's monstrous, poured hand. The internal monologue dropped the chillingly heavy declaration that, indeed, the time was finally now. Sunmin activated a vast, shimmering field of purple energy just as the Chimera's enormous fist came crashing down. The behemoth looked genuinely perplexed as its overwhelming, brute force was abruptly brought to an absolute standstill by an impenetrable wall of sword energy. The suspense was ratcheting up to an almost unbearable crescendo as the static energy crackled and flared. The urgent internal narrative screamed that it was time to witness the definitive outcome, as Sunmin braced to demonstrate precisely what a supposedly talentless mercenary could truly accomplish. Flashback sequence engaged once more. The youthful Weiji Hoyon meticulously demonstrated the first foundational principle, the parry. She fluidly illustrated how to swivel the spear outwards, elegantly deflecting an incoming assault, thereby brilliantly redirecting an opponent's own momentum back against them. Sunmin executed the maneuver flawlessly in real time, the spear transforming into a dizzying blur of brilliant light as he deftly swatted the Chimera's colossal arm aside. This exquisite defensive action created a gaping, golden opportunity in the monstrous beast's otherwise impenetrable guard. A colossal purple shockwave erupted the instant the parry connected, accompanied by a deafening, thunderous roar. The sheer, concussive force was so immense that it utterly pulverized the very ground beneath them, sending a hazardous storm of debris hurtling in every direction. The Chimera ogre was sent staggering backward, its enormous frame visibly trembling from the brutal impact. It was completely off balance, looking utterly vulnerable for the very first time since their epic confrontation had initially begun. The monstrous beast roared in frustrated fury, its mismatched eyes widening in pure, unadulterated rage. It attempted to regain its footing, but Sunmin was already closing the terrifying distance between them with a blur of frightening speed. Sunmin offered the massive creature not a single microsecond to recover, instead leaping impossibly high into the air. He was employing his shadowless soul flight technique, expertly positioning himself for the intricate follow-up to his devastating combination. The next crucial lesson was the hold. Weiji Hoyon meticulously elaborated that this particular move involved swiveling the spear inwards and expertly coiling around an opponent's chosen weapon or even a limb, effectively trapping them in a bind. The camera zoomed in on the spear's pointy bit, which had cleverly snagged itself right into the Chimera's meaty bits, like a master angler reeling in a very disgruntled, multi-headed fish. This wasn't just poking. It was a tactical immobilization, effectively hitting the monster's off switch. Sunmin, apparently a fan of magical handcuffs, secured the brute's limb with a rather snazzy swirling purple glow. He was so utterly in charge, the gargantuan creature might as well have been a punching bag auditioning for a spot at the local gym. On the sidelines, Lu's chin seemed to have developed an unhealthy relationship with gravity, nearly detaching itself in shock. The seasoned S-rank champion had truly never witnessed such impossibly refined puppeteering of her colossal beast. It was less a fight, more a meticulously choreographed dance of doom. The monster tried to bolt, but its leg immediately performed a dramatic curtsy, collapsing under the invisible weight of Sunmin's power. A distinctly unpleasant snapping noise confirmed that it was losing more than just its footing. It was losing the entire argument. Sunmin's hand clenched tighter on the spear, a clear signal he was about to deliver the ultimate basic move. With a voice as frosty as a forgotten ice cream cone, he simply declared, "Pierce," an utterance brimming with unyielding, metallic resolve. The beast's clawed feet were shown desperately digging into the soil, attempting a valiant, yet ultimately pathetic, effort to remain standing. But the final curtain call was already underway. Sunmin had already launched the very last, most decisive, strike. The epic text emphasized the sheer, undeniable finality of the attack. The Sunmin delivered a lightning-fast thrust that simply streaked like a blazing, furious line of purple electricity. This was less a hit, more a declaration. The spear plunged with a most unsettling crunch right into the Chimera's leg, the sound best described as not good. Sunmin, fully committed like a caffeinated superhero, hurled his entire mass into that jab, ensuring it went straight through the bone and out the other side. The Chimera let out a shriek of pure, unadulterated agony, its solitary red eye practically popping out of its socket like a startled gumball. Breeze shaker erupted from the fresh puncture, as the creature finally comprehended that, against all odds, the mere biped had utterly outplayed it. Sunmin, ever the meticulous tactician, internally confirmed that his go for the weak spots approach was a roaring success. Even a monster built like a brick outhouse, the Muse, had its architectural vulnerabilities, especially around the kneecaps and elbows. A liberal splash of green blood decorated the area as he maintained his utterly relentless assault. The Chimera, under this relentless downpour of spear strikes, was rapidly morphing into what could only be described as a rather poorly restitched ragdoll. The monster's face, now an agonizing detail, revealed that its poker face had entirely abandoned it. Its mismatched eyeballs were flitting about like confused moths, and the very seams holding its monstrous patchwork together were visibly fraying under the sheer existential dread. Sunmin was a swirling vortex of action, his spear a mere purple streak of focused destruction. He wasn't just striking randomly. He was deliberately dismantling the beast, piece by agonizing piece, like a highly skilled, incredibly impatient surgeon. He briefly pondered the monster's joint regeneration timeline, the thought he swiftly discarded with a mental shrug. The precise healing speed was irrelevant, he concluded, as long as his assault remained consistently quicker than its ability to grow new, fully functional bits. Another incredibly powerful thrust, and the spear had sliced clean through the monster's torso. A sudden, violent burst of purple energy then erupted, effectively performing a rapid, involuntary eviction of the beast's internal organs. The chimera was definitely coming undone, but Sunman understood the grim necessity of total annihilation before its infamous troll-level regeneration decided to kick in. He moved with a kind of deadly, clockwork precision, like a finely tuned machine of destruction. Yet another impeccable strike landed directly on a crucial joint. Sunman, displaying absolutely no mercy, continued his relentless assault, utterly unwilling to grant the grotesque monstrosity even a fraction of a second to regroup or regenerate. With brutal efficiency, he plunged the spear directly through the beast's skull. He was acutely aware that, even possessing legendary healing powers, nobody simply walks off a surprise spear through the brain party when a fight is still raging. Sunman's gaze, glacial and utterly unforgiving, impaled the beast. He silently challenged, am I correct, or am I merely brilliant? Understanding fully that the grand finale had undeniably arrived for this particular magical mishap, the chimera squeezed out one last, utterly pathetic cry of agony. Now a canvas of its own goo and glowing energy burns, its fabled toughness had at last given up the ghost against the sheer, unrelenting determination of Sunman. Sunman effectively stapled the beast to the dirt with his spear. He then internally declared that this pretty much guaranteed no movement from its legs or the pesky right arm. Complete victory, the mused, was now a mere handshake away. The creature, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge defeat, still feebly tried to swipe. But Sunman was already light years ahead, literally and figuratively. He simply glanced at its ponderous, cold hand and mused, goodness, that's just tremendously slow. He dramatically invoked the supreme Nine Heaven Spear's second, incredibly cool-sounding stance, lightning-splitting, chasing strike. The surrounding forest was momentarily flash-blinded by a veritable supernova of purple energy blasts as he finally began the actual, utterly serious, monster-finishing business. Sunman's features solidified into a mask of unwavering concentration, sharper than a freshly honed Kadarner. He softly affirmed he'd unleash it just once more, crafting a definitive, finishing attack that truly carried the immense burden of 2 lifetimes worth of unyielding battle. The finishing strike landed with an earth-shattering bang, like a cosmic anvil dropped from orbit. The chimera ogre vanished within a towering pillar of purple light, which handily annihilated the surrounding trees and spontaneously transformed the forest floor into shiny, smooth glass. When the dust finally chose to settle, the monster was undeniably a total catastrophe. It was conspicuously missing several limbs, dripping with green blood, and its labored breathing was slowly, placidly, grinding to an irreversible stop. A final close-up showed the light extinguishing in the monster's eyes, like a forgotten birthday candle. The chimera ogre was now formally defunct, officially another vanquished foe, a mere stepping stone in the formidable journey of Sunman's continuous growth. The beast mustered a final, rather sad, desperate lunge, but Sunman just stood there, watching, utterly unfazed. He remained entirely aloof from any perceived peril, his inner monologue simply reiterating, still so sour, as he casually dodged the attack with minimal effort. He persisted with his mental monologue, now actively doubting his own previous perception of swiftness. He genuinely questioned if he'd somehow gotten faster, finally internalizing the staggering, true scope of his evolving, incredible power. His boot touched down firmly, yet the practically non-existent sound confirmed his newfound, almost ethereal lightness. He contemplatively thought, the heavy feeling is gone, at last fully grasping that the immense, metaphorical weight of a mountain had truly, permanently lifted. The close-up on a tree trunk reveals a cicada, the perfect symbol for the end of his quiet life. He's finished with being a hidden grub, ready to make some noise. Sunman surveyed his blood-splattered hands while hearing the distant buzz of cicadas. We felt strangely calm, findings in amidst a forest full of dead monsters. Out of nowhere, a huge crackle of vibrant purple power surged from his core. It felt like the ultimate test completion during his previous life, marking his official transition to absolute power. Sunman pondered his upcoming path, deciding his cicada's existence wasn't for him. He certainly didn't go back in time just to live briefly and make a lot of noise. The mental image of the curled-up larva flashed by. The only remaining challenge was philosophical, figuring out his ultimate purpose in this new existence. He sighed faintly, exhaustion settling in as the high from the battle subsided. He confessed to himself that he truly had no idea what came next. He glanced at the slain chimera, firmly refusing to settle for merely reaching the pinnacle of her temporary existence. He desired lasting significance. He tightened his grip on the spear, his gaze hardening with grim determination. He swore he wouldn't make the same mistakes. This first lifetime had been enough regret for 1,000 years. He began moving deeper into the woods, the silence broken only by the crunch of his boots. He stepped carefully, prepared for whatever challenges this altered timeline threw at him. His spiritual essence pulsed a brilliant violet through the foliage. He was absolutely committed to seeing the very end of the difficult journey he had selected. In the background, Lud remained frozen, staring as if a deity had just materialized in front of him. The experienced veteran found himself utterly dumbfounded. Sunman finally braced himself on his spear, panting heavily as the physical cost of the fight finally caught up. His whole body shook violently from pushing those advanced techniques too hard. The huge chimera monster lay lifeless on the ground behind Sunman. Lud broke the silence, posing the most critical question, exactly what kind of freak are you? Sunman turned, his face veered with crimson and exhaustion. He appeared far older than his mere 18 years. The crushing burden of 2 full lives was etched into his weary stare. He stared up at the heavens, the very same question reverberating deep within his consciousness. What, exactly, am I now? A close view revealed how rough and scarred his hands were, a far cry from his previous life. He wasn't some weakling anymore. He was a powerhouse molded in the fires of battle. He let out a dry laugh, acknowledging he had no real answer for Lud. The cosmic irony wasn't lost on him. He had transformed into a monster just to take out other monsters. He made a fist, sparks of golden light shooting out between his fingers. He had come to a very clear conclusion about his new identity. He wasn't a pathetic grub anymore. He had finally shed his useless old identity and embraced the destiny he was always meant to fulfill. Lud stared at him, a complex mixture of dread and astonishment on his face. He fully understood he was witnessing the dawn of a new legend right there in the bloody clearing. Lud scoffed at the crazy torque, but a grin crept onto his lips nonetheless. He conceded that Sunman was truly fascinating, his initial fear morphing into sincere respect. A lonely, lifeless Carter rested on a large leaf. Its brief lifespan was over, but Sunman's epic adventure had only just started. Sunman flashed a confident grin, ignoring the gore splattered across his features. He had successfully completed the trial and was eager to take on the larger world of Bahangir. The scene faded to white, accompanied by the ominous final message that the buzzing of the cicadas had ceased. The forest chapter was closed. The serious hunting was just getting started. Baron's jaw dropped completely after reviewing the official report. He knew the young man was skilled, but wiping out that behemoth monster was in a completely different galaxy. Lud and Sunman posed triumphantly over the defeated Chimera Ogre. Lud looked like he'd just run a marathon and was about to collapse, while Sunman appeared refreshed, as if he'd just finished a light jog. Baron confessed that slaying a Chimera Ogre should warrant a top SS ranking. Plus, thanks to ridiculous guild bureaucracy, they couldn't possibly assign a rookie that high of a rank on their very first day. Sunman, completely devoid of pride, simply nodded in response. He assured Baron that an S rank was perfectly acceptable and a perfectly reasonable assessment of his skills. Now for the good stuff, a discussion about the spoils. The standard reward for taking down the Chimera Ogre was a whopping 27 million airs, alongside Sunman's official S-rank mercenary license. But hold on, the bonuses were just beginning. The guild needed the creature's corpse for scientific study, so they added another 20 million airs for seizing the carcass. The final tally came to an absolutely enormous 47 million airs, which Lud promptly handed over to Sunman, admitting he was shamelessly taking a cut even though he pretty much did nothing during the entire skirmish. Sunman tucked his newfound fortune away and ventured back onto the streets of Bahangir, looking exactly like every other ordinary commoner. Despite carrying enough wealth to buy a small town, he held up a valuable coin, staring at it with a blank, almost confused expression, because for a guy who spent a decade scraping by in poverty, 47 million airs felt completely unrealistic. He flashed back to his previous miserable life, remembering how he risked his neck for trash tier assignments, barely managing to pull together a million airs on a good day, and usually far less. We stashed the cash, trying to figure out what to do with this overwhelming amount of money, having transformed from a desperate bottom feeder to a high earner faster than a rocket launch. The scene zoomed in on his eye as he carefully considered his next moves, knowing that wealth was absolute power in your ire, and he needed to invest it wisely for future success. He glanced at his spear, noting how tattered and worn it looked after the previous fight, realizing that even the best techniques couldn't make up for a weapon that was falling apart at the seams. The simple black panel appeared with the words "and so," indicating a shift in perspective for the team. Back at the guild, Lud gave Baron a full play-by-play of the mission details, while Baron leaned back in his chair, asking for the veteran's honest assessment of the new recruit. Lud pointed to his head, telling Baron that calling the rookie pretty good was a massive understatement, insisting the guild leader simply had to review the memory for himself to truly understand the performance. Baron pulled out his magic staff, touching it gently to Lud's forehead, activating a memory reading spell to witness the battle exactly as it unfolded. Images of the battle flooded Baron's mind, showing Suman systematically dismantling the Chimera Ogre with the same cold, mechanical efficiency he was already becoming known for. Baron was visibly impressed, letting out a low whistle, recognizing immediately that Suman's movements were far beyond the capabilities of any normal S-rank adventurer. Lud continued to sing Suman's praises, stating the kid was undeniably above S-rank level, urging Baron to just bite the bullet and grant him the SS rank status he clearly deserved. Baron agreed to recommend the promotion to the higher-ups, but his mind was reeling in confusion, completely unable to understand how a no-class individual achieved supreme peak mastery in a mere 4 years. He gazed off into space, speculating that a legendary figure named Zahn would be intensely curious about a biological anomaly, a freak of nature like Suman. Late in the night, Suman stood in a dark room and called out for Neville, prompting a peculiar purple energy to start bubbling up from between the floorboards. With a massive flash of blue light, Neville the Herbersa broker materialized, looking impeccably sharp and ready to engage in some serious, high-stakes business. Neville greeted Suman politely, asking why he had been summoned again so quickly, while Suman himself appeared burdened by a very heavy decision. Suman stared straight ahead, his expression fixed in resolve, having decided he was officially done with using trash tier equipment. It was time for a significant upgrade. He looked at his current spear, reflecting on how he used to not care about weapon quality as long as it worked, but area was growing significantly more dangerous with each passing day. He remembered the moment his spear struggled to even dent the ogre's skin, realizing that a legendary weapon would have finished the fight in seconds instead of turning it into a desperate life-or-death struggle. He decided he wanted to avoid any future emergencies caused by substandard equipment, making him officially in the market for a top-tier weapon. Tuman explicitly told Neville that he desperately required a high-quality weapon and was fully prepared to fork over his entire 47 million heirs right then and there. Neville asked if he preferred something off the rack or a custom-made weapon, and Suman figured that if he was going to upgrade, he might as well go all out with a custom build. Neville reviewed the budget, and when Suman mentioned 47 million, the broker simply hummed in response, causing Suman to ask, looking hopeful, if that was enough to make it work. Talk about a brutal reality check. Neville explained that 47 million was not actually a large budget, leaving Suman completely deflated after feeling rich only 5 minutes prior. Neville explained that the blacksmiths Erebus works with were legendary craftsmen who commanded equally legendary prices, prompting Suman to ask if there was truly no way to proceed with the current funds. Neville smirked and proposed he could arrange a massive loan, provided Suman used his soul as collateral, which Suman instantly rejected with a cold, firm refusal. Neville raised a finger, saying simply, "All right then," as the entire atmosphere in the room began to warp and shift in response to the emerging magic. Suman watched, utterly mesmerized, as a sinister black energy line started its descent from Neville's hand, appearing to cleave through the very fabric of reality as casually as one might slice a discount coupon. With a thunderous boom that might have startled a sleeping dragon, the very space before them ripped wide open, causing Suman to recoil, utterly astonished by the incredible might the seemingly ordinary broker was tossing around like pocket change. Neville, with all the casualness of a delivery guy dropping off a pizza, sauntered through the portal, informing Suman that he was giving them some exclusive real estate for their chat, leaving Suman to stammer like a broken record, completely out of his league. He pondered, slightly panicked, what manner of utterly bonkers guild Erebus truly was, considering even their entry-level brokers could casually rip holes in the universe. He wasn't just stepping into a new world, he was cannonballing into a whole new dimension of bizarre. Suman scanned the freshly materialized space, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. He genuinely thought the person patiently waiting for him was just a kid who'd wandered onto the wrong interdimensional bus. Behold, Seldris, a dark elf with truly show-stopping blonde hair and a gaze that practically radiated confidence, quickly introduced herself while making it crystal clear she considered frivolous small talk a complete waste of her valuable time, probably preferring to get straight to the point, like a hammer to an anvil. Suman stood there oddly dumbstruck, his mind racing to process this dark elf's presence, as it's not exactly a common occurrence to bump into a legendary smith who also happens to belong to a race rarer than a polite politician. He eventually managed a proper introduction, probably still sounding a tad flustered, before getting to the point and stating his wish to commission a personalized spear. Seldris, meanwhile, stood with her hands on her hips, looking precisely like a master craftsman itching to get hammering. She inquired if he had a specific blueprint for destruction already dancing in his head. Suman, presenting his current weapon, simply stated he wanted one exactly like it, but, naturally, 1,000 times more spectacular. Seldris leaned in for a closer look, scrutinizing the weapon with an expert's eye, and casually remarked it was a Central Plain-style spear, a declaration that basically served as her professional mic drop. Then, out of the blue, she dropped an utterly peculiar request. She wanted Suman to demonstrate the exact spear style he genuinely employed in battle, a demand that left the poor guy looking like he'd just been asked to explain quantum physics and interpretive dance. He paused, utterly taken aback, and hesitantly asked why such a demonstration was required, explaining that in the hallowed world of martial arts, spilling her secret fighting source to a total stranger is a colossal taboo, almost as bad as spoiling the ending of her beloved series. Seldris calmly explained her need to understand his precise movements, critical for perfectly customizing the spear's weight, balance, and minute intricacies, emphasizing she wasn't just building a pointy stick, but rather an organic, deadly extension of his actual body. Suman quieted, a light bulb flickering on as he conceded her logic was undeniably sound. He remained there, clutching his spear, deeply pondering whether he should truly entrust this intriguing stranger with his most guarded combat techniques. Seldris then cheekily poked fun, casually labeling him a little boy, her entire aura radiating the air of someone who'd not only seen it all but had probably written the instruction manual for it all. Then came the verbal mic drop. She was, apparently, a youthful 400 years old, having devoted a staggering 350 of those to relentlessly pounding metal on an anvil. She confessed to not possessing the inherent flair of a dwarf, but more than made up for it with enough pure, unyielding stubbornness to crack a diamond. Suman's jaw probably hit the floor when he heard that number. 350 years of unceasing, relentless effort was a level of pure, unadulterated dedication that frankly made his own lifespan seem like a quick nap. She proclaimed her existence as a smith to be absolutely genuine, confidently asserting that she ranked second only to the legendary dwarven masters, the boast vividly reflected in the fierce, almost fiery pride burning within her seasoned eyes. Suman, still half-hidden in the dimness, regarded her with new eyes, feeling a sudden, completely unexpected kinship blossoming towards this ancient, formidable dark elf, a connection more surprising than finding a quiet spot in a goblin market. His memory then rewound to Ouija Hoyen's blunt assertion that they began life on entirely different starting lines. a constant reminder of how he'd spend his days feeling like a perpetual underdog because he simply lacked the effortless talent of those natural-born geniuses. The small, hopeful smile began to spread across his features as he looked at Seldris. He realized there were two sides of the same hard-earned coin, discovering a profound kindred spirit in someone who, like him, had to genuinely toil for every single shred of their considerable power. Seldris, with a sharp word, snapped him out of his reverie, wondering aloud what on earth he was muttering about. She was thoroughly perplexed by why this random kid she just met was giving her such an intensely peculiar stare. She bluntly stated that if her unique methods weren't to his liking, he was perfectly free to skip along and find a dwarf to forge his weapon instead, making it abundantly clear she wouldn't be begging for his paltry business. Sunmin quickly cut her off, announcing he absolutely would demonstrate his martial arts for her. They had, in a swift and unexpected decision, committed to placing his full faith in her unusual expertise. Seldris was genuinely stunned by the lightning-fast speed of his decision. Normally, martial artists would simply slink away, riddled with suspicion, but this unusual youngster, she mused, was clearly cut from a very different, far less suspicious cloth. Sunmin met her gaze with an expression of profound sincerity, explaining quite simply that her declaration of 350 years of genuine, arduous effort was the singular piece of logic he needed. No further complicated explanations required. Thank you very much. A lengthy, meaningful silence followed as their gazes remained locked, and you could almost physically feel the blossoming respect between these two self-professed and talented workers, like watching two introverts finally agree to share a pizza. Seldris then erupted into laughter, demanding to know if he always believed people so readily, to which Sunmin, with a wry chuckle, confessed it was actually the exact opposite. He was usually so suspicious, he probably eyed his own shadow. Her laughter subsided, replaced by a serious, almost unexpectedly gentle expression as she looked at him, plainly discerning a quality within Sunmin that resonated deeply, something she vividly recognized from her own epic journey. She murmured that he possessed a rather remarkable knack for words, then quickly looked away, attempting to conceal a faint, rather uncharacteristic blush, confirming he had, against all odds, managed to utterly charm the venerable, 400-year-old mastersmith. Were treated to a delightful sequence of panels, showcasing her joyful giggles and radiant smiles. It's clear she's utterly smitten with our hero and his refreshingly straightforward demeanor. More adorable expressions appear, as she clutches her mouth, futilely attempting to uphold her tough blacksmith facade, yet utterly failing, like a cookie melting in a warm hand. Sunmin simply remains rooted to the spot, appearing utterly bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere, genuinely having no earthly idea what just transpired. Seldris casually tosses her massive hammer onto her shoulder, offering him a playful wink, confessing her calculating nature, but assures him her affection will yield a creation far exceeding his payment. She fixes him with an enthralling, self-assured gaze, uttering his name, Lee Sunmin, as her golden eyes blaze with a revitalized, almost fiery zeal for her ancient craft. She muses that he will likely become one of her most esteemed regular clients, thus solidifying their agreement, finally equipping Sunmin with the crucial weapon he requires to conquer his future. Seldris, the renowned dark elf smith, makes it abundantly clear that forging a spear fit for a supreme master won't be an instant endeavor, leaving Sunmin to accept a few months of tedious waiting. He dedicates his newfound free time to profound meditation, enveloped by an ethereal, swirling purple luminescence, understanding that even without steel, his inner power remains his ultimate tool. Sunmin contemplates the recent Khmer Ogre clash, recognizing it as his initial true trial as a martial arts grandmaster, cautiously avoiding hubris, knowing he must fully absorb the lessons learned. The nostalgic memory surfaces, revealing Wiederhoim bestowing rare commendation upon him for his intuitive battlefield awareness, remarking that such innate spatial understanding is a priceless asset. The omnipresent system verifies this as a mere instinct, but a potent, bona fide ability termed sixth sense, enabling him to perceive dangers beyond typical sensory input, a talent forged in Mercy's Mountain. We witness how this extraordinary perception salvaged his very existence against the monstrous Khmer Ogre, his body reacting autonomously to an unseen rhythm even when his eyes couldn't track its speed. While this enhanced sixth sense represents a formidable advantage, Sunmin acknowledges its precarious dual nature, understanding that blind reliance is folly, particularly due to his extreme mountain training. His internal sensory map displays a striking disparity, with his sixth sense and touch soaring off the charts, yet his sight and hearing lag drastically, compelling him to address this lopsided development. He gazes intensely forward, a shirtless, contemplative figure, realizing the sensory disparity will become an insurmountable barrier, but the true path to supreme peak demands absolute perfection. A foreboding, shadowy premonition stirs within his thoughts, a persistent, unsettling inkling that something truly nefarious is currently brewing in Bahangir, something that could prove utterly irreversible if he doesn't intervene with swift decisiveness. He makes his way back to the Bahangir Mercenary Guild, the sun gracefully descending behind the immense stone structure, the place now serving as his temporary home during his weapons creation. Baron, the guild's formidable leader, is predictably engrossed in his preferred pastime behind the bar, pouring libations, spotting Sunmin, and quipping about his next potentially fatal assignment. Sunmin immediately cuts to the chase, inquiring about the Khmer Ogre's remains, his face adopting that intense, no-nonsense mercenary look that clearly informs Baron this isn't casual banter. Baron continues his pouring, conceding that her Khmer's presence implies a hidden creator, explaining the investigation now exceeds mercenary capabilities, prompting the Mage Guild to scrutinize the corpse. Sunman's gaze narrows perceptibly as he processes this fresh information, the mere mention of the Mage Guild unmistakably triggering an internal symphony of blaring alarm bells. He casts his mind back to his previous existence, where no such Khmer ogre was ever discovered near Bhangar, demising either no one accepted the original quest, or the previous adventurer became Monster Chow. The stark silhouette materializes, that of the dark, cloaked mage who originally vanquished the dungeon in the unaltered timeline. As Sunman begins to grasp the intricate butterfly effect of his own choices, he comprehends that by eliminating the ogre, he has already fundamentally reshaped the fabric of time, compelling him to personally examine the corpse to gauge the future's altered trajectory. He arrives at the Bhangar Mage Guild, its entrance an enormous, pulsating purple skull that screams heavy metal album cover, certainly making quite the statement for a welcome. Inside, the mage casually levitates a gargantuan eyeball and a skull through the air, catching Sunman utterly off guard, who quickly concludes these mages don't much care for personal space or conventional decor. We're introduced to Kim Jong-un, the black mage sporting wild, disheveled hair and an incredibly laid-back demeanor, who greets Sunman with a languid wave, looking perpetually ready for forbidden rites. Jong-un notices Sunman's bewildered expression and merely chuckles, assuming the young man is simply awestruck by his bizarre research, possessing a strange, affable aura for someone who dabbles in necromancy. The entire atmosphere shifts abruptly when Jong-un casually asks if he's Korean, leaving Sunman utterly flabbergasted, as encountering a countryman from his original dimension here is a literal miracle. Jong-un, with a knowing wink, clarified that despite their shared planetary origin, the odds of them hailing from identical dimensions or timelines were about as slim as finding a polite goblin. He then inquired if Sunman's reality had also endured a gate crisis, a phrase that, predictably, left our hero utterly bewildered. Sunman, utterly baffled, questioned what exactly a gate crisis entailed, perhaps imagining a traffic jam for mythical beasts. Jong-un casually described it as a portal spewing out creatures. Then, with a dismissive hand gesture, conceded they were absolutely from distinct Earth iterations, clearly not the same interdimensional neighborhood. Jong-un instantly adopted a chummy demeanor, exclaiming it felt like an eternity since he last encountered a fellow Korean, which, considering his genuine glee, was as alarming as a clown offering free dental work. Such unbridled joy from a black mage in Area typically signaled impending doom, not a friendly reunion. Abruptly, a surge of sinister, crackling energy shimmered in the space separating them, like a bad Wi-Fi connection but much more ominous. Sunman instinctively coiled, his innermost alarm bells clanging wildly, confirming that this individual possessed a fundamentally unsettling aura. Jong-un fixed him with a knowing, half-lidded stare, clearly cloaking an immense reserve of power. He kept his true capabilities hidden from casual observers, a secret weapon saving himself from awkward small talk. Sunman attempted to redirect their chat toward the actual task at hand, requesting an audience with the Khmer's deceased form. He struggled valiantly to concentrate, yet Jong-un's sheer unsettling presence made coherent thought about as easy as juggling grease heels. Jong-un diffused the moment with a cheerful, bubbly laugh, clearly attempting to hit a conversational reset button. He was playing the part of her slightly awkward, older brother, a portrayal that, unfortunately for him, only deepened Sunman's already considerable suspicion. Sunman pondered the future's many branching timelines, an intricate mental roadmap. He understood he desperately required further intel regarding the elusive Debark armor, and a hunch whispered that this shadowy black mage could very well be his express ticket to acquiring it ahead of schedule. Jong-un experienced a sudden flash of insight, much like a cartoon lightbulb appearing over his head, then generously offered to divulge his findings regarding the Khmer. He leaned closer, poised to unveil a treasure trove of information, ready to drop truth bombs like confetti. He gestured towards the grisly, shredded carcass, remarking that despite the creature's demise, the potent, advanced sorcery embedded within its very fibers persisted. This wasn't merely some garden variety beast. It was clearly a sophisticated, magically engineered biological project, perhaps with a hefty price tag. He speculated that the black mage behind this creation must certainly reside within the exalted echelons of truly great mages. Sunman, listening with rapt attention, understood then that the architect was a much more formidable, a much bigger fish, than he had ever initially considered. The camera zoomed in on the Chimera's stitched up more, a testament to its creator's cruelty. Jong-un elaborated that the beast was maintained in perpetual hunger, an extreme diet plan, solely to amplify its savagery. Fundamentally, it functioned as a living, breathing weapon, specifically engineered for a rigorous trial of its destructive capabilities. Sunman grasped the chilling truth that was precisely why it had shredded the deer without consuming a single morsel. The creature was a tragic thrall to its own fabricated appetite, perpetually on a phantom diet of destruction. Jong-un abruptly halted his discourse, sensing he was likely inducing narcolepsy in Sunman with his highly specialized, synthesized monster jargon. He flashed another dazzling smile, tempting to lighten the mood, but the air remained thick with unresolved tension, like a polar-led horror movie set. Sunman just stared, sweat beading on his face, the gravity of the situation sinking in. He now understood that this encounter with a mage might be a pivotal, fated event, far exceeding any minor inconvenience he braced himself for. Jong-un, ever the curious type, inquired about Sunman's previously unspoken words, his gaze fixed on the young man with the intensity of a meticulous scientist analyzing an intriguing, freshly discovered species. Without warning, the space erupted with a vortex of mesmerizing purple and white energies, like a cosmic disco ball heading a meltdown. Jianyan casually informed him this spectacle occurred because his very causality was hopelessly tangled, a revelation that detonated in Sunmin's mind, instantly solidifying him into a statue of pure disbelief. Jianyan wore a self-satisfied smirk, remarking that a black mage possessed the uncanny ability to directly discern the very condition of an individual's soul, like an ethereal MRI scan. He expressed considerable admiration that Sunmin apparently harbored prior knowledge concerning his own delightfully convoluted spiritual essence. The mage initiated his advance on Sunmin, the quiet room amplifying the hollow slap of his sandals. As he closed the gap, the mounting pressure became absolutely unbearable, a palpable weight that made breathing difficult. A chilling, distorted vision of Jianyan suddenly coalesced behind Sunmin. It declared to the boy that, were Jianyan himself enduring such trials, he would have undoubtedly already been driven utterly insane by the relentless, gnawing despair. The sinister close-up on Jianyan's eye betrayed his profound knowledge of regression's exorbitant price. He then uttered mercy once more, a word now imbued with unnerving dread. The ominous prediction stated that, post-mortem, eternal suffering awaited him. Sunmin, with a weary sigh, conceded that the grim assessment was essentially accurate, a casual acceptance of perpetual agony. Jianyan, genuinely intrigued, probed for the monumental motive behind someone amassing such an astronomical karmic debt simply to return from the great beyond. Sunmin bristled defensively, questioning the logic of entrusting his entire life narrative to a complete enigma. He certainly wasn't inclined to divulge his deepest secrets to a shadowy black mage merely on the flimsy pretext that their personal timelines had once, possibly, intersected. Jianyan proposed a tantalizing exchange, stating he would impart a piece of wisdom Sunmin was likely entirely unaware of. He was effectively dangling a rather shiny, potentially cursed, carrot of clandestine information directly before our hesitant protagonist. As a testament to his earnestness, Jianyan invoked a potent Marner's oath, a magical pinky promise with dire consequences. The shimmering vortex of cerulean energy enveloped them, solidifying into a pact that possessed a rather extreme penalty, instant, literal obliteration for any party daring to renege on their sworn promise. He pledged eternal silence regarding any information he might acquire. The Marner's oath then bound Jianyan, ensuring his absolute secrecy. Sunmin, absolutely flabbergasted, couldn't believe the mage would go to such extreme lengths, risking his life just for the privilege of a private discussion. Sunmin drew a slow, deliberate breath, finally exhaling the weight of his secret. He then candidly confessed to Jianyan that he was a regressor, a person inexplicably sent back to the past, having quite literally kicked the bucket in a previous, less successful, existence. He internally reflected that, considering the mage had escalated things to a Marner's oath, the specific moment now presented an excellent opportunity to perhaps, finally glean some profound insights into the complex, inner mechanics of his very own enigmatic soul, a sort of spiritual deep dive. Jianyan offered a solemn agreement, clarifying that Sunmin's colossal pile of spiritual overdraft, for karma, stemmed directly from his egregious disregard for the universe's most basic tenets of existence, sealing the deal on our protagonist's inescapable future reckoning. However, Jianyan's grin suddenly twisted into something quite menacing. He then revealed an additional discovery about Sunmin's current predicament, which, let's be honest, absolutely no one expected to be pleasant. He began to utter, This feature is deeply obscured by heavy shadow, as the unbearable tension was absolutely annihilating Sunmin, who could merely anticipate the ultimate judgment. He labeled him as quite eccentric, just as an enormous torrent of violet energy started to effuse from Sunmin's very being, making the poor chap appear as if he might just spontaneously combust from all the interior strain. Jianyan highlighted that not only was Sunmin's fundamental causality completely botched, but he kept speaking as the crackling, static electricity-like aura permeated the entire visual field. The utterances echoed endlessly within the emptiness, while Sunmin's reality began to disintegrate into a maelstrom of amethyst and obsidian static, a mental barrier that felt surprisingly similar to a literal punch. Sunmin desperately grasped his skull, drawing ragged breaths of pure agony, as his supposedly helpful sixth sense was proving incredibly difficult, inflicting upon him a truly earth-shattering headache. Jianyan abruptly recoiled, raising his palms in surrender, declaring his absolute inability to proceed, his potent magical essence swiftly reverting to its usual state. Sunmin, still regaining his bearings, inquired about the statement's meaning, as his skull felt like it was doing a chaotic spin cycle and he struggled immensely to simply inhale properly. Jianyan fixed him with a solemn, almost terrified gaze, explaining that revealing such information was utterly impossible, because should he attempt to do so, if he shared the truth, he would absolutely perish. Jianyan suddenly began hemorrhaging from his eyes and mouth, a clear sign the secret glimpsed within Sunmin's very essence was so potent it utterly bypassed his own formidable magical safeguards. Sunmin was utterly aghast at the sudden arterial display, while Jianyan, wiping his crimson-stained lips, comprehended that the young man's existence was shielded by an immense force, untouchable even for a truly formidable dark sorcerer. Sunmin remained alone, quite literally frozen stiff with shock, within the dim passage of the Mage Guild, having just grasped that his entire regression was merely a small piece of her cosmic puzzle far grander and more terrifying than his wildest nightmares. Jianyan offered a muffled apology from behind the closed portal, claiming a need for time to collect his swirling thoughts, essentially booting Sunmin out so he could discreetly deal with his spontaneous internal hemorrhaging. He pondered with extreme perplexity precisely what that bizarre encounter had been as he strode away, recalling Mercy's ominous caution and recognizing he was embroiled in a game where the instruction manual was conspicuously absent. A sudden memory flashed, depicting Mercy strenuously maintaining the integrity of space as it fractured violently, her urgent command ringing in his ears. Mercy's stern directive resounded, urging him to absolutely cease his actions unless he harbored a death wish for total obliteration, as she was clearly battling some cosmic gatecrasher, making Sunman increasingly suspect he might be the unexploded ordnance in this celestial conflict. While meandering through the urban landscape, sudden, piercing cry abruptly seized his awareness, causing Sunman to break free from his melancholic reverie, quite visibly vexed by the unsolicited disturbance. The young woman, sporting brilliant crimson locks and an unmissable, flamboyant ensemble, began vigorously signaling to him, loudly proclaiming it had been ages and he had truly blossomed, behaving precisely as if they were intimately acquainted, childhood pals reunited. She questioned whether he was indeed the peculiar, mischievous tyke from Mercy's mountain retreat, leaning in conspiratorially with an enormous, toothy grin, while Sunman simply regarded her with an utterly devoid expression. Sunman articulated the utterly apparent queer, precisely who are you, as he was undeniably in no frame of mind for unexpected admirers or long-forgotten associates at this particular moment. The young lady appeared utterly aghast, letting out a piercing shriek that she was Scarlet Lasser, then incredulously inquired if he truly had no recollection of her, pointedly asserting she was his original magical tutor from the training mountain. Sunman experienced a complete cerebral malfunction, engaging in an intense internal order comparing the biohazardously pungent, gruff sorceress from his arduous training with the immaculate, charming young lady now before him. Realizing the calculations simply weren't computing for our bewildered champion, a truly interminable and uncomfortable quiet descended as both individuals merely fixated on one another, making it feel as though you could almost distinctly perceive the sound of crickets serenading the entire guild hall. Sunman ultimately reached his conclusion, then offered her an utterly unimpressed, poker-faced expression, instructing her not to fabricate stories, essentially conveying that a notoriously odorous mage couldn't possibly possess such an attractive appearance. Scarlet completely blew her top, instantly connecting a truly bone-jarring right hook squarely with Sunman's cheek. Yes, that was unmistakably the familiar Scarlet, her infamous disposition remaining utterly consistent, foul odor or not. Sunman sported an actual, physical imprint of Scarlet's fist upon his cheek, appearing utterly shell-shocked and bewildered, before he finally recovered his senses and faintly mumbled an affirmative, implicitly confirming her formidable blow was indeed the solitary validation of identity required. Scarlet remained, hands planted firmly on her hips, radiating an aura far more invigorated than her previous, mountain-dwelling iteration. She then inquired if he intended to pursue a magical career, but Sunman merely informed her he possessed certain affairs requiring his attention within the guild. Scarlet echoed the term business with an incredibly dubious expression, her eyes darting about as she endeavored to deduce precisely what a spear wielder desired from the mages. Sunman maintained his enigmatic demeanor, though it was clear she wasn't falling for his nonchalant charade. She then leaned in conspiratorially, inquiring if he was perhaps seeking out the utter lunatic, Kim Jahan, causing Sunman to involuntarily recoil, utterly astonished that she was acquainted with the dark sorcerer he had just shared such a profoundly transformative conversation with. Scarlet delivered a serious heads-up, clarifying that while most dark mages possess a certain unsettling vibe, John Hine cranked the bizarre dial past 11. She flat-out informed him to steer clear of that fellow unless he genuinely desired a guided tour to psychological chaos. Sunman expressed his gratitude for the counsel, visibly relaxing a little after experiencing some refreshingly mundane conversation, then Scarlet softened her delivery, assuring him she trusted his self-sufficiency yet insisted he remain vigilant. She confessed that despite his undeniable idiocy, encountering a familiar mug after such an extended absence from the mountain genuinely felt rather pleasant, demonstrating that the camaraderie among those high-altitude adventurers decisively outweighed any past restrictions. Scarlet stated her calendar was full with personal investigations today and made ready to depart, mentioning her laboratory recited on the 3rd level and extending an open invitation for tea if he ever tired of his dramatic, scowling mercenary routine. She pranced off, waving a hand and bellowing for him to inform her instantly if any ne'er-do-wells dared to bother him, while Sunman merely observed her exit, likely pondering when precisely the odoriferous enchanter had morphed into such a dependable, elder sibling presence. A rapid-fire mental highlight reel of Sunman's received cautions and spooled, spanning from Mercy's enigmatic counsel to Johnyan's rather alarming ocular hemorrhage, leaving him fixated on the truncated phrase Johnyan almost uttered just before his spell spectacularly fizzled. He gazed at his palm, the oppressive hush of the Adventurers Guild settling like a lead blanket upon his shoulders, cognizant he was entangled within an immense enigma, yet for the moment, progression remained his solitary viable option. Sunman found himself mired in profound contemplation, utterly persuaded that an earth-shattering event loomed large over Bahangir, absolutely positive that the string of improbable occurrences accumulated too swiftly to be mere chance. He pondered precisely what grim destiny might await, though the exasperating dearth of intelligence was rapidly pushing him towards the brink of sanity. He found himself fixated on the guild hall's gargantuan chandelier, searching for insights that simply weren't present. The perspective broadened to encompass the entire guild hall, starkly highlighting how utterly diminutive and utterly alone Sunman perceived himself in this second reincarnation, like a single forgotten sock in a vast laundry basket. He made the firm resolution to cease excessive cerebration and instead pour his energies into the relentless hustle. Intricate matters could patiently wait their turn, as his current imperative was to conquer instant objectives for enhanced might. A fresh commission materialized, involving the subjugation of a pair of notoriously nasty, two-headed trolls, boasting an S-rank difficulty and a mind-boggling reward of 60 million air, unequivocally signaling Sunman's grand entrance into the Premier Division. Sunman posed a question to Lud, Thor, the seasoned warrior, sauntered closer with an amicable hand gesture, seemingly confirming their previous collaboration on the ogre eradication task was not merely a fleeting engagement. Lud radiated pure delight, proposing they jointly dispatch the troublesome trolls. He genuinely longed to demonstrate his capabilities after merely observing their previous skirmish, and Songmin heartily appreciated the additional muscle. Songmin formally agreed to the proposition, observing with satisfaction that yet another fresh bond had been forged. He was deliberately, brick by brick, constructing a valuable consortium of confederates, a luxury entirely absent from his initial existence. Amidst their brutal battle with the monstrous trolls, Songmin mused upon his profound personal evolution, having finally grasped the fundamental truth that individuals are simply not designed for solitary existence, and at last, he had ceased shooing away those who sought his companionship. 3 months vanished in a flash, during which Songmin and Lud had journeyed and tackled countless missions side by side, their collaboration now a perfectly synchronized ballet. Songmin's spirit, formerly calcified by decades of defeats, was at last discovering true solace and camaraderie. Having concluded yet another triumph of her mission, and made their way back to headquarters, Baron then deposited a weighty sack containing a staggering 50 million air onto the polished surface, heartily commending them for another flawless endeavor. Lud was positively exuberant, bellowing suggestions that they immediately proceed to imbibe copious amounts of celebratory libations for their most recent windfall, while Summin offered a subdued expression of gratitude, evidently savoring the straightforward existence of her flourishing mercenary. Baron interceded, revealing that a rather significant individual desired an audience with Summin, prompting Lud's facial features to utterly void all emotion, acutely perceiving that the entire ambience of their surroundings had just taken a bizarre turn. Summin appeared thoroughly perplexed, inquiring as to who on earth might be seeking his presence, all while subconsciously gripping his portion of the spoils, utterly oblivious that he was mere moments from encountering a living myth. Son, that solitary appellation seemed to shimmer ethereally, followed by the luminous outline of the renowned Flare Mercenary Corps captain, the singular individual in all of Bhangar who invariably inspired either profound adoration or abject dread. Lud appeared as if he had just witnessed a specter, his complexion ashen with palpable terror, while Summin stiffened perceptibly, his intuition screaming at him that a truly significant force had at long last stepped onto the playing field. Summin acknowledged without hesitation that he was intimately familiar with Zan's identity. In an existence where one standing represented the be-all and end-all, it was simply inconceivable that a mercenary could be ignorant of the reigning titan of regional might. Zan transcended the mere title of captain, commanding an immense battalion of more than 100 elite sellswords. Moreover, he stood as one of only 3 mythical SS-ranked champions throughout the entirety of Bhangar, essentially crowning him the undisputed monarch of the shadowy domains. Zan possessed the mastery of a true pinnacle-level practitioner, having flawlessly perfected the legendary 100-step mystic fist of Shaolin, and Summin confessed that in his bygone existence, this very individual had been his idol and the supreme aspiration. He pondered deeply over the particular reasons why Zan had commanded such profound veneration from him, above all other champions within Irare. It wasn't merely the raw might, but rather the compelling narrative woven into the man's very being. The formidable figure himself ultimately advanced, formally presenting his identity as Zan. He showcased an impressively sculpted physique and emanated an palpable emanation of sheer, unfiltered power that saturated the entire chamber. The colossal revelation struck. Zan, too, was an unranked denizen from another dimension. Sungmin had revered him precisely because Zan had irrefutably demonstrated that even a metaphorical grub could ascend to the undisputed apex of the hierarchy through sheer persistence. Sungmin acutely perceived the immense gravitational force emanating from the man. Now, having attained the esteemed rank of pinnacle master himself, he could genuinely grasp the immeasurable profundity of Zan's formidable might, the true fathomless abyss. Zan, the truly terrifying individual, was moments away from ascending to the ultimate pinnacle of martial mastery, already perched at the very summit, while poor Sungmin was still huffing and puffing somewhere on the arduous ascent. A predatory grin spread across Zan's face as he acknowledged Sungmin's tender age of 18, then smoothly declared his intimate understanding of Iria's harshness towards the unranked, attempting to forge a false kinship with our reluctant protagonist. Zan applauded Sungmin's truly astonishing feat, hitting the top tier at such an embarrassingly early stage of life, before swiftly deciding to bypass all pleasantries and plunge headfirst into the serious matters awaiting them. The lucrative proposition materialized, a request for Sungmin to enlist in the prestigious Flare Mercenary Corps, as Zan extended a calculating hand, making his grand move to secure the most exceptional fledgling talent Bahanga had witnessed in ages. Zan, ever the negotiator, dramatically raised the ante, instantly presenting Sungmin with a coveted vice-captaincy and vowing to personally shepherd him, transforming him into an elite SS-ranked mercenary faster than you could say promotion. Sungmin appeared utterly dumbfounded by this unexpected, colossal proposition, prompting Zan to confidently state his awareness of the youngster's bewilderment, thus deciding to display a tangible emblem of his purported good intentions. Zan smoothly slid the diminutive, intricately decorated container across the polished surface. Sungmin's gaze widened in fascination, pondering what exotic form of inducement a legendary figure like Zan might employ to ensnare new talent. A sharp intake of breath escaped Sungmin's lips upon glimpsing the contents. He immediately identified the artifact, an object so potent it could send even the most hardened peak master's ticker into an unexpected ahithme. Behold, it was a lesser revitalization pill, the mythical panacea capable of dramatically amplifying one's inner strength and mending even the most stubborn, ancient injuries, truly the sort of treasure most mercenaries only ever dream of, usually while sleep-deprived. The predatory, avaricious gleam ignited in Zan's gaze as he informed Sungmin of his solitary, uncomplicated stipulation, assuring the youngster that immediate acceptance would grant him instant ownership of the miraculous concoction. The crisp, official-looking contract was laid before Sunman for his signature. While the language appeared deceptively straightforward, its hidden ramifications were absolutely chilling for anyone foolish enough to value their personal liberty. Sunman's eye scanned the initial clause, stating his mandatory obedience to Zan's every command, and he instantly understood this was no generous proposal, but rather a blatant slave pack cleverly camouflaged with shiny, expensive trinkets. Zan smoothly rationalized his demand, claiming this legal tether was essential insurance to control a talent as prodigious as Sunman, even sweetening the deal with a superior revitalization pill should Sunman impart all his secret, advanced martial techniques. Sunman lapsed into a profound silence, his features darkening as he fixated on the binding document. The man he had once idolized now revealed as nothing more than a rapacious fiend, practically trading in captured spirits. Zan let out a booming laugh, mockingly inquiring who in their right mind would ever decline such a magnanimous proposal, utterly certain that Sunman would inevitably yield to the irresistible allure of greater strength. A chilling, shadowy close-up of Zan undeniably unveiled his authentic, sinister character, confirming him as the unchallenged, iron-fisted despot reigning over the entire Bhangar mercenary landscape. And let's be clear, he was entirely accustomed to always securing precisely what he wanted, without fail. The scene abruptly shifted back to the tavern, where Lud shrieked, demanding to know what Sunman had possibly done, appearing on the very precipice of her full-blown cardiac event simply from hearing the unbelievable tale. Sunman took a measured gulp from his beverage, then serenely clarified that he had, in fact, declined, calmly informing Lud that under no circumstances would he ever affix his name to a literal slave agreement, irrespective of any tempting pharmaceutical offerings. Beads of perspiration dotted Lud's brow as he urgently advised Sunman that an immediate departure from Bhangar would likely be in his best interest, having just grasped that the young man had spectacularly antagonized the metropolis's supreme authority. Lud then divulged the truly unsettling truth, detailing Zan's numerous clandestine and nefarious dealings, explaining that every senior officer within the Flare Corps was, in essence, revocably shackled to Zan, compelled to obey his slightest, capricious desire. Sunman's expression soured with revulsion as he finally comprehended the true depths of Zan's depravity, feeling a profound disappointment that his once admired champion proved to be such a lowlife, though, considering Aria's nature, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Lud then recounted his own bitter history with a notorious individual. Eons ago, when Zan held S-rank prestige and Lud was a mere A-rank, Lud had rejected a recruitment proposal only to find himself instantly shunned by every single patron in the entire city. Lud was forced to escape to a different urban center purely to secure employment, returning only after achieving S-rank status himself, and he still visibly bore the emotional scars, the lingering echoes of that involuntary sabbatical. However, Zan had since ascended to the formidable SS rank, rendering him even more inviolable, and Lud was keenly aware that Zan would absolutely not permit Sunman to simply stroll away after such a blatant repudiation. Sunman drifted into deep contemplation, the repulsive facets of his former hero searing themselves into his consciousness, as he starkly recognized that, in the second existence, heroes were merely monstrous entities with superior public relations teams. Lud inquired if Sunman desired to accompany him to meet there, seeking refuge from the iron grip of the Flare Corps, but prior to Sunman's reply, a sudden clamor erupted as someone in the hall began loudly broadcasting a sensational recent development. The long-lost dungeon of the notorious Dark Mage has been discovered, a fervent announcement that reverberated through the entire guild hall, instantly hushing every single person present, signifying the precise instant Sunman had eagerly anticipated for half a year. Lud swiftly pieced together the disparate clues, concluding this locale had to be the secret hideaway of the infamous individual responsible for concocting the Khmer Ogre, adding that an immense eradication squad was already assembling to assault the site. Sunman froze solid as the culminating piece of information was revealed. The entire daunting raid would be spearheaded by none other than the Flare Mercenary Corps, meaning he would inevitably descend into the depths with the very individual who had just attempted to shackle his soul. Seldris, with a sigh of relief worthy of her dragon after a particularly spicy meal, declared her magnum opus complete, confessing the undertaking had stretched a tad beyond her initial estimates. The forge, now silent, still hummed with a warmth that whispered tales of the legendary creation she just birthed. Sunman, ever the patient patron, assured her he wasn't exactly operating on a tight schedule, but Seldris shot back with a playful glare, insisting his absurd wealth was a real culprit. Apparently, every time his bottomless coin purse opened, she couldn't resist weaving in yet another impossibly rare component, effectively turning done by Friday into maybe by next Tuesday, if the stars align. With a flourish of her master artist who just pulled an all-nighter, the dark elf unveiled her masterpiece, gently propelling the gleaming weapon across the table with a triumphant, yet utterly weary, expression. The simple, "It's all yours," escaped her lips, and instinctively, everyone knew this artifact wasn't just fancy metal, it was an instant cheat code for our protagonist. Gaze upon the freshly forged spear, a sight so magnificent it could make a dragon weep tears of joy. Sunman effortlessly hoisted the gleaming marvel, admiring its flawless construction, a dazzling mithril heart cloaked in a sleek, obsidian iron shell. This isn't just a pointy stick, folks, it's a cosmic battery, expertly engineered to channel Marner and Kai, practically guaranteeing his sword Kai would erupt like a supercharged confetti cannon. Sunman fixated on the weapon, assessing its perfectly distributed heft and impeccable equilibrium, much like a seasoned sommelier contemplating a vintage wine. Meanwhile, Seldris hovered nearby, the bundle of raw nerds, her gaze mirroring a Michelin-starred chef awaiting the first critical mouthful from a notoriously finicky food blogger. silently praying her creation wouldn't be sent back to the kitchen. Neville, the ever-observant broker, materializes once more, casually pointing out Seldris's rather enthusiastic regard for Sunman. While Sunman himself just blinked in utter bewilderment, it was painfully clear to anyone with working eyeballs that he'd ascended to the coveted position of the Dark Elf's absolutely undisputed favorite customer. Neville explained the materials themselves were absolutely exorbitant, probably costing enough to buy a small island. Seldris, it seemed, had gone wildly overboard, treating the spear as a glorious passion project rather than just another standard order. A charming Chibai flashback then graced us, depicting Sunman lugging comically enormous bags of gold while Seldris pounded away on her anvil like a caffeine-fueled maniac. Neville then dropped the bombshell. She'd blown nearly every single coin on materials alone, essentially performing her legendary craftsmanship entirely pro bono, not even charging a measly copper for her priceless efforts. Neville and Sunman ambled through the dimension tier, the broker admitting even he couldn't quite grasp why a mastersmith of her renown would pour so much legendary effort into a project without charging a single coin. There was, he mused, a truly baffling mystery. Neville abruptly halted, fixing Sunman with a remarkably solemn gaze, then declared he possessed a rather peculiar charm, much like a cosmic magnet for good fortune. He elaborated, noting that for inexplicable reasons, people seemed intrinsically compelled to bend over backward, sometimes literally, just to lend him a hand. Sunman flinched back, a sudden, cold shock sending a shiver straight down his spine, as if a ghost had just whispered a secret. Neville, seeing the dramatic reaction, hastily clarified he absolutely didn't mean weird in any creepy sense, so the kid could cool it with a defensive posturing. The broker, now enveloped in an otherworldly green glow that likely doubled as a magical do not disturb sign, prepared for his exit. He sagely advised Sunman to simply whisper Arbor's name into the ether whenever he required anything, before dissolving seamlessly back into the convenient shadows of the bustling city, leaving no trace but a faint shimmer. Left totally alone, with his elongated shadow doing a dramatic stretch across the grimy alleyway, Sunman found himself plunged into an existential abyss of thought. He meticulously dissected every peculiar nugget of information the broker had just imparted regarding his rather unusual, perhaps even magical, charm. Neville's astute observation didn't exactly send shockwaves through his system, primarily because it merely confirmed a nagging suspicion he'd been lugging around for ages. He privately concluded that his interactions in this peculiar second life had been, to put it mildly, significantly less than entirely normal, perhaps even bordering on absurd. His mind drifted back to those initial perplexing weeks spent on Mercy's Mountain. Even in his earliest days there, when he resembled little more than a strong gust of wind in need of a good meal, he'd sensed something fundamentally amiss. The way folks reacted to him felt subtle and peculiar, almost as if they were reading from a pre-written, slightly robotic script. As he walked through the twilight, the thought crystallized. He possessed something in urine, a secret source. He pinpointed a hidden, undeniable factor drawing people into his presence, like unwitting moths to a curiously compelling, slightly unsettling, flame. A rapid-fire montage of every peculiar character he'd encountered then flashed through his mind. YG Hoenn, Soror, Toilet, and the whole eccentric gang. He couldn't help but ponder if their seemingly boundless kindness was truly heartfelt, or merely a subconscious, involuntary reflex triggered by whatever odd, hero-tracking magnetism he inadvertently emitted. Sunman found himself figuratively adrift in a metaphorical void of utterly shattered memories, meticulously scrutinizing the very fabric of his journey's reality. He couldn't shake the unsettling query. Was everything that had transpired merely an elaborate, albeit well-choreographed, illusion? His deepest fear was that his friendships were nothing more than a peculiar, perhaps even cruel, side effect of his regression, like a glitch in the cosmic matrix. Just as the existential dread threatened to solidify into a tangible entity, Lute abruptly materialized, puncturing the heavy mood with an emphatic, "Hey, where'd you wander off to?" The veteran, entirely back to his usual boisterously cheerful self, remained delightfully oblivious to the profound, internal philosophical meltdown Sunman was currently navigating. Lute, with surprisingly keen perception, noticed Sunman's mood had taken a decided dip, prompting him to offer a concerned inquiry. Despite Sunman's internal wrestling match over the very authenticity of their connection, Lute's earnest worry felt so genuinely grounded, it acted like a splash of cold water, jarring him abruptly back to present-day reality. Lute, perhaps thinking a dose of bromance was in order, flung a reassuring arm around Sunman's shoulder, then jovially inquired if he was merely getting cold feet about the looming dungeon raid. While his attempts at supportive partnership were noble, it was evident our hero's mind was still deeply entangled in the philosophical spaghetti of his own thoughts. Lute then unleashed a blindingly big, toothy grin, declaring with unwavering conviction that there was absolutely no cause for concern. The hosts, like an inseparable duo, they were tackling this together. He playfully asked if he hadn't, in fact, arrived for the party as well, and for a fleeting, precious moment, Sunman's swirling doubts seemed to quietly pack their bags and vanish. The camera zoomed in dramatically on Sunman's suddenly intense eyes, as if a movie director had just called for a heroic shot. Then, the bold, flashing text announced dungeon raid, signaling his firm decision to shelf his existential worries. For the immediate future, there was a job to be done, and frankly, some utterly fabulous, legendary loot to liberate. He stared intently at the chilling image of the Chimera Ogre, a sudden, stark realization hitting him like a rogue fireball. The future had already been irrevocably reshaped, much like a clay sculpture after an enthusiastic, yet clumsy, toddler's intervention. Because he dispatched that particular monstrosity, the guild had stumbled upon the Dark Maid's elusive dungeon significantly earlier than Faye had originally intended. In the annals of his former life, this particular dungeon remained undiscovered for countless months, yet now, its entrance had been unearthed a full 3 months ahead of schedule. Sunman finally grasped the profound truth. His very presence in this realm was akin to an unstoppable magical tidal wave, oddly altering every single thing in its magnificent, albeit chaotic, wake. Heading toward the staging area, he realized another massive alteration demanded his immediate attention. The butterfly effect, it appeared, was now in such aggressive full swing, it probably deserved its own chaotic theme music. Zong, with the dramatic timing of her stage villain, made his grand appearance, offering a condescending welcome to the rising star joining his raid. The captain, radiating his usual aura of insufferable arrogance, was clearly savoring every moment of being back in absolute, dictatorial control of the entire, unfortunate situation. Then offered a dark, predatory smirk, a silent promise of impending doom. On-screen text declared Flare Mercenary Corps war, making it chillingly evident this dungeon delve would be an absolute bloodbath for anyone not comfortably entrenched within Zion's privileged inner circle. In the unblemished original timeline, the mighty Flare Corps had been completely sidelined from this raid, busy gallivanting on some less important, faraway mission. However, thanks to the dungeon's premature discovery, the city's undeniably strongest army was now, quite literally, spearheading the charge, much to the chagrin of anyone who preferred a quieter, less intimidating, expedition. Don's gaze snagged on Lute, prompting a thinly veiled, mocking query about his current state of wellness. Lute, instantly looking as stiff and uncomfortable as a cat in a bathtub, made it abundantly clear he harbored zero enthusiasm for being anywhere in the vicinity of his ancient, utterly irritating nemesis. Don claps Lute on the shoulder with a playful warning, a clear display of dominance, with Zon the predator and Lute a mere appetizer. Don's charming facade crumbles as he leans in, chillingly suggesting to Sunman that in such a treacherous dungeon, accidental demise is always just a heartbeat away. As Zon and his stylishly caped crew depart, Sunman stares after them, a grim realization dawning. The dungeon's monsters might be the least of his worries. Lute grits his teeth, noting Zon's thinly veiled threat of murder during their expedition, indicating the Bahangir hero is playing for keeps. Sunman ponders his predicament, admitting that he joined this perilous quest solely to snag the Devmark armor and compensate for his rather pathetic abilities. Take a gander at Sunman's impressive progress, the Violet Dawn and Supreme Nine Heaven Spear both gleaming at 6 stars, and Shadowless Soulflight at 5, proving his 3 months away from the mountains were anything but idle. He gazes at the armor again, recognizing that to break past his current limitations, he desperately needs that legendary Devmark armor, capable of transforming anyone into an icon. As he and Lute ambulate, Sunman reasons that Kshin likely won't pull any drastic moves with so many other mercenaries observing, betting on the captain's public image to ensure their safety. The raid boasts an impressive 27 participants, with the Flare Mercenary Corps fielding an SS-rank captain, 4 S-ranks, and 12 A-ranks, essentially an army of seasoned professionals. Baron, the guild leader and resident mixologist, is also gearing up, his colossal staff at the ready, confessing he hasn't engaged in such a robust skirmish for ages. Lute strikes a heroic pose with his blade, proclaiming he'll unleash his spirit sword prowess to deter any troublemakers, exuding a confidence that's quite uncharacteristic. Sunman cracks a subtle grin watching Lute, understanding that despite not having a personal stake in this dungeon's dangers, Lute joined the raid out of genuine concern for him. He privately acknowledges his deep gratitude for the gesture, noting that in a world rife with ulterior motives, Lute's straightforward camaraderie is a beacon of reliability. Sunman offers a rare, parfelt smell, acknowledging that this would inevitably put Lute at odds with Zon, touched by his unwavering devotion. Taking a deep inhale, he resolves to banish his apprehension, instructing himself to cease overthinking and laser focus on the impending task. Standing at the gateway to the Dark Cave, Baron galvanizes the assembled warriors, announcing the Bahangir Mercenary Guild's official incursion into the Black Magician's domain. The entire contingent gathers for a final rallying cry, with Zon addressing them sternly, emphasizing their status as the city's top warriors and the need for constant vigilance, regardless of the unknown threats. Baron issues a fervent, wide-eyed directive for them to execute their duties, igniting an electrifying anticipation as the seasoned fighters prepare to plunge into the abyss. As they step into the dungeon, a colossal surge of fire and energy erupts, signifying the breaching of the initial defenses, with no possibility of retreat. The mercenaries advance in a tightly knit phalanx, their forms dissolving into the dungeon's violet depths, the methodical and nerve-wracking infiltration of hostile territory. The narrative ominously foreshadows the quiet prelude to an impending cataclysm of carnage. Yunshul, a formidable A-rank mercenary leading the charge, whose mastery of external arts allows him to render his skin as unyielding as rock, effortlessly deflecting physical assaults. However, it seems rock-solid defense isn't quite cutting it in this dungeon, as the text reveals his immensely powerful physique is about to be torn asunder like a delicate pastry. Despite all his rigorous training, Yunshul is blindsided by a swift ambush, his neck audibly snapping backward, leaving the stunned mercenaries behind him aghast, realizing their formidable bulwark has been instantly neutralized. The sudden demise of the vanguard brings the entire expedition to an abrupt halt, silencing everyone in its wake. Sensing that the dungeon's initial tranquility has unequivocally vanished, Torque about a startling surprise. A horrifying, undead-like being with piercing yellow eyes leaps out directly at mercenary, leaving the poor fellow paralyzed with fright as the stench of decay overwhelms him. An extreme close-up focuses on an eye reflecting a world consumed by fire and devastation, revealing utter desperation in its depths, the look of someone who knows the raid has devolved into a massacre. The clamor of screams erupts as monstrous figures emerge from the shadows, with one mercenary being dragged away and another already incapacitated in the background, illustrating the dire lethality of this sudden onslaught. Baron proves he's more than just a pretty barman, immediately unleashing his magic to hold the monstrous assailants at bay, his gaze intense as he prepares to obliterate anything venturing too close to his clawed reach. From a distance, the corridor is a chaotic maelstrom of explosions and clanging metal as the battle intensifies, the narration accurately capturing the essence of the situation. It's shaping up to be a long, brutal night for the mercenaries of Bahangir.